good now as he gotten worse since the break. But Mr. Kim interrupted Buck and greeted me. I wasn't far behind him, and he shouted out to me, "Jin Woo, thanks for coming to our raid." I was walking, not touching anyone, but everyone was very kind to me and some were even worried about me, because I was so lightly dressed and it was chilly outside. And when I saw Mr. Kim, he also asked if I had eaten before coming to the raid, but I told him there was nothing to worry about me. "I'm fine." Mr. Buck was surprised at how concerned everybody was about me, and he asked Mr. Kim, "Is this guy so strong that everybody is so happy to see him?" But Mr. Kim said, "You don't know him alive because he came right after you left." And his nickname, the world's weakest hunter, Mr. Bug, was surprised and thought, "Am I imagining things?" And he asked Mr. Kim again, "The world's weakest hunter isn't the strongest? Did I hear right?" But Mr. Kim replied,
"Now,
only
the ultra rares, the mighty, and finally, the big splash.
Considered the weakest in the world.
The arena is
was so
loaded.
weak
Buckle
that
up."
He was injured even in the ranked battle. They joked and mocked me, saying that I was so weak, and at the same time they
Quick
were glad.
cash! It's a mad
After
sprint
all,
to the
if I
finish.
came on
First
this
team to
raid,
bank our
it
total
wouldn't turn
target
out to
gets
be
the
that
glory.
difficult.
You
But
heard,
they were not
Scotty.
afraid
Let's
that
see
I
how our
might
team
talk,
strategized
and began
today.
to speak more quietly. But I stepped not far away from them and said I heard everything. "You old men," I said. "I wanted a cup of coffee, and when I approached the coffee shop, the barista told me that the coffee had just run out. I was
We got our
upset
first
about
elimination,
this, because
Scotty.
there wasn't
Talk
even
about
any
making a
coffee.
solid first impression on our
The day
sponsors.
was already
This is what
ruined,
it's all
but
about,
I didn't
partner.
choose to show
The
my
mighty
mood
can't afford to
today.
lose another
And as I
member.
walked
One
away,
contestant
he started
left.
yelling at me that he was sorry that the coffee
The Big
was out.
Splash are starting a ripple
But I
effect. They're
replied that it
opening
was
Vault
okay.
1.
It was fine. But as soon as I stepped back, someone yelled at me, "Why am I hurt again?" But when I turned around, I saw Mrs. She was when I was hunting. And after that,
Fuck.
Big Splash will need to try again, team-wide.
They could find themselves in troubled waters now.
Well put, partner.
That's why they didn't even take a healer with them. The girl was restless, because even if they did, they wouldn't take it because they were safe themselves.
The Big Splash are
But I
back in
told her
play.
It was all right. It's just that I'm too weak, and I'm used to it. I saw everybody starting to get ready to go out the gate, and I asked Mrs. Gihu to
Deploying jump pads.
which she agreed. Before entering the dungeon, Mr. Song began to say that we were going on a hunt, and although he was not well suited,
Trying to leave the competition high and ultra dry, the
other
ultra
folks knew
rares
that
have
Mr.
started
Song
our
and
first
Eagle
cash
Land
out.
were the tallest among them.
Throwing
So
fire.
they were after all, it was Mr. Song
The mighty are trying to leave the competition in the dust.
guys in that group also said they were okay
And
with
we have
it,
another
and he
steal in the books, thanks to the mighty.
And the last
At
one-
risk of living up to their name, the ultra rares are down to one contestant.
They are as scarce as hen's teeth now, Scotty.
What?
As soon as we entered the fort, Shinji bothered them a little because we didn't kill him. He was the weakest hunter of the Yuan. Engines were also doing Association. They had no one seen for soon Ji would come out of the state. The Yuan wasn't that long. We were already in the cave itself.
Pouring cold water on the Big Splash didn't scare them off. Team respawned.
After all, battles like these are pretty risky. When I apologized, she began to say that I shouldn't apologize because she was just worried about me. While she was healing me, all the other hunters were furiously fighting the monsters and massacring anyone who came near them. We'd been in this dungeon for quite some time, and the supplies were about to run out. I was wounded. I couldn't really stand out. When I but suddenly, I continued to be defensive, but I replied that I wanted to just reply. If I stopped doing it, I was going to put a boring life in my mouth. I didn't want to
The Big Splash are on the march to victory.
but after I said this time Mr. Sleepy began to explain that magic crystals are what we get when we kill monsters. Magic crystals.
Pushing into Vault 2, it's the Mighty. A wipeout and a setback for the Ultra Rares.
After all the trials I went through, I was only able to get a crystal at 9 feet, considering that I risked my life to get it. It was too little. Besides, earning it that way was very hard for me.
The Ultra Rares have
Perhaps there was another
respawned.
aisle
Let's
to
see how
shout
they
about.
bounce back.
When the whole group got together, they did indeed see another passage. Mr. Song began to say that it was a double den and he was seeing it for the first time. When Mr. Song started to use his fire skill, he threw a fire block right into the cave. After
The Mighty
that,
have a cash
he
out in the
realized and
works.
started telling all the guys to listen to him. He started explaining that if the boss was still alive, the gate wouldn't close. Since the gate is still there, it means that the boss is somewhere inside, and according to get to the boss first, our profits will decrease. So he suggests that we kill the boss. Given that there are 17 of us, this could be dangerous. Why don't we take a vote? There will be no complaints once the results of the vote are announced. The girl entreated me, Jihu, started apologizing to everyone and said
Let's see how the last member of the Big Splash
Fuck me, bro.
survived.
Why is my aim so ass?
I clenched the
Complete
crystal
team wipe for the
and
Big
Ryan
Splash.
my sister off to college soon, and my mom was sick. For the sake of my family, I know I was going, and we should do another
Respawn
one.
alert. The
A
Big
little
Splash
later,
are
we
back
went
in
deeper
action.
and deeper, and we had already gone too far. Some people didn't realize how long this hike had lasted, but the guys behind us who were walking started to say that they had been walking for hours in an hour after killing the boss. It worked out that we had about 20 more minutes to get out. I was the last one to go, along with Mrs. I started but she said she was fine and nothing about the block. If I had gotten a little higher then, I'd be lying somewhere with
The Mighty take the
not to
top
mention
spot.
my arms and legs, because she had taken great pains to heal.
The Mighty bank their
She
earnings.
didn't realize
Cash
that
out
she
complete.
didn't vote for her after that decision. I hit my head, but I was sorry. After all, I'm really only
Ah, I
alive.
love this
because
part of
Miss
our
Judy
show.
is a hero.
Who will get to the new vault first?
Now I owe her a lot, but she told me that if I was really sorry.
The Ultra Rares are
if I
back
did
in
that.
action.
I didn't understand what she meant, but after that she turned around and asked me why
The
I
Mighty
didn't
are
want to
busy
have
getting
dinner.
Vault 3 open.
I said of course I did, but our conversation was interrupted by a voice coming from up above. We heard the big doors. Never seen a room.
Situation for the Ultra Rares as they're hanging on to only one contestant in the arena.
These doors started telling Mr. Bach that this place was
This'll
too
burn!
dangerous. To this Mr. Bach said he agreed.
Send in a
Mr.
frag!
Song began to say,
Frag
"Stop,
grenade set!"
why are you going back?
No way!
This
No
one's the Big Splash.
fucking way that just
And
happened.
anyone who doesn't want to go on can come back if they Mr. Song's abilities were incredible, and he was aggressive style, even among hunters.
The
and
Mighty
hunters.
have kicked off a
Yes,
cash out.
this old man, if he wasn't in his 60s, could have joined any major guild, and since we could only get here because of Mr. Song, everyone else decided to go along with him all the way. And when we opened the door to the boss's room, we saw it for ourselves. After that I saw a big room, but I had never seen a dungeon like this. The other guys decided to split up to explore the area. The room looked like no one.
No, I got stuck there.
Even musical instruments. There were
The Mighty are almost wiped out, but there is still hope. One valiant contestant still stands.
I wasn't the boss of this dungeon, because it was too huge.
She's
cut
so
the
weak.
tension with a knife,
But suddenly
or
we
an
had
assassin's dagger,
tragedies.
or a cheese slicer. We now have the big
Good
splash.
shots.
When we got closer,
The
we
big
saw
splash
one
turned the
text
tide,
on
stealing a
was written
cash out
about
with a
the
splash of
commandments
cunning.
Wow, that was a
The
bold
first
play.
commandment read, but suddenly Jehu's hand pulled me to the side, and she said that it was a huge statue, and her eyes just moved, looking straight at us. I hoped she was imagining it, but suddenly I noticed
Ouch! The ultra rare suffered a wipeout.
An unwanted and an unwanted turn of events, Scotty.
Yes, indeed, you hit the nail on the head.
doors behind us, which we had just entered, closed. Now we didn't know what to do, and some of the guys couldn't stay here any longer. One of the hunters started saying, "What's going on? This is some bullshit. And he started to walk away.
The clock has stopped, and what a match we just
Have
Nice.
it all for yourself." And as soon as he got close to the door,
One of our
Mr.
teams have
Song
just paved
realized
their way to
something and
fame.
started yelling.
Congratulations
shit.
to our winners.
And at that
Thanks for the
point,
carry.
One of the statues cut that hunter in half. After that, he couldn't even stand up. We were shocked by this, because we didn't think these statues could move. I was in agronomic shock, because I didn't think that we would have to fight these statues. I remembered Jehu's words when she told me that she noticed the statue's eyes moving. And when I turned around, I saw that the eyes of that big statue had lit up yellow. We're not qualified to know what's going on. After all, that big statue is moving. Oh, and we have to fight them, too. But how can we fight such big and terrible statues? And at that moment I remembered that the guy who was just killed had a D rank. It turns out that even though he was considered weak, he was still stronger than me with a rank like his. But he was killed in one fell swoop. It turns out that this dungeon is rank D at most. I've never heard of such strong monsters in a D ranked dungeon. And it turns out that if all these statues are able to move, that big tumor that was near us was the boss of this dungeon. How are we supposed to deal with him? After all, we are too weak for such a raid. At this point I began to remember that this was not the first time I had found myself on death's doorstep. On my first adventure, I fell behind a group and got lost.
All right,
Then I was
the
shot
big
in the back
splash,
by a new rank
the high
monster
notes,
was
and finally,
hospitalized for
the
7 days.
retros.
I even nearly
Let's
starved
go,
to death when
everybody!
I was trapped in a dungeon. Even though all these dungeons were by no means easy, I was always putting my life on the line. When other hunters
In quick
traded
cash, it's
magic
all about
coins
the rush
better
for
equipment
riches.
to hunt
The
stronger
team that
monsters
gathers
and get
enough
more
cash
treasure,
first
I
will
was
seal the
always
win.
trapped.
Right
I
on the
can't do
money,
that.
Scotty. Speed is
I
key.
was always without equipment, because buying a cheap ball did nothing for me.
Deploying jump
And
pad!
having a healer meant that all wounds would be healed if the raid was severe. When I came back from raids, the other hunters would see that I was in such a rudimentary dungeon. They felt sorry
Big
for the
Splasher
healers who
unlocking
were
Vault 1.
because they had to take risks. Then I was grabbing
There it is. Our first elimination of the match.
Heroes at home are ready for a wild ride.
and as I walked to that big statue, I made a decision to get rid of my past mistakes. I realized that something was about to immediately duck and fall to the ground.
Using time for cash out station
The
A!
statue
On my
released
tail!
laser beams from its eyes.
Follow the flag!
The retros are looking to make a name for themselves. Cash out started. The retros pull ahead. The high notes are almost off the scale. Just one contestant left standing.
Jump pad deployed!
Now quite a few people were dead. Mr. King barely dodged, and he realized that if it hadn't been for Gene Wu and his orders, most of us would not have been destroyed by the monster.
Flag out!
This is due to his lying on Mr. Song began shouting.
Big Splash just plunged into action,
For if
stealing a
anyone
cash
got
out.
That big statue would fall. Mr. Song was able to crawl over to me and started talking about Mrs. Jupiter. She could not cope with her fear, so finds only simple shelter in his dungeons. Even though she is a healer in magic, it does not seem easy. After all, being standing up, and all those who listened really survived. But when I wondered about it, Mr. Song started asking me if I had screamed. Not because he knew what was going to happen, but I told him I just felt danger. But when I saw his heart, I could already see that Mr. Song was looked off by that. But he assured me he would be fine, and I just had to stop the bleeding. I wasn't confused and immediately started to wrap up his wound.
No way.
Is this dungeon? But I couldn't even
And now the Big
because I had
Splash's
never
last
gone to a
contestant
dungeon
is trying to
higher than
avoid
here.
elimination and a
I've
full
only been to
team
a
wipe.
ranked dungeon 4 times, and I can tell
The
you
High
that
Notes have
that
made a
is
resounding
superior to
comeback.
a ranked dungeon by leaps and bounds. Even there, there's monsters at the same level as here.
What the fuck is he hitting me with? Holy shit.
The Retros will need to come back from that wipe.
They've been archived, Scotty.
You're preaching to the
It
choir.
was written on that slab. After
This
that,
is exactly what the High Notes needed. They've
it's a
pocketed
huge
our first
statue,
cash
and we
out.
have a boss we have to defeat to get out of here. Mr. Sleepy started telling me
The
that even
Retros
if
are
we killed all the
re-engaging.
enemies, it would still take too long. One day a gate appeared. These gates contained tunnels that connected the alien world to our world. It was 10 years ago. After the gate appeared in our world, where everything was fine, strange things began to happen. Hunters appeared. Some of them had great power. I became one of the hunters too, but it turned out that not everyone had the same enormous power. I was only strong enough to reach the range.
The Big Splash are applying pressure to Vault 2.
That was cool, but there was a huge gap between me and the other ranks. Those who got the strength started to ended up fighting off. And they became known as
That's what I get for just going in the middle of the fucking street.
I turned your arm, but the bleeding never stopped. I don't know how else I can help you. I don't know what more can be done myself. I didn't think it would be this difficult. I only invited 2 members and I thought we could do it faster. But it's so dangerous here that one of them was killed so quickly that there was nothing left. The second one was rendered speechless and then got a shock from what he saw. The third
Only one contestant left for the High Notes.
If she survives, this situation will haunt her for a long time. As you can see, it's going to be hard to control their skills in this situation. I don't think we can do anything with him. His look inspires great fear. Eventually they decided that when the situation was they would try to escape, but it wasn't that easy.
Cash out underway, thanks to the
rest of
High
group
Notes.
didn't understand why they had come here. After all, this is only they must realize that if they had come to the statue, there was no way they could get past the guards guarding the door. Shouted one of the hunters. I just joined the moment. I'm sorry, so I can get out.
That's a blow to the Retros. Team wipe.
All his speed, but in an instant, shot out his laser. All that was left of the runner was his legs. He never made it. He was shocked by what was happening.
The
Everyone who
Retros
saw it
have
was so
returned to the
dumbfounded
arena.
they couldn't get
Go
out.
that direction.
Impressive steal by the Big Splash.
As one understood that they could be massacred at any moment. Gene who understood that they could kill them at any moment. Those creatures. But those guards who guard the door sweep.
No way, man.
Only one contestant remaining.
Exactly how I didn't think of it before. Does anyone know that this room has its own rules? When he saw that this is it. He turned to his friend Saul for help. What was the first command? Have you read it? He asked. The command seems to say, worship the Lord, answered Saul. Then that is the Lord.
They won.
The High Notes made an awesome steal
They
there.
just won the game.
Remember, that's illegal in many jurisdictions, but not here.
If I'm right, he doesn't agree with those who don't know. It was obvious to Gene
Pocket
that
the fire.
he was not going to death.
Frag grenade out.
To save everyone.
Copy the frag.
And even though the battle was virtual, our contestants' newfound fame is real.
Everyone thought he was crazy, but he knew it could save their lives. Jin Woo realized that if they worshipped him, it meant directly praising him. This premonition might have saved them. We will live, we will finally get out of this dungeon by worshipping. That was all they thought about, but at that moment, goosebumps went up their bodies, and as soon as they looked up, they saw the terrifying smile on the statue's stone face. His expression changed. What is it? Our hero shrieked. How many times has he attacked us already? How many more times do we have to worship him? We were all wondering the same thing. It seems to have stopped. I don't think he's going to do anything worse. Will it be okay just because we worshipped him? Don't get up. If you get up, his attacks will continue. Look, nothing happens, and then they realized that, like, it's over. We survived, we can stay alive. But the protagonist didn't think so, he realized it wasn't over. There were loud noises and it felt like an earthquake had started. They saw the statue begin to rise from its throne. The statue was so big that the hunters seemed like small cockroaches against it. Jin Woo, tell me, do you have any more ideas? Shrieked Songwoo, but at that moment our hero stared dumbfoundedly at the scale of the statue that was coming in their direction, and it seemed to be the end. But Jin Woo remembered that this dungeon has its
Here
own
we go!
rules.
The
One,
ultra
swear an
rares,
oath to
the
Lord.
high notes,
Two,
and finally,
exalt
the
Lord.
vogues.
That's supposed to be the solution.
Let's
isn't
go,
it?
everybody!
Exalt exactly, find all the hunters. He knew the members of the church choir and knew how to sing and
Get
pray.
ready for a
He
mad
pulled out
cash
his
chase to the
cross,
magic
which
number.
hung around
Let's
his
watch
neck,
our
and began
contestants
to praise the
hustle,
Lord.
gather,
They
and
thought it
triumph
worked.
in quick cash.
The
Right on
statue
the money,
began to
Scotty.
move
Speed
more
is
slowly.
key.
But Jin Woo realized too late that that hunter was praying to the wrong god. The statue straightened up in an instant.
Trend-setting action in the arena as the Vogues are opening Vault 1.
Until one of them cried out, "Run together."
Throwing fire!
We've got our first elimination, so it's time for both teams to put their best foot forward and their best shot.
Realized
This is what it's all about, partner.
find a safe job. He doesn't hear anyone shouting.
The
at him to
Vogues are
turn
facing
around
some
and see
hardship.
that there's
Just
a monster
one courageous
behind them that will
contestant
cut him in
left.
half in an instant. Exalt the Lord. Exalt the Lord. Shouted Jin Woo, running away from them. He did not know what to do. There were guards in the front, a huge statue in the back. They attacked them with
Oh!
anything, sword, axe, spear. They did not care who was in front of them. They had only one task. Kill them all. Jin Woo could not understand why the guards had musical instruments. Perhaps it told him that the guards start acting when they are approached. Thus, it might be the key to the exit. He seemed to understand again what to
The
do.
Vogues are setting the pace as they start our match's first cash out. Get the bird! The Vogues are leading the way. Right when they out.
Oh no.
But then they realized that the two of them stood under the same statue. It wouldn't work. Jin Woo immediately spotted him. At this point he ran up to the statue. And instead of instruments,
The high notes just have one member still standing. No more three-part harmonies now.
hoping to find the statue with the musical instrument. He was always on the cusp of death, always grasping the thread. For a second he thought he was going to be killed, but at the last moment he was able to get
The ultra rares are taking a step ahead of the rest.
Julie came running as soon as it was safer, and from what
The
she saw,
ultra
she
rares
couldn't
find a
hold
needle
back
in a
the tears.
haystack. They steal a cash out.
No. He just needed one more second.
She'll be fine. was able to survive
The high
such
notes composed a
injuries.
winning play, stealing that cash out.
But in the end,
A
there
move
were
that
only 8
definitely
left,
sets the
and
stakes
2 of
higher,
them
Scotty.
were severely injured. Mr. Song, it's unfortunate that you are injured, but it's because you made a lot of rash decisions. After all, you are the reason this happened. Are you willing to be punished for that?
Yikes! Team wipe for the ultra rares.
Don't tell me he's attacking
It's
the
in.
group.
The high notes make a
They
bold
felt
statement with the
everyone's
first
legs
cash out of the
buckled and thought it was an
match.
earthquake. But the monster lifted something off the ground. This was the altar on which the sacrifice was to take place, and the final commandment: prove your faith. This was the final test, no matter how foolish it was, said one of the hunters. I know what this will be. Mr. Song, does this mean that someone has to sacrifice himself? Aiming his dagger at Mr. Song, one of the hunters began
Vault
to
2 is
say
being opened by the
everything was his
Vogues.
fault. He said that he should take all the blame. Mr. Wu was right, and no matter what happened, the only one who was against it was Jin Wu. He started screaming, but it was mean to say he was dead. At this point, Mr. Song walked to the circle. Jin Wu.
A setback for the Vogues.
He asked
Let's
the-
see
What?
Not the pose that I would be striking if I were them.
Reinforcements arrived. The king is not check here so quickly. It's only a D-ranked dungeon. The gates will open after 7 days.
The
That
Vogues are
means
back
if
in
we don't
Vogue.
close
Team
it, all the
respawn.
monsters can make it to the surface. If we can't do that, that big statue can get out. Most
What?
likely, the ordeal will begin when all the survivors are able to enter the circle. So it did, once everyone was assembled and all the lights came on. There was a sound of the hunters shouting. Did the door finally open and we could get out? But now anything could happen. The statues that were standing still began to move. They slowly but surely watched the altar. They didn't know what to do, and there were so many of them, and a little bit of them began to surround them. The group of hunters began to realize that if they didn't look at the guards, they would keep moving. The group of hunters began to realize that if they didn't look at the guards, they would keep moving. But what was that?
Cash
She was able
out,
to
set
run
in
out of
motion
the
by the
cave,
high notes.
But the genie will realize that if one person leaves the altar, the lights go out and the gate closes a bit. Those commandments were hard, but the last one was very clear. When they went into the circle, the lights went off. The hunter who stood and held
Only
the
one
light
contestant left for the ultra rares. They need to avoid a team
rushed to
wipe.
the exit from which Jinwoo fell to the floor because he was missing
The
one.
ultra rares will need to come back from that wipeout.
If they want to win, that better be something of a rarity.
Yes, indeed. You hit the nail on the head.
Then the ordeal would be over. But it could also mean the opposite.
The ultra rares have
Close
respawned.
back.
Let's see
No
how
one
they
would
bounce
think that
back.
The weakest hunter could be so useful.
No!
Have a family too. Mr. Kim shouted to Jinwoo. He was sorry. He ran off and flew.
Run away for 10 seconds.
He certainly didn't expect. The gate was about to close, and now they realized that everyone had to stay and sacrifice himself. So it was decided that Jin Woo and Madame Chiyo would leave together and Mr. Song would stay. But as soon as Chiyo wanted to get up, her legs they could not obey her. It was because of her crucial hand. She used it a lot when she healed Jin Woo. Mr. Song had to get up again. As soon as they left Jin
And the responsibility of avoiding a team wipe is now resting on the shoulders of the Vogue's last contestant.
The guards started to attack him blow by
Time's up and the curtain falls on this match.
My eyes were closing, but out of
Motherfuckers
nowhere,
had turrets
It's
everywhere.
lights out in the arena, just as the spotlight swings to our winners. From all of us here at the finals, thanks for watching.
A player of the system and survive, but it needed the player's permission. If you refuse, your heart will stop in 2 seconds. Gene Wu was dumbfounded, but the fact that he wanted to live did not negate the fact that he would not agree. He made a decision. The bright light woke me up, and when I opened my eyes and woke up in the hospital, I could hardly breathe. I had just died. But what was it really? Maybe it was a dream, but I started to turn my head and saw that I was in the hospital. At that time, two guys in suits came up to me. Turns out they were waiting for me to wake up, but I didn't realize who they were. And when they got closer, they apologized for the disturbance. It turned out to be the Korean Hunters Association. I didn't understand what they wanted from me, but when I found out I had been asleep for 3 whole days, I couldn't believe it. After that I started asking them questions about what happened to Mrs. Juhi and Mr. Song. I hoped they were safe. But these guys responded that they were fine, but that Mr. Song would now have trouble working because of one arm, and from then on, if he wanted to, he could retire. And Juhi, being a hunter, is still being treated for psychological trauma, and it is not clear to them now whether they will remain hunters. As soon as they started looking for other hunters like Sick, I interrupted them and told them that was enough. I had heard everything I wanted to hear, and I didn't need any more. But the man went on to tell me that only 6 people had survived after visiting the double cave. Although hunters are always in danger when hunting, this kind of carnage doesn't happen very often. When the Hunters Association and the White Tiger Guild arrived on the scene, they had all disappeared, and there was only me lying on the altar in the cave. Neither the statues nor what the others described were found. We have been unable to find an explanation for what happened, but this is only a theory. However, these guys believe...
Our opening round is about to take off at our Skyway Stadium, equipped with Volpe's own athletic VR tech and jump pads.
The awakening or the power. Some hunters can get awakened.
Here we go! The Ultra Rares, the Live Wires, the Retros, and finally, the Steamrollers.
If these were the highlights,
And they are
deadly
off!
monsters the survivors had told me about, ordinary hunters. Only rank units
The
or
darkness
S
may have
ranks could
settled
make a
in here, but
difference.
our
But when
contestants
they
are just
put their
ramping
hand on the
up.
crystal,
They're
all
keen to
these
show our
monsters
fans a little
simply disappeared.
destruction.
The arena
Only
is in
suspected
perfect
that
condition to
Hunter Song
start the
Ji
match.
had been
I doubt it'll
reawakened,
stay that way
since
for
he was
long.
the only surviving human. But after I
Classic
got
move
my
from the
hand on it,
Retros.
they
They're
thought I
opening
was
Vault
correct.
2.
And because the lowest D rank is at least 70, they went out to have 10.
Not everyone made it out of this encounter. It's our first elimination.
Ready for a wild ride.
And there was nothing wrong with my pierced breast. I couldn't tell if it was a dream or reality.
Uh-oh.
Should I have
Steamrollers is facing the opposition all
And it
alone out
certainly
there.
wasn't a touch screen. But at one point my sister came into my room and asked me what I was doing, because I was just standing on the bed poking my finger in the air. She asked me how I was feeling, and after
Complete
that she
team wipe for the
immediately jumped
Ultra
on me,
Rares.
because she was telling me not to get hurt again, because she was very worried about me. She kept yelling, "What about the others? Is everything okay? So why am I the only one who got hurt?" But I was in my own thoughts and couldn't believe I almost let her.
The match is starting to heat
I didn't
up as the
think I made it out
Retros
of
have
that
started
dream.
our first cash
But
out.
that message spoke back to me. I asked my sister if she was seeing what I was
The Ultra
seeing,
Rares have
but she
respawned.
didn't understand what I was starting to say. I told her that when there was an unread message in play, how could I read it? She didn't understand what I was talking about.
The Steamrollers have commenced a cash
I had
out.
become a player and had a daily task to become stronger. I didn't understand what it was all about. A little later my sister came out of my room and along with her
This'll
boyfriend
burn!
stepped in.
Sending a
I
frag!
If he disobeyed the orders of the system, for a second I thought I saw
We could see a team wipe on the live wires. They're down to just one contestant.
I decided to open this message. Inside were the instructions for the quest, and its purpose was to work out push-ups, and squats, as well as exercise. However, below was a warning that if I didn't complete the daily quest, I would be sent
Special
to the village
delivery!
instantly as punishment. Some kind of joke, so I decided to continue only to find out about everything after a good night's sleep. However, I suddenly woke up to the fact that my bed started jumping in different directions, as if an earthquake was about to start. In an instant, I found myself in something invisible. I couldn't believe my eyes, because I thought I was dreaming. But when I turned my head, I saw a giant
Team-wide calamity for the Retros.
that I got the quest instructions, and the people who had stated that I needed to survive.
Impressive steal by the Ultra Rares.
But for me, that was something horrible. I was running
How's that not shooting at them?
The Retros are respawning and hoping to recreate those glory days.
I managed to survive.
The Ultra Rares have grabbed the advantage.
At one point found myself in my hospital.
What a way to open the match.
Jumped
The
out of
Ultra
bed
Rares
like
land the
ground
first
was
cash
sandy and
out.
fell to the floor, just as I did.
Wow.
I was terribly exhausted, for I had been running for 4 hours.
With a
from
jolt of
horrible
energy,
monsters
the
that
live
were
wires
chasing
charge through the competition, stealing a cash out.
said that
Ta-da!
my
That's
reward
how you
for
play.
completing
The live wires
punishing
cashed
task had
out.
been received by the ticket. However, I was so exhausted that I immediately
And just
fell
like
asleep.
that, a new
At the same
vault has
moment,
appeared in the
nurse
arena.
came to my room and saw that I was lying beside my bed. There was a lot of sand around me. She immediately started calling for help. The next day, this nurse was telling her colleague if she knew of a patient named Sam. She had heard that there was such a hunter who was now resting in
The
the
live wires are
but it
pushing into
turns out
Vault
that he
3.
runs every day, even though it has been
Danger!
several days
Danger!
since he
The
woke up.
steamrollers are currently at risk of being eliminated.
So faster than ordinary, so light exercise is helpful.
Don't blink, folks. Anything could happen in the second half of this match.
But I was running and I
The
didn't
steamrollers
realize
are
what
unlocking
all this
Vault
easy
4.
exercise was, and I didn't realize. But I had been running for almost 4 hours since I woke up, and there were a few things I managed to learn. The first is that the thing in front of my eyes
This is a
not an
bad
illusion.
spot. The
For I can
steamrollers'
clearly
final
see
member
with
needs
my
to keep a
own
cool
eyes,
head
though
here.
no one else can. And when I finally completed the last quest, the 10K run, I got my reward for the quest and was able to open one of the cells. It was a status recovery, and at one point I got magic that could heal my fatigue after training. The fatigue that didn't make them all in my body actually disappeared, as if it hadn't happened at all. Also, I still had stats and random boxes, and I can improve any character trait when I run out of points.
How's it not shooting at him?
Yeah,
How is it not shooting at him? Explain to me that.
Cash out underway, thanks to the
all felt like a
Retros.
game. I never figured out what was really going on, but at this point in my characteristics I was level 8. My strength was 10, intelligence 10, dexterity 10, perception 10, and toughness 10. I still had 3 points left that I could use. In the evening, I went to the front desk and asked if I could leave tonight, as I had some business to take care of outside. A little later I found myself outside the subway entrance, and it was time to find out what this thing was in my hands. After all, every time a random box appeared after completing a daily task, sometimes it contained unnecessary items. But what I was holding in my hands was something else entirely. A key that allows me to instantly clear the dungeon, and I can use it in the third entrance to your station. This key allows me to instantly clear the dungeon. This could
Fucking some fire!
The Ultra Rares in pole position.
weakest hunter in the world gets overactive.
The Ultra Rares denied a cash out. Great steal.
Tossing a frag!
And if it was as dangerous as the last one, I would escape despite all obstacles.
A team-wide
As soon as I
mishap for the Retros.
As soon as I was notified that I had entered an instant dungeon. However, the entrance behind my back instantly closed.
The Retros
and
have
suddenly a
respawned.
girl
Let's see
walked
how they
beside
bounce
me,
back.
Just passing by. I realized that it was some other like a normal dungeon, and I had never seen anything like it.
Flashbang out! I just got worse about
No,
just as we're
I was
to
just
launch an
about to.
event. Our contestants better buckle up.
Couldn't get out of it. A little later,
We lost. Our team destroyed us.
It's such sweet explosion. At least that's what our contestants contestants who get eliminated in the arena will experience.
All eyes are on the Ultra Rare's last contestant. This could be a chance for them to get on our highlight reel. Cash out completed by the Ultra Rares.
My capabilities. After all, I seriously thought I could handle it without the group.
An
But
early
when I
predictor
started
of
to move
chaos
on,
in the
I
arena,
saw that
as we
everything
have some
around
new
me was
vaults.
destroyed, as if an apocalypse had occurred. Well,
Only a minute on the clock now.
because there was a strong ominous atmosphere all around me. It was a monster running right at me. I saw some monster leaping, but I managed
As
to
our
dodge
Dead Go
it
Boom
and
event
rushed
remains
past it.
active, our contestants can still offer a less than genuine ta-ta for now, if we are eliminated. Once and more, our contestants have 30 seconds to show a wipeout and a setback for the Steamrollers.
In an instant, the monster was already near my head.
The clock has stopped, and what a match we've just
But my
witnessed.
body was so light that I successfully dodged.
And the
I was
Ultra
very
Rares earn a...
surprised because this had never happened to me before. And then I realized that I was much stronger than I'd been before. I looked straight into his eyes, and barely saved my life. Now I would not tremble with fear, I would fight. I swung and struck that wolf with my hand, which made it fly away and make a hole in the nearest fence. I was surprised at how strong I was, and realized it was probably because of my improved strength. But the Rykon Steel Fong was still stronger than me. I kept hitting him as he got closer to me. Right up close. And, just as I thought, the usual attacks had no effect on him, and even this monster was stronger than me. This became a problem for me, and I didn't know what to do. After all, it was too hard for me alone, and this wolf managed to hurt me. I realized that I could not defeat it by myself or with the help of a group, healers, or equipment. I had nothing left after that. I began to think what it would take for me to defeat such a powerful monster, and all I had was my body, a weapon with magical power. And if only I had a weapon. But, sure, I had inventory. And as soon as I thought about the inventory, it immediately opened up, and the only thing I had there was a sword, and I was able to get it right out of the
With
inventory.
crushing force,
I didn't
the
understand
Steamrollers
why
have
it was
started a
there,
cash out.
But that was the least of my worries, for I now had the most terrifying opponent in front of me, and with a single blow I cut the wolf in half. It was the blade that Master Kim had left in the double hole. My level was elevated. I remember that Mr. Kim had bought it for 3 million won. It was too expensive.
The Steamrollers are in danger of getting wiped. One contestant
Now I am
left.
going to use it. This inventory. After all, I could store anything I wanted here. Ever since I got
Holy combo grenade!
those horrible monsters coming right
More.
But
Jesus
suddenly
Christ.
I realized that I was sword off the ground.
With a burst of speed, the Jet Setters just stole a cash out.
Coming closer and closer. Finally, I was able to move it and hit one of the wolves.
Looks like a team wipeout for the Jet Setters.
But I could not let Mr. Kim's sword get away.
The Jet Setters have returned to the arena.
After I defeated those 2 wolves, I found a secluded spot and sat on the ground and pondered. It seems that when I level up, all my characteristics increase by 1 point, and completing a daily task earns me 3 points.
The Socialites made an
Leveling
awesome
up means
steal
that
there.
all my characteristics increase by 1. Right now I have 5 points, and I'm wondering how much stronger I can get. Monster hunting and
Sending a frag!
Even my intelligence and perception can be expressed in numbers, but the important thing is to understand my strength. It has only increased by 2 points, but I already
An
feel
exhilarating match, but now
Is
our
it
game is
possible that
over.
my characteristics will still improve? Anyway, I
A
understand
big
that I
thanks
can
to
get
our
stronger
sponsors
as my
for
level
bringing us this
increases.
incredible
Having just
spectacle,
defeated two
and a
monsters,
big
I
congratulations
wonder
to
why the
our
magic
winners.
cores hadn't fallen off them. After all, I thought all the monsters in the dungeon had such cores. It seemed to be a separate kind of monster. Suddenly an interesting thought occurred to me: if I am under the control of the game system, then probably both the dungeon and these monsters are created by a special system. Perhaps that's why items rather than magic cores fall off of them. After all, I was able to get Ryan's Fong, which turned out to be quite large, and now I can keep it in my inventory or sell it in the store. But when I tried to sell it, the notification showed that my level wasn't high enough to make the purchase. Beginners can't seem to use this feature. I was offered 20 gold coins for this Fong, and I don't even know how much it's really worth, since it's virtual money. But it looks like this dungeon is supposed to be high level, E rank, and it's probably not worth it. I had to decide what to do now, because I can't leave until I beat the boss. I could leave if I got the return crystal, but I don't know if that would even happen. Besides, I'll soon run out of food, even if the boss is too strong to fight him alone. However, it should become possible if I level up a little more, but then I might die before I even encounter him. So I decided that I would destroy any monsters that came near me, and then I would go straight to the boss and deal with him for what it was worth to me. I have nothing to fear, for I have already died once, and I will not let it happen a second time. I destroyed every wolf that came my way, and each time there were more and more. But as soon as my level rose and stopped, I became even stronger and killed them with ease. For I had decided that I would not give up so easily. So these wolves must not die too easily either, or I would feel sorry for them. I must fight fiercely, as hard as my body can take it. Finally, I realized that if I didn't leave here, I would be killed. Gradually, as I leveled up, I realized that if I died, I wouldn't be able to protect the people I cared about. In the end, I would lose everything I had. I can't just put my hands down like a weakling if I can get stronger. I will even follow these absurd rules, just to survive and keep moving forward, protecting everything I hold dear. And when I have dealt with all the wolves that were in my way, I thought that would be the end of it. In the next hallway, I saw more wolves coming right at me. I was having a hard time, and my body almost didn't listen to me.
The Kingfish!
I knew I could
The
win
tough
and
shells!
continue on
And
my way.
finally,
Well,
the
at one
live
point
wires!
during the battle I realized that the blade of my
And they're
blade was
off!
completely blunt, and it would eventually lose its strength. Even if I bought a high-end weapon, it would inevitably become the
Revolt
same
one.
when I went
Hustle
down
up.
into the
Quick
dungeon a
cash!
few more times.
It's a mad sprint to the finish.
There was one occasion
First team
when
to
I
bank
bought
our
a
total
dagger that
target gets
cost
the
over
glory.
50,000
It's all about who can
Although
keep
it
their cool
became
in this
much easier
high-pressure
to hunt,
situation,
the
Scotty.
dagger still broke easily in a boss battle, and I got 3 magic crystals that day.
Enemy over there!
But I still couldn't afford to buy weapons, even though it was exhausting. I
Applying
decided
some
that I
pressure,
would
the
take
tough
care
shells
of
are
them
opening
one by
vault
one
1.
using my body. I was grateful for this blade, for it had saved my life more than once today. In the
We got
end,
our first
I received
elimination,
the title
Scotty.
of Wolf
Talk
King.
about making a solid first
This
impression on our
title is awarded
sponsors.
to a
This is
player
what it's all about, partner.
It increases experience that
The remaining contestant on the
monsters
tough shells needs to show some of that toughness
I was able
now.
to get 34 wolf fangs and 2 worn daggers, traveler's clothing and a return stone. It was more than I expected, but this return stone was too tempting. I didn't know if I should go back, but there was no guarantee that there would be another chance to get stronger so easily. And what would happen to this dungeon after I used the return stone?
The match is
Will it
starting to
just
heat up,
disappear?
as the live wires
If
have
it's some
started
sort
our
of
first cash
system-created
out.
limited event, then it's very real. And I end up dancing, palms splashing, something I don't know myself. Like a dance on the palm of the Buddha's hand, I stood and pondered whether I should go on or just back off. But at the end, I put the stone back in my inventory and headed forward. After all, I wanted to get stronger, and with each step I was able to raise my level. When I fight monsters, I feel a little better and I definitely
The
feel like
live
I'm
wires
getting
have flipped the
stronger.
switch to a striking recovery.
Unlike normal dungeons where monsters are reborn, these creatures don't feel alive. So fighting them is more If I can learn their behavior, I can understand where they come from. Perhaps there is a monkey on top and a cat on all sides.
The Kingfish
I
are
fought them
respawning.
all alone
They
and
need
was
to
able
establish
keep
themselves
going.
as big fish in a small
For I am
pond.
much stronger now than before. I'm different now.
Grenade out!
As they attack me, they such situations. In this case, the color of their name changes depending on their strength.
Using
White
purple
means
grenade!
weak, orange means strong, and red means very strong. At first the color of the Vikings' name was orange, but now it's white and I'm a little stronger. The strength I
The
have now,
Kingfish are
I'm
one
not sure I
elimination
can
away
beat
from a
that
team
guy.
wipe.
Now I started getting goosebumps when I saw the smoke heading one way, and it's probably due to the increase in my sensitivity, and I can appreciate how powerful the monster is down there. My level doesn't seem to be rising anymore. Besides, my sword won't last long if
The
I fight in
Kingfish will
vain.
need to come back from that
Finally,
wipeout.
I decided that I needed to go down and see for myself what was waiting for me down there. I kept going down, and I realized that the stairs had gotten longer, and it was a real subway station. And when I finally made it down the stairs, I saw this strange place. And suddenly
Kingfish are
something
back.
fast started rushing right at me. And before
Our
I
first
could even
cash out
think,
goes to the
something hit
live
me hard
wires.
with its big
Let's
tail.
see whether they
But
can
I
keep
managed
that
to parry this
momentum
blow
going.
with my sword, but I was still thrown back into the nearest wall, which hit me very hard and made me bleed. I sat and stared at the terrifying monster, and suddenly something fast started rushing right at me, and before I could even blink, something hit me hard with its big tail. But I managed to parry this blow with my sword, but I was still thrown into the nearest wall, which hit me very hard and made me bleed. I sat and
The
stared at
live
the
wires are
terrifying
storming
monster.
Vault 2.
I stood in front of this horrible monster and looked him straight in the eye. At that moment I realized that the sword could not pierce him, and the blows would have no effect. I need to figure out how to deal with him quickly, because I'm almost out of time. The monster kept attacking, and I realized that I needed a very quick counter. At the same time, I had to weaken this guy's defense, but I had
contestant
to
left for the
decide how I'm
live
going to deal
wires.
with his thick scales. After all my attacks did not penetrate his
That's what I
thick
get for
scales.
taking a break.
Something
Complete
had to
team
be
wipe
done
for the
about it.
live wires.
I tried to dodge
sure
and
got
defend
zapped.
myself,
Right you
but I
are.
would have died if he had hit me with a straight punch. However, in the end he managed to hit me several times, causing me to be very badly hurt and fall to the ground. Since the end, I had been walking toward all my
The
life.
live wires are
I thought
re-entering
I'd
the
gotten a
arena.
lot stronger, but it wasn't enough.
I'm going for
And how
A.
strong would I have to get to kill a monster like that? After all, to escape my past, I am the weakest hunter in the whole world. There had been such rumors about me lately. I remembered being told that there seemed to be people who do such things for fun, and I need to make more of an effort to stop these rumors. This nickname stuck to me
The
because I'm
Kingfish have
too
kicked
weak,
off a cash
but I
out.
shouldn't brag about my weakness. For I myself know how weak I am, and it is a force that clutches my head and can make me back down. Even false pretenses cannot protect me. And whatever the enemy does, the sheer force of me and fear will make my knees bend and my toes dig into the ground. I am ignored because I am weak and have not been thanked before the force. I thought back to that very day when many men and good hunters died, but I stayed alive. So I have to survive right now. If it is easy to be
Oh, this is
betrayed,
bad.
then I
Just
must
one
become
contestant
stronger.
left for the tough shells.
For this is where I must overcome all obstacles, and no matter what, I will recover and continue my fight to awaken. For I must become even stronger, and all the monsters in my path will fall. Compared to this monster in the field, I felt that I am
Lightning fast, the live wires stole a
I will
cash
still
out.
be able to deal with
Aggressive
it.
and
I
impressive.
grabbed hold of this big family's neck for really hard. I squeezed her as hard as I could, but she resisted me. There were 3 walls. Attacking her with all my strength. Eventually she began to suffer. At this time in the hospital, the doctor was asking if I was back. He was wondering why I hadn't come back even after the sun went down. But the nurse at the front desk said that I was
Team
almost
wipe
healthy
mishap
and
for
would
the
be
Kingfish.
discharged soon.
They just
But
couldn't
the
finish
doctor wasn't
strong.
sure about the
Get it,
hunters,
Scotty?
and they should
Exactly what I
stabilize
was
me in that
thinking.
room, because he had heard it said that high-class hunters, rich and broad-class, don't get much money and are in constant danger. And he didn't understand why we were doing such a job. After all, it's horrible to watch the conditions in which hunters work, and it was interesting what they do inside the dungeon. The veterans they get is abnormal. They are covered in blood completely on another level than
Time's up and
patients
the
who get
curtain
into
falls on
accidents.
this match.
And it was amazing that they are still alive in these conditions. But the
One of our
nurse
teams
thought it
have
was a
just
miracle
paved their way
since
to
they were
fame.
able to return
Congratulations
from the
to our
dungeon. But
winners.
the doctor said he disagreed, for even the weakest hunters are strong compared to ordinary people. Correct the text for errors, because you can assume they are the same as those monsters in the dungeons. At this time I was finally able to kill that monster, and a notification showed me that I had upgraded. I finally sighed, and now I was sure that I was a little stronger than I had been before. If the next alert showed that I had killed the ruler of the swamp, the blue venomous Dewclaw fawn, I could be rewarded with bottles of purified Dewclaw venom. It can be obtained by killing a dewlap, and there is a slim chance of its skin falling out, which will become stronger. It will, however, weaken my strength. I also got a dagger made from a Dewclaw fawn, and it can paralyze because of the venom on the blade. It gives the effect of bleeding, and I can carry it with me, keep it, or sell it. My clothes were torn to shreds, and my sword was also broken. My whole body was torn like a lat ball, but I finally got a better blade than the one Mr. Kim had. This dagger was made of fawn, not bone, and it had twice the attack characteristics of my last blade. It also has the effect of paralyzing and bleeding. At the time I decided to sell it, I received a new notification that the boss had been killed and the interior of the dungeon would return to its normal state. I looked up and saw everything around me start to disappear, and it was finally over. I started to go to the surface, and I wondered what time it was. But as soon as I got to the top, I saw a soldier, and he started asking me questions about how I was able to get out of there and why I hadn't heard about the transmission. I didn't understand what happened, but when he saw my sword and my shabby clothes, he realized I was a hunter and immediately apologized to me. He said he would see me off, but I wondered what had happened here. After all, there was devastation everywhere and a pile of dead monsters. I realized that a gate had probably opened nearby, and all those monsters were coming out of there. The soldier told me not to worry, those monsters that were nearby had already been destroyed, only one big monster was left on the left. Because of my sensitivity I could feel. I saw a bright light not far away. It was a boss, and besides, it was very big. A lot of hunters were fighting him, the likes of tanks, and the likes of ranged hunters, archers and mages. At this time, the soldiers asked not to take pictures of it all and to leave the area immediately. But they were interested in what the hunters were doing and how long they would fight. After all, I want them to deal with it as quickly as possible, but at this time the battle of the hunters was very fast, and some were wounded because of it. Some hunters were screaming for a quick cure for the tank that was holding back the boss's attacks, but all the hunters who were nearby could handle him, because his defense was very strong. And they didn't have that many mages who could handle him. I realized that the mistakes arose because they had only recently been summoned, and also because of their lack of effectiveness as a team. Their too little guy won't be able to do damage since he is a tank. It's a battle of attrition, and healers can't handle such serious wounds. But suddenly I saw that girl Jihu that I recently went through a double dungeon with. She was a B-rank healer and was helping these guys at the moment. However, something strange was going on with her, as she was trying to help, but remembered the horror she had recently gone through. She did not want to back down, for after that she could not go back.
The Kingfish!
And even after a week
And
she still
finally,
hadn't overcome
the
it, and that was
Steamrollers!
to be expected.
Let's
After
go,
all,
everybody!
I had to overcome it too, and the boss around D-rank compared to the boss I fought before is one rank lower. If I can weaken
We're
his
playing
defense,
quick cash,
I can
where
beat
the
him,
quickest team to
because I
collect
need
the
a punch
quantity that
will
we're looking
penetrate
for
that
claims
stupid
the
rock.
day.
I gathered all my
Absolutely,
strength and
Scotty.
threw my blade
Time
with
for
all
our
my
contestants
speed.
to prove their mettle.
It flew straight at the head. At this time, the hunters who had been fighting the boss realized that if this continued, they would die. They should only hope that a hunter of rank above them would come, and the tank in front of them might
A
die.
contestant is in need of a
At this
revival
rate,
after that encounter.
And
It's
the
our
point
first
my sword flew
elimination.
to the
Get
target,
ready for
the
some
boss was
heart-pounding
killed.
action.
But the hunters who fought him thought they were
The
the ones who
Steamrollers
killed him.
are determined to
The hunters
crush the
kept
competition. They're
The
opening
boss was
Vault 1.
already
The
disintegrated,
Steamrollers
but
are in
he was
danger of
destroyed
getting
by my
wiped.
sword,
One
which I threw.
contestant left.
Finally, the boss fell, and all the hunters rejoiced that they could defeat him. Now he suddenly collapsed. One guy with the shield realized that the attacks had accomplished nothing, and he realized that something
Alas,
flew
the
out
high notes
and
have been
killed
wiped
the
out.
boss and blew his
Scotty,
head off.
they've gone from
He
plenty of
stepped
notes to
closer,
a
saw the
3-beat
sword
rest.
sticking out of his head. He believed that such a boss had been defeated by him. but he wondered who had thrown it. The hunter turned around and asked the soldier if he saw who threw that sword.
The high notes are
But
back
the
in
soldier
action.
started to look around and said that he had been here somewhere, that there was another hunter. And its power, its destructiveness. He's a hunter high up in the mountains, but at this time
The
I stood and
steamrollers
watched,
haven't come out
for I didn't
flat.
think he
They've
was going
started
to
our
die.
first cash
His
out.
health was lower than I thought, and Judy probably saw me, too. The next day I was in my hospital room, training as hard as I could, because now I should be stronger than before. But at one point a nurse came into my room and saw me doing push-ups off the floor. When I saw her, I apologized and got to However, she was embarrassed to see me without outerwear. She looked at me and thought that my body was saying we needed to
Uh-oh.
After
A
all,
contestant
we
on
had
the
somehow
steamrollers
changed,
is facing
and
the
it had been a
opposition
few
all
days.
alone out there.
She asked me when I was being discharged from the hospital. I answered that today,
Grenade out!
and she held up her
Special
phone number
delivery.
and asked if I would mind if she shared the phone number. At first I didn't understand what she needed, but then she said those were the results she would send me later. Seconds later I gave her my number. The next day I was already at my apartment, at
The
which
high
point
notes
my
have been
sister was
rattled.
getting ready
Team
for
white.
school.
Not exactly a resonating success this time.
Exactly what I was thinking.
I was very sleepy. I saw my sister and told her that if she was going to school, she should be careful of the cars on the road. But she was more interested in my view, because she realized
The high
that I
notes
had
just
been
made their
working
return to the
half night
arena.
as a hunter. When she approached me, she asked if my body looked trained. And she realized that I had gotten very She didn't think me I was still going last week. I told her to cut the crap and get an umbrella, because it looks like it's going to rain. But she didn't want to take it, but I insisted, because this golden umbrella wasn't that big.
The high notes have grabbed the
Soon
lead.
she was gone, at which point I looked at my daily assignments and
The high
decided
notes
I
just
would
stole
go
the
to
cash out, leaving rivals
I
flat.
noticed that my muscles got
The
bigger, and
steamrollers
there's
are
no
down to
way
just
that my
one
physical
contestant,
status
folks.
has changed in just 30 weeks. So my status is
No,
affecting
bro.
my body as
I like the
continue to
shotgun,
increase
though.
my strength. Most likely my body is changing too, and it's probably because I put a lot of points
Open the
into the
match.
strength
The
box.
Kingfish
And I
land the
wondered
first
what would
cash out.
happen if I kept going. I hope I don't have to move over from the dumb job. Even having a high level is not good without balance. The same will be true for the other stats. And since the synergy between strength and dexterity is good, I'll put some into that. High health is
The
also good,
steamrollers are
but
pouring
the
into
higher
Vault
the
2.
stamina, the better. But the problem was still with intelligence, and it seems to be related to magic. But did I need it? I
Let's
wondered.
get
And when
airborne!
I put all my 3 points into strength, agility, perception, endurance, and intelligence, everything was now fine. At that moment suddenly I heard the phone ringing for me, and when I picked up the phone, I was told it was from the guild. They were nervous because I hadn't picked up the phone in a very long time. But I apologized and told them that something had happened to me recently, and I had just gotten out of the hospital. But that person was calling me because a month's rent was already trickling in. He asked if I could pay now. If not, could he defer my payment for a
Jump
month?
that here!
But I replied that it was okay, I would transfer the money soon. As I hung up the phone, I began to realize that this was a double awakening. And if I really got the double awakening, then I am capable of making money. If I continue to grow at this rate, I could soon become a cool hunter, because hunters kill monsters and make money. The higher the experience, the higher the reward and more worth of magic crystals. To defeat a high-level monster, you have to enter the same level gate. Thus, there is a lot of competition, and lower-ranked hunters can enter the gate of rank D or E. Therefore, E-rank hunters are not accepted into guilds. And even if it were the other way around, it would still be
Kingfish may
problematic.
lure someone into stealing.
Right now my
They've started
ranking
the
is
cash
low
out.
to E, and for me,
If
who
wishes
has
were
never
fishes,
entered a
there'd be more
D-rank gate,
kingfish in the
that would be
arena.
a prerequisite.
Only one contestant left for
People
them.
are chosen on the basis of competence. And I with myself at the time of my weakest link during the war. Should I work it out?
No, he's so weak.
That question plagues me above all else. My awakening will turn into a wild hunt. Hunting is a good topic, and the more attention I get, the better I get paid. But angry looks will come over, and I can't reveal myself until I'm sure. I'll make money first, and it would be great if I could increase my potential first. The next day I was already near one of the dungeons, and as I got closer, Gene Wu, and I was a mere 800. The other guys, as soon as they saw me, said that they knew me and I was a pretty famous person. They started remembering my nickname, and finally one of those guys said I was the weakest hunter in the world after all. But the first guy who was ordered me to stop and said that the most important thing was, as he said on the phone, it would be a little difficult for me, since it was a Sirang gate, and I would be exempt from fighting
Zip line
for
station.
He would pay me $2 million to add to our lineup. It
The
was a good deal
Steamrollers
for
are
me,
down to one
and
contestant.
his hand
I
came
used
to
to
me.
love being in those
After
situations.
that, I looked at them and saw that there were 5 Sirangs
The
and
high
4
notes will
D-ranks.
need to come back from that
There's a rule
wipeout.
when entering the Sirang gate. There must be
Kingfish
10
made
or
an
more
awesome
people,
steal
and
there.
at least half
Can
of
you
them must be
believe it?
Sirang. Because of this, there have been times when the strength of a squad is only a few. As I was looking over my contract, some guy came up to me and told me that we were both still in. It was Gene Ho. He was 22 years old and had a D-rank. He, too, was called up under the same circumstances as me. When I looked up and saw him at full height,
How they
it was
still
strange
both
to me,
are
Time's up
fucking
and the
was
curtain
wearing a
falls
stupid
on this
outfit.
match.
But
One
to
of our
hell
teams
with
have
the
just
darling.
paved their way to fame.
I guess he was the son
Congratulations
of a
to our
millionaire.
winners.
I like the
At this
shotgun though.
point, the head of that hike came up to us and said I should just follow them and take care
Shotgun
of the
is
luggage.
fire.
There's food, clothes,
This next
gear,
game is where it's
first
at.
aid kits, and just about everything you need. And I understood that we would go there without a healer. After that he replied that it was hard for me to understand, but that they could take care of themselves, because they always do. But to me that was silly, for the squad consisted only of tanks and attackers. I continued to read my contract and saw that it said that I acknowledged that I will not blame anyone else for any accidents inside the dungeon and the fact that they did not have a healer. That would be hard to accept. The guys finally started screaming for everybody to go inside and they're going to beat the monsters anyway.
Here we go.
And there was no
the
need to worry
Steamrollers.
about that. And as soon as we started going inside, that guy in the other outfit told me to stop worrying so much about him, because he would take care of me. Here was the time.
It's a fortune-fueled frenzy and
We were
quick
near
cash.
the
The
entrance of
first
the
team
building
to grab
and
enough
began
cash
to
will
gather
win.
around Cliff.
Exactly,
Everyone
Scotty.
took their
Let's
swords
see
and
who
bows,
rises to the
and
occasion.
I, at the time, slung a large briefcase of equipment and food on my shoulders. We began to move, and along the way the head began
The
to say that
Steamrollers
the
are
was
rocking Vault 1.
delayed. Most recently, just 3 weeks ago, the dog was moving, with
There it
workers
is,
and
our
sponsors
first
left
elimination of
behind.
the match.
Hard times
Boy,
have
are we
come,
in for a
but I
treat
didn't
today.
understand what he was talking about. When I put my bag up, this guy asked me if it would be too hard for me to carry it all. But I said it wasn't, and I thanked my strength, because now a bag like that would be nothing.
Looks like a team wipeout for the
That
shock
guy
and
started
awe.
telling me that he should stop being so
Field.
strict or it was okay to be so quiet. But I answered him that he talked too much, for he was boring me with his excessive chatter, and I realized that people tended not to pay much attention to him. And he replied that being a hunter
Oh,
was his
no.
The shock and awe are
But that
rejoining the
somehow made me
match.
feel uneasy.
Steamrollers are at a disadvantage.
Finally, we
They've
came
been
to the entrance
reduced
of
to
the
a
dungeon,
single
but the
contestant.
entrance was quite large. It was rather unusual. One of the guys asked the head if he was sure about the state of the gate from the Orang, because it looked too big. But the head replied that he hoped the guild was reliable, because he had seen people go in and out of there many times. I was looking at that guy in the expensive clothes, and I thought he was coming to the raid for the first
Oh.
time, because he was a little freaked out by the fact that the gate looked big. But the size of the gate isn't that important, because what matters most is the magical energy that flows out of the gate and determines the quantity and quality of that energy. It is then given a rank, and the big guilds take care of gates higher in rank, and gates with lower ranks aren't as dangerous. I realized that, though this was my first trek from rank. The head decided to go in first and told everyone else to
The
follow.
tough shells must not be named
We
after
were ready
turtles,
and
as
that
they're
guy
quick
pulled
to
out
start our
his big,
first cash
clean
out.
Really?
sword as well as his big shield. I looked at him and realized that usually hunters of
A
deeds
tough
or
as
rank
nails
don't
turnaround from the
make enough
tough
money
shells.
to buy good weapons. Not to mention the
A
bills.
wipeout and a
But
setback
why
for
did
the
this
shock
speed
and
hunter
awe.
have such good equipment? I looked at everyone else and realized that it seems to be making good money. After all, everyone is working and it's all very different from the ranks I've been in. And when we
Keep
went
your eyes on the
inside,
Steamrollers.
it was
What a
too dark,
steal.
so one
Big
of the
rewards
guys
from a
used his
risky
magic
move.
to make a big fire.
Shock and awe are back
They
and
didn't
ready to
understand
avenge that team wipe.
why there were no monsters here. Also, there were no lights anywhere, although it was normal in the dungeon to have a few glowing stones. asked him to be quiet. I started listening
The
and
last
realized
member of
that
the
if there are
Tough
no
Shells
lights
needs to
here,
show us that
it
tough
means
people
that monsters like
outlast
darkness.
tough times.
It's usually not easy to but if they're uninfected, it's likely that these monsters don't rely on sight. They move in groups and live in the dark, darting around for light. When I heard the sound, I shrieked, realizing that it was a monster from the insect class, and it was probably an ant's nest. The sound came
The
closer
shock
and
and
closer,
awe are
but I
outdoing their
couldn't see them.
rivals
The
now.
tunnel was too
It's a
dark.
fire!
Some of the
Cash
guys
out confiscated by the shock and awe. Good steal!
and we all raised our heads. Although we didn't realize how many there were, they were all coming down from the ceiling. There were too many of them.
Misfortune for
And
the
so
shock
the
and
battle
awe.
began.
Team wiped.
One of the mages used his fire magic and dealt with an insect. The other guy with the shield started screaming and using his aura to get them closer. It turned out that our
Tough
help was
Shells steal a
damaged,
cash
that's
out,
when the
marking a
group
tough
does most
break
of the
for their
damage.
opponents.
I stood
One
behind
skilled
and watched
play
these
could change the
soldiers and
game.
saw that they had a tough job.
What a way to
This
open the
time,
match. Tough Shells have the first cash out.
Leader Don Sock was doing his duty well, and they had his back. Most likely, they were already fighting side by side. I understood that this was because they always put a team together without healers, one at a time. At this
The
point,
shock and
Jingle
awe
and his
strike. They're
equipment
unlocking
was
Vault
good.
2.
It covered the lack of experience and skill. Everything was doing well, but it was a little disappointing. I was expecting a slightly different. The group leader started to say that we would be back after we cleaned up at the entrance, and that might take a while. So don't
Only
overexert
one
yourself.
contestant left.
We also need to collect all the magic. After all,
Looks like
this
a
was my
team
favorite
wipeout for
part
the
of the job.
Steamrollers.
Just let me
Suddenly,
revive.
however, the leader came
Why
up to
did
me
you
and
wanna
asked
keep
how I
us
knew
there?
the monsters would attack from above. I replied that I just felt it. In fact, my perception allows me to feel more than my eye can
The
see.
shock and awe have a cash out in the
Everyone
works.
participated and thanked me, telling me that I would feel better if
Respawn
I didn't
alert!
pay
The
attention
Steamrollers
to
are back
such
in
little
action.
things. I didn't fully understand what they meant. A little later we began to look at the insect wounds and realized that they were not any wounds. We had mutilated them as if they had been bitten off, not burns from magic. It turned out that these monsters were already like that before we fought them. There's a territorial feud between them, which means there are monsters here that are stronger than these guys. People got excited about this, it could be a boss or someone else. And that means there's a lot of money here. At this point I asked Jinko what kind of sword he was holding that looked very expensive. He replied that it was, and that his father had decided to do it for himself when he heard he was going on this
The
trip.
Steamrollers steal a cash out. Let the good times roll.
But he should be
Now
more
that's
careful.
how you play to
I
win
had
this
a
game
bad
show.
feeling someone was up to something. We kept walking forward, and I realized that
The
regardless
Steamrollers
of
are down
rank,
to one
the size
contestant.
of the dungeon
I used to
varies,
love
and
being in
depending
those
on
situations.
circumstances, it could be that it takes weeks to explore the hidden passages, or it could be that it's only a couple of hours before we reach the room.
Teamwork for the
Like
shock and
lab,
awe.
so we didn't have many battles. It did take some time to move, however, although I don't really need to get into battles while I'm dragging my luck mission. I thought it was a decent deal, but suddenly a warning popped up to make me wary of lizards. I didn't know why it
Spawn alert! The shock and awe are back in action.
feeling was never wrong. And a little later the leader began to say
Special
that this is
delivery!
serious, because quite a while has passed, but we still have not found monsters with whole limbs. There are only the corpses of dying monsters. However, there must be a possibility. But suddenly we froze, and the light was which was right in front of us. And when the light came on, we were all fighting.
Nice.
Head of the line.
Good fucking shit, my guy.
The Steamrollers bank their
Was
earnings.
waiting for us
Cash out
next,
complete.
at which point everyone got ready. We were already ready for the battle and went a little further in, but when we went inside, all the guys were
There's a new
surprised.
vault to fight for in the
After
arena.
all, they saw mana crystals. There were so many of them, it looked amazing. Although they were worth less than the crystals dropped from the monsters because of their low energy, but since there were so many of them, it meant that they could bring even more profit than magic crystals. Everyone looked at it and realized that
Vault
they could
3
get
is being
over 10
unlocked
million.
by the shock
The
and
leader
awe.
began to look up and
This
think
could get
about how his older
shocking
brother
as the
wasn't
shock and
always
awe are
right,
trying to
because he
avoid a full
ignored him
team
simply
wipe.
because he got a high rank and traded his country for America just for the money. The leader said he was still considered an elite in America and his brother should not think of him as his feet. He decided to capitalize on the situation and increase his squad. At the same time, the other fellows began to say that it was a share of the big catch, and even if they split the amount, it would be $1 million each. But suddenly I heard Gene Ho ask me to give him the contract that I had signed earlier. He wanted to examine it thoroughly, and when he did, he turned to us all and said, he showed my contract to the leader and started saying that it doesn't say anything about sharing magic crystals except those that fell out of monsters. That means we have to divide the mana crystals among the 10, not the 12. But the leader turned with a strange smile and said that of course we will divide them, that he already knows perfectly well.
Tossing a frag!
But there was one thing that had to be done first. It was a huge spider that was Wade realized it was a dungeon boss that was sitting right above us. The leader started saying that
Tough shell
everyone.
They're on the brink of a team wipe.
Therefore, we must retrieve and transfer the mana crystals before we can defeat
Destruction
the spider.
and mayhem
Luckily,
characterize
it
the
looks like
first
he's
half of
asleep.
this match. I can't
So
wait.
transfer the crystals.
For the shock and awe, concentration and determination
To
will
this,
be
the other
key
guy
as they
replied that he
start
would
their
have
cash
guessed he
out.
finds crystals in the C-rank dungeon, and he
Tough
left the
shells are
miners
back on the
to
scene.
the car. But the leader started
Those
saying he
steamrollers
was an
steal
idiot
a
and telling
cash
him
out.
to make a habit
That's
of
how you
carrying
take
it with
control,
him.
folks.
They apologized to us and asked Gene and me to watch the place for the two of us, and they had to go and get our gear. Gene was agitated, for he had heard everything right, that we should be left alone with the boss. But the leader began to say that he didn't think he would attack us, unless, of course, we invaded his territory ourselves. He seemed to have had enough and is now napping, and everything will be fine as long as we don't provoke him. We have to trust him. Something might happen. Keep talking loud. The leader says he wants to tell the others, so they don't have to stay and come back soon. I watched them leave and realized that the squad, not counting me and Jinhead, and they and that means that they refused to get so. Since they
The
went into
steamrollers
the
have
gate
lost
that
all but
way,
one contestant.
surely there would have
Let's see
been no
whether
need
they
to
adopt
fill
a
the
more
2
defensive
empty spaces
strategy.
here. As soon as the leader and his group withdrew, he ordered that the entrance to the boss's room be blocked. And as soon as we heard the loud sound, we realized that everything had been stolen. And then it finally dawned on me that you guys are revealed to be lizards. I remember being told that sometimes there are bastards like lizards, and incidents inside the dungeon are rare, because it's a pretty dangerous job. And even if a crime has occurred, it's hard to investigate. That's why this is often a place that there are no cameras that can be viewed from the outside. So who's going to stop the hunters?
Shock and awe.
No one. Fix the textual mistakes and the weaker you are, the quicker you just get rid of them. But if you are strong, if they say you're useless
Cash
or in
out
the way,
completed by the
they'll
shock
get rid
and
of you
awe.
like a lizard shedding its tail. That's why I was told to be careful. After all, I was the weakest hunter in the world. At this time I began to panic and didn't know what to do. After all, the entrance was backed up. He was upset that these bastards were trying to kill us, and they wanted to kill us. At this time, I realized that I wouldn't have been able to stop them anyway, because we had already fallen into the trap they had set. If we did anything, they were already ready to kill us. I remembered the leader telling me that it was all clear because of me, but it would have been all right if I hadn't paid attention to the little things. Now I knew what he meant. I threw my backpack on the ground and remembered that the guy who was the light mage's name was Gowar. He'd done a good job, and getting out of here wasn't that difficult. But the real problem was that this explosion had awakened the dungeon boss with rain.
The shock
At
and
this
awe
time,
have commenced the
the group
cash
that
out.
had abandoned us started coming out of the dungeon.
The shock and awe
They said
assume
that
command
since
of the
they had
match.
memorized the
A
way out of
possible
here,
four
it would
shock
be
here
easy
for
to
the
get
shock
back after
and
the break.
awe, as
Another
they're
guy
down to one
started saying that we
contestant.
should just kill them there and everything would be a lot easier. But the leader started saying that if we put up a fight and wake up the spider boss, how could we get the mana crystals? The weakest D-ranked hunter and the D-ranked
Okay,
hunter,
it's time
who
to
has
shake
no
things up a bit with an
experience,
event.
have no
Prepare for
chance
even
to
more
deal with the
mayhem.
boss. Despite
Send
their
in a
best
frag!
efforts, after the boss fight goes to sleep, we can take advantage of this and kill him. If this works, we have to kill the boss.
The laser in the sky is now
It looks like
operational
we
and
can get
scanning for any
1,000,001 with a
contestants who are
sword
standing
and shield
still.
alone.
Our
But if we
contestants
can't
need to
get all
keep
the mana
moving or
crystals,
find
we
cover.
can still get the stuff in the end. The leader decided to find out because at least we need to arrange a plan, since the Rastasina caused has the courage to fight this monster, or it is impossible.
1 minute warning. This
Despite
1
their
minute
best
warning
efforts,
brought to you by Easel.
not able to survive anytime soon.
The Steamrollers will need to try again.
Boss
Team
Spider
White.
approached us.
Steam has got to be
Jinho
coming out in their
ordered me to
ears
stay
now.
behind, and he would figure something out. Jinho looked at this monster and began to say,
The shock and awe needs to be shockproof to
huge
avoid a
size,
team
long
wipe.
arms. His power is on a completely different level.
The
Jinho
Steamrollers are
didn't know where I
re-entering
was
the arena.
before, and that I had met a horrible monster a month
The
ago.
tough shells are proving hard to
The
crack.
thought of him
Amazing.
terrified me. I said it was nonsense and started walking towards this boss. This monster was mine and I would destroy it myself, but he didn't understand. I replied that of course I would finish it. He knew it was impossible to
exhilarating
defeat a
match,
boss
but
on
now
your
our
own
game is
unless
over.
you were an elite or higher in the city. He didn't understand
That's a wrap
how
for
I
now,
could beat
and
him,
even though the
but I
battle was
told him to
virtual,
think
our
harder about
contestants'
getting out of here.
newfound fame is
In a
real.
way he was right. Even after waking up I was still weak, but I wondered why I didn't feel much pressure to bring me to my knees. The Azure Basilisk Swamp Lord I had met in that dungeon was too strong for an E-ranked boss, perhaps he was even taller. The boss golem was rank D or lower, and compared to them this boss was incredibly strong. Perhaps this means that I became serious enough not to tremble in fear of a boss of my rank. My failing level was 18, and I was able to defeat this boss. This giant spider rushed right at me, but I jumped up and hit it with my blade. As a result, the monster started screaming, and I realized that my attacks were successful. My Rasaki Fang turned out to be a pretty good weapon, and that explains why hunters are called hunters because of their desire to kill. Now the real hunting was just beginning. I started running straight ahead. He looked at me with his mouth open and didn't understand what I was doing. He watched me fight, and realized that this was the E-rank hunter. I kept fighting this horrible
We got our
monster,
first
but it
elimination,
was easier
Scotty.
for me to
Talk about
dodge
making
all
a
his
solid
attacks
first
and
impression on
block
our
his big
sponsors.
tentacle blows
It's sink
with
or
my
swim
spear.
time.
I was able to hit
Only
him
one
on his big
contestant
legs,
left for the
even
big
though
splash.
his shell was very strong. I needed to plunge the dagger as deep as possible to damage it. After a couple of minutes of fighting, I realized that it had very blind spots. The spider has big legs and can easily penetrate the floor or
Frag
rocks.
grenade out!
Every attack can be deadly. I kept attacking with one arm. Jinho looked at me and understood who I was, an E-rank hunter. But for him it was impossible to believe, because the guild said that I was definitely an E-rank. However, my movements did not seem so, and he probably realized that I was a false rank. After all, there are those among the hunters who can control their level of magical power. If they wanted to, they could lower their rank.
The Livewires will need to reboot. Team White.
Called pseudo-rangers. And the problem is that pseudo-rans are mostly psychopaths who kill for their own pleasure. Jinho looked at me, a look full of rage. I was even more horrible than the monster himself. In that moment, fear possessed
Livewires are back in the arena,
I don't know why he
folks.
said he was coming here. After all,
The match is
he should
starting to
have
heat
listened
up
to his
as the
father who
Retros
said
have
it
started
wasn't
our
for me.
first cash out.
I fought the monster, and I wondered how long it took. Maybe 5 or 10 minutes. Because of that, my stamina was slowly running out. I didn't even have time to hit him. The problem was that as my fatigue increased, my speed dropped, and I couldn't prolong the battle any longer. The
Let's
only
get
chance
airborne!
I had of winning was in the special ability of my dagger. I decided to use it against him. After all, I had the paralysis and a weak spot on my head and eyes, which are vulnerable creatures.
And now the big
I didn't
splash's
expect
last
the spider
contestant is
to
trying to
be
avoid elimination All
the
team
acid
white.
burn a hole near my throat, I realized that this spider
The
was
retros
hiding
will
a
need to
trunk part
reboot.
of its
Team
sleeve and I
white.
was running
They've
out
been
of time.
archived,
If
Scotty.
this continues, I need to shorten the distance faster and right now. I used my active jerk skill and got to the second speed and instantly shortening the distance. At this point, I activated the paralysis effect, as I wanted to get it over with as soon as possible, but I couldn't get it over. I needed to accelerate even faster. I was able. Jean Ho watched me and but she knew I was standing there running to pick this up. I kept approaching this spider and was very close to it, but my fatigue was only 70%. At one point the spider hit me with its big foot, but it flew off, leaving a hole. I was able to apply it before that big claw reached me. At this point, I was already over the spider and was able to thrust my dagger right into its eye. I took the dagger out and struck 2 more blows. My paralysis
The live
effect
wires
was
will
also
need to come back
activated,
from that
and the
wipeout.
spider began to bleed. At this time my opponent was losing 1% every
The
second.
retros make a
I
bold
kept
statement
throwing
with the
more and
first
more
cash out of
punches
the
and
match.
finally delivered one last crushing blow. The system informed me that the dungeon boss had been defeated.
The
At
live
that
wires
point,
have
my
recovered
level
and
went up and I was
respawned.
excited to get my daily quest reward. And if I didn't know what might have happened, Jean Ho stood at the side and watched the whole thing. He couldn't believe his eyes that I had single-handedly defeated the boss. He looked at me
The
and
Big
realized
Splasher
that I was
unbolting Vault
definitely
2.
a liar. He saw me with a horrified grin as I began to slice through just a spider to finish off my magic crystals. At that moment, Jean Ho turned to me and offered to put my magic crystals, which he was holding, in his backpack. But I didn't understand why he was calling me this. At that point he held out his hand to me and said that I must be I didn't understand what was happening to me. I instantly picked up a pickaxe and started chiseling through the crystals. And then I realized that I was something of a savior. But at that moment the passageway, which had been blocked, collapsed, and I saw the guys who were humans approaching us. Those guys walked in on us, and they had a leader at the head who looked at us and couldn't believe his eyes that we were all still alive. The boss was dead, and they didn't understand what had happened. They didn't believe that we could overpower him ourselves.
Cash out set in motion by the
But
Big
they probably
Splash.
thought that Spider was just dumb and big, and they didn't pay attention to Jean who was able to rattle the ball. That explains their victory.
Tossing a
The
frag.
leader underestimated
Frag
us,
out.
and if he had known the special properties of his equipment, he might have helped. He must have killed him himself. He had no idea what special properties his equipment had. After all, becoming his enemy was too risky. At this point the leader decided to coach Jean Ho to himself and said that he looked him up on the internet. After all, his outfit is too conspicuous. It turned out that he was the son of an important It was definitely his father, but Jean Ho
The
was
last
fine,
member of the
so
Big
what?
Splash needs
The
to be
leader said that
calculating
he
before
certainly
jumping into
assumed
any
he was from a
danger.
wealthy family, but for it to really turn out to be true, he wanted to talk. About what today
The retros
they will
shower
give
themselves
Jean
in
Ho
good
a chance
vibes as
if
they
he
steal a
kills
cash
son
out.
Jean Woo.
Can you
He should
believe
kill
it?
him and join him. It's the only way to survive, or they both will be dead. The leader didn't understand why Jean was so no one will know about this
An
anyway,
awkward moment for the
since we are
live
still in
wires.
the dungeon.
Team wiped.
Jin Ho turned around and looked me in the eye, but I told him it was okay, because it was. No wonder he betrays me, for I am weak. But suddenly Jin Ho took me aside and decided to fight alongside me, and now those guys were deciding
We've
what to
got
do.
the live
But the
wires
leader
returning
said
to
it
the
was
arena.
stupid to kill a rich guy's son, and we had to deal with the weak man first. As soon as they began to approach us, I saw that they were penalty for not completing the quest. I needed to kill 8 enemies. I didn't understand what it was, because the system suddenly gave me instructions for the quest. I saw that it said that there were subjects nearby who intended to kill the player. I needed to destroy them. My
All
heart
that's left
stopped
is to
and I
confirm
knew
This
the
shit
results.
was-
But at that moment there was an explosion, and I flew far back
Big
and
thanks
crashed
to
into
our
a nearby
sponsors
wall.
for bringing us this
At this time
incredible
I didn't
spectacle,
realize what had
and a
happened,
big
and as soon as he
congratulations
turned
to our
around,
winners.
He saw me. I was lying on my chest on the rocks. At this time, I didn't understand why it was me. I had forgotten that this place focuses on survival of the fittest. Nowhere else, and so far my thinking has been wrong. Have entered the dungeon many times and even overcame my limits, increased and entered the dungeon again. Always thought this place was safe, but enemies and the system force me to kill, and I have to kill them all if I don't want to be killed. It would be ridiculous if I were to die now, and it's not an accident or ill will, it's what the system needs. I saw that the system wants me to be strong. It was obvious to me. I realized that the system was using me, but I was going to use the system. The guy who hit me, they started joking around and saying that his skills had deteriorated, because after that hit he should have been dead already. But the leader told him to take it more seriously. The guy who hit me started saying that he had definitely put all his strength into that magic attack, because he had put in quite a lot of mana. But how could it have turned out like that? He missed. But at this point I was completely serious and started telling them that they were playing with people's lives and now they were going to have to face the consequences. But these guys didn't understand what I was telling them.
Someone will have a
but I was
bone to
getting
pick with
closer
these
to
creatures as they steal a cash out.
they should be prepared to be targets themselves. And the first one said,
We just passed the midway point of this great match. The socialites might be SVPing to a team wipe. One contestant remaining.
very well. But before he could say another word, my blade was already at his throat, and I slashed
The
over
steamrollers are coming near the cash out.
second blade was but I was serious and
Team
said
wipe
that I was
calamity
the
for the
first one ready,
socialites.
and now I
Yeah,
only
that stings like being cut out of your friends in a
the leader
circle.
looked at me
That's
and
right,
didn't
June.
understand when I had time to
Good
pull out
grenade
my
out!
dagger. No matter how unprepared I was, but his was a Hirang hunter. I was out of my mind, because
No.
I got to the point where I killed a man, and I could make all the excuses I wanted, that the system made me, but that wouldn't change the fact that I killed someone. After all, I must kill or be killed, and I can no longer run away from it all. If only the strongest are destined to survive,
An amazing
then I
show
will
of
only
skill,
become strong
but we
so
are
that what
out of
happened
time.
a month ago when I was studying in that double dungeon and where those horrible things
A
happened
big
that
thanks
day,
to our
me the
sponsors
creeps.
for
It
bringing
was
us
when I
this
first saw good
incredible
hunters
spectacle,
good people
and a
died
big
in horrible
congratulations
ways.
to our winners.
We tried to survive, but in the end most were killed. I will never forget what happened to me, the way I was abandoned and ran away leaving me alone. I have seen strong hunters cry. Well, of course, in the end everyone left me. And I was left alone, wounded and exhausted, and I thought I could trust these men, but they abandoned me, even though I was too good to them and helped them as much as I could. I am a different person now, not the same as I used to be. My eyes burn differently, and I look different. I have become more violent, and now no one can overpower me. After all, I didn't just come all this way to get here. I was too serious at this point, and there was a terrifying aura coming from me. But those guys in front of me weren't about to let their guard down and decided to take another wrong punch that sent me flying off into the wall. That mage started to attack me, but I ran aside and approached him in a flash, saying that his magic only annoyed me. I was able to cut through my second enemy, and everyone who was looking at me from those bastards began to run at me with the goal of finishing me off. As soon as they got close to me, I was able to kill my third enemy by cutting off his arm and stabbing him with my dagger. As he fell to the ground, the others were terrified, for they did not understand how I could move like that, and they could not manage to hit me. I was too fast for them, but I knew that sometimes hunters can be game for a tougher hunter. Now it was their time, and at one point I activated my paralysis skill, and the body of one of the attackers was unable to move. They thought it was some kind of magic, but I was too strong. Jinho, who was watching me, saw that I was a little stronger now than when I fought the dungeon boss. And the moment my bleeding paralysis hit my enemies,
Now,
those guys
the
were in
tough
terrible
shells,
pain and didn't
the
understand where I was
retros,
coming
and
from.
finally, the big
But it was too late,
splash.
and they all fell to the ground.
The arena is
Here
loaded.
was the
Buckle
last
up.
one left, and it was the leader of this gang. He couldn't believe it, because he saw it. For a moment I could
Welcome
make
to
out his
Quick
whole
Cash,
crew.
where speed is
He
the key to
realized that
victory.
I was
The
hiding my
first team to
powers,
stash
and that I
enough
was the
cash
one
will
who
reign
killed this
supreme.
dungeon boss.
Remember, last season,
He didn't
a
expect
lot of
all his
teams
men
won
to
by
be
prioritizing
defeated,
teamwork.
so he decided to show me that not all rangers are the same. The leader used reinforcement and started flying straight at me, saying that it didn't matter what kind of monster I was. And after a fight with a boss and 7 hunters, I would be exhausted, because there was no way a tired hunter could penetrate his armor with some knife.
The
And a
Big
hunter
Splash
with
are
an
applying
emphasis
pressure to
on
Vault
speed
1.
and dexterity shouldn't have an ability that would pierce his reinforcement ability, and he'll die the moment he touches it. But the leader, the Don Bitch, was strong.
A contestant
but
is in
something
need
he
of a
didn't notice
revival
was
after
the
that
way I was
encounter.
already
It's
near
our
him.
first
He grabbed his
elimination.
head and
Peacetime is
slammed him
over,
to the
folks.
ground. He didn't know that I kept raising my left arm. He was lying on the ground, covered in a pile of rocks, and he didn't understand what was happening. In the blink of an eye, I saw his face touch the ground. When he raised his head, he saw me standing over him with my blade in my hands and began to beg me to spare him. He promised to give me money and to give me all the mana crystals and magic stones. I didn't understand why he was asking for mercy from the man who had tried to kill him 3 times, but the leader didn't think I would get away with it. I ordered him to be quiet, so no one would know what had happened in that dungeon. At this point the leader started screaming that I had no idea who his little brother was.
The Big
Before he
Splash
could
are all
even say
fired
his
up.
last
They
word,
started our
I
first
caught
cash
his
out.
head and he fell to the ground. I stood there and saw that all my enemies were torn again. Also, they were getting a little scared. I decided it was time for me to go to the store
The
and buy
tide is
myself
turning. The
something new.
Big Splash have made a
But when I got
fantastic
back,
comeback.
I saw
The
that
remaining
Gene had
contestant on the
gotten
Tough
sick from
Shells
what
needs
he'd
to show
seen.
some of that
At that
toughness
moment,
now.
I realized that the boss of this dungeon was defeated, and we needed to leave this place as soon as possible. But at this time in Washington, USA, someone had a beautiful morning, and the guy who woke up wondering what time it was in Korea because he had a bad dream and even his eyes were clouded. He slept. A little later in one of the buildings, a man
Tough Shells will need to come back from that
said that something
wipeout.
had happened.
They were a little too
He began
shellfish
to
with their
survivors were 2 letters, D and E, that ran. The manager reported and saw that it said they were just as
The Tough Shells are
but
back
the
in the
other
arena,
guys said they
folks.
didn't run away, they flew the dungeon. He began to explain that the U-rank hunter Gene Ho was an incredibly high-ranked hunter who was taken out.
shells with a remarkable comeback.
He was not dangerous to organized people, and it
made
was
an
strange
awesome
that
steal
8
there.
people died. But the manager told him not to beat around the bush and said, if there wasn't anything unusual, you wouldn't be talking to me right now and decide for yourself. But the other man said that the other survivor was Hunter Song
Tossing
Jin
a frag.
from that very incident.
Frag
and
out.
had
Oh, this
seen
is
a little
bad.
suspicion.
Just one contestant left for the
He
Tough
decided
Shells.
that they had nothing to worry about,
High
because
grenade
the
out.
magic power meter they were using at the time was a strange and unexpected and Little Red was such a cool place, and they didn't need to become
What?
one check is enough.
Fuck out of here, bro.
Need to try again team-wide.
But he couldn't also
The Retros are playing for
was
keeps.
Hunter Dong
They've
Suk,
snagged the
manager, was
match's
talking
first
about
cash
Hunter
out.
Wong Dong Su's older brother. In that case, he can't leave it that way, but I was at home in my apartment at the time
The
and
Big
was sitting
Splash
with
are
my sister.
re-engaging.
My sister began to ask, why did I buy chicken wings? Unless something was wrong, but I told her that I hadn't figured out yet, good or bad. But my sister guessed something was wrong. After all, I'm usually such a cheapskate, but I was worried about another problem. I wanted to get drunk, no matter how much I drank, I didn't feel anything. But suddenly the notification system showed me that noxious substances had been detected, and my passive ability to be immune to poisons would cancel
The
out
Big
the
Splash are unbolting Vault 2.
and I realized that because of the ability issued to me by the system, it was now not even affecting me. And 3 seconds later, the negative effect was successfully cancelled. I remembered how I had received a note of the system giving me that past that horrible dungeon. And how many things had happened that I just overlooked. And to think,
Complete team
I had
wipe
been
for the Big
rewarded with
Splash.
something. Also, thanks to this reward for the mission, the leg I lost was restored. Suddenly it occurred to me that if I was no longer susceptible to all poisons, I decided to check it out. I got up and started walking away. My sister asked
We've
me
got
if
the
I
Big
wouldn't eat it.
Splash
She could
returning
do
to
it
the
for me.
arena.
I told her she could get as fat as she wanted, and my sister looked at me. It was hard for her
The
to get used
Retros
to
are
me
in
after I
danger of
started
not
my
withstanding the
workouts.
test of time.
After
Only
all,
one
I
contestant
used to be
left.
so nonchalant. But she seems to be looking at me more seriously now. Sister realized that it was because something happened in the dungeon. When I went into my room, I decided to see if all the negative effects were automatically cancelled. Could my ability handle the negative effects of this item? But it didn't matter, so I decided to just check. and after 3 seconds, the negative effects were successfully cancelled. The effect of the object's poison dewlap and its consequences were cancelled, and everything happened just as I thought it would. But suddenly my sister came into my room as he was calling me on the phone. A little later I went into the cafe where I was at. When I went up to him, I asked him how he found it. He said it was all thanks to me. He had connections there. He offered me a cup of coffee, but I declined. I was surprised to see him again, but he said I was his savior. I smiled. He shared magic stones with me, and I was able to earn some money. If anything, I was able to make almost $900 in taxes, and the fact that he kept his mouth shut didn't cause me any problems. But Jin-Ho responded that the guys tried to kill us first, and that we were hunters. We couldn't give up our lives so easily, and it was an eternal showdown. Jin-Ho sat there nervous, because he understood that I was hiding my rank.
A bit of virtual catastrophe for the big splash, Team
There
White.
was no way he would normally deal with someone like that. Eventually, I asked him, why did he call me? But afterwards Jin-Ho told me that he was actually planning to start his own fighting guild. But I immediately said that I refuse and
The
don't
big
even want
splash
to
are back
listen
in the
to him
arena,
if he
folks.
hasn't already finished talking. After
Cash
all,
out underway,
if he is
thanks to
forming
the
a battle
retros.
group and wants me to join, I still wondered what it would be. But I'm not going to babysit rich kids. If he doesn't have anything to add, I'll just leave. But Jin-Ho got up and started saying that all I had to do was help him 19 times. After that I asked him if he wanted me to go to the dungeon with him 19 times. But he replied that he promised to split the loot fairly. I started to tell him that he should have realized by now that hunters not only happen to kill monsters, but people as well. Raiding is not an extreme sport, and even so, he still wants to assemble a battle, and he won't change his mind, even after the horrors he's seen. I asked Jin-Ho if he might want to be the head of the guild. Shortly thereafter, he replied that he did, and I should hear him out. After all, like I said, he wants the guild
Just a
get a
single
guild
tough
leader's
shell,
license
one
after you've
contestant
been to
left.
at least 20 raids, and he's already been to 1. There are 19 more to visit, and of course there is still an exam. But if he's going to be company, he's sure of himself. I asked him what he thought of it, because he was the second son of Eugene Company, and rightly so. Jin-Ho began to say that his becoming head of the guild was directly related to his company, and his father wanted to start a guild. And he realized that although the dungeons are dangerous, on the other hand, there are simply mountains and honor crystals being only a small part. Even the corpses of monsters, there is
Cash
nothing
out
useless
snatched by
in
the tough
dungeons.
shells.
Of course, the business sharks are used for weapons. Currently selling items available, surrounding everything left in dungeons. In this way, they come out self-sufficient. And make him head of the guild.
All that's left is to
Third
confirm the
place.
result.
However, I replied to Jin-Ho that if my memory serves me correctly,
A big
there are
thanks
only
to our
9
sponsors
S-rank
for
hunters in
bringing
our
us
country.
this
If my
incredible
father plans
spectacle,
to hire
and a
hunter
big
who is not
congratulations
registered
to
with
our
the guilds,
winners.
the only option left is a Minwan, but he is retired now. And even if his brother becomes deputy head, the difference in authority is too great, and a division between the two factions will be inevitable. However, Jin-Ho replied that his brother is gifted but not awakened, and he is not strong enough for the title of head. Given his age and low rank, he certainly won't get anywhere. I understood that he was planning to gain experience and respect so he could appeal to his father. I replied that this was the case, because if I continued to hide my capabilities, wouldn't I need like-minded people? After all, compared to going to dungeons with a high-ranking hunter and the accomplishments of clearing dungeons with someone E-rank is much higher. But I answered him all he said, what I would get out of it. When Jin-Ho handed me a folder with everything written on it, and I read it, I was very much surprised by what it said.
What did
I
it
certainly
say?
didn't expect this. The next day I asked my sister why she decided to come to practice with me. After all, it was hard to get her out of the house before. My sister started asking that she thought things were getting better for me lately, and anyway, it was better than sitting around doing nothing. I told her to keep up with me during this run, and while we were running, I decided to ask my sister, assuming she unexpectedly got 3 million won, what she would do with it. She didn't understand why I was asking that, and then she said she could buy a bigger house with it. And for the rest she never even thought about it. My sister started asking me if it was too fantastic an amount and why exactly 3 billion won. But to me, that amount wasn't that fantastic. At this point, I started to run even faster, and my sister stayed behind me. She stopped and didn't understand why I started running so fast. But 3 billion was the amount Jin Ho offered me. After all, it's an assignment we're working on, and we plan to use it as a guild office. The estimated cost of this project is 3 billion won, but the price will go up. The $3 million building was bought by me for 19 trips to the dungeons. Heard from Jin Ho that it was a small price to pay for the opportunity to become the head of a guild, and it turned out to be just that. I started to wonder about it, because I didn't realize what I had to do for 3 billion. Normally, I wouldn't have turned down such a sum for anything, but we mustn't forget that I am a unique case, even among the awakened, and no one has ever heard of a hunter increasing his level and becoming stronger. And if that happens, the 3 billion is nothing. But I had my own conditions, which Jin Ho had to accept. I said it was just the two of us, and no one else at that moment. Jin Ho got nervous, because if he's not
1v3v2.
alone, I want us to clean up the dungeon alone. From the rank, everything was right. I told him that he got it right,
It's a
but
mad
Jin Ho
sprint to the
replied to me
finish.
that only
First
a
team
group
to
of
bank
10
our total
people can
target
enter
gets
the
the
dungeon.
glory.
I told him that people would
Absolutely,
line up for
Scotty.
the chance
Time
to
for
get
our
money just
contestants
by
to
being
prove their
proud,
mettle.
and we'd use Wong Dong-su's method. Jin Ho started
Not
to get
everyone
nervous.
made it out of this
It was
encounter.
dangerous for him
It's our
to drink.
first elimination.
But I realized that he couldn't handle 2-2. In other words,
The big
if
splash
we can
or
handle
unbolting
it,
Vault
no one
1.
gets hurt. He just needs to
big
think
splash
about
have
it.
surged out of
After all,
nowhere.
let's say we successfully completed 19 raids as part of our group. We'll be the group that successfully completed 19 raids. And Jin Ho looked impressive in his father's eyes. And now we'll find it. Jin Ho understands, and that's what we're going to do from here. Jin Ho will have to recruit more men immediately. As I ran, I remembered this conversation with Jin
Fuck do I
Ho.
get out of here?
But suddenly I realized that I had completed my daily task, and it was complete. I stopped and realized that I had gone a little overboard. After all, I had run 11 kilometers instead of 10. When I had already turned around, I thought my sister was running behind me, but she wasn't there. I started thinking about why the quest was counting even after I had completed
The
the
mighty will
quest,
need to come
and I
back from that
decided that I
wipeout.
needed to wait for my sister anyway. So why don't I still do the workout? And after 20 minutes, I exceeded all of my daily tasks and realized that after 200 times I could no longer do squats, push-ups, and abs. And it's
mighty
the
are
same
back
with
and
running.
ready to
I
avenge that
realized
team
I
wipe.
can't run 200k. So I'll start with 20 for now, but suddenly my sister was behind me. She was so tired when she got to me. As soon as she stopped to talk to me, I started running even harder at this point and ended up running farther and farther away from her. At this time in Washington, D.C., a man was on the phone to be sent information on these two survivors. And at this point the girl came
Fuck
into
is
the
this
room and
shit?
asked Mr. Huang what he was doing so late. But Mr. Huang asked this girl Lori to ask her something, and she said anything. Mr. Huang asked what the consequences would be if he killed someone. He checked with Lola's girlfriend to see if he was serious or if he was joking.
How?
Given that Korea had not yet signed the Indian Hunters Crime Pact. Since you are a hunter from America, you will be tried in America, and the case will probably be easily rushed up. To this answer Mr. Huang was pleased, and when he turned around, he was terribly angry. After all, some brats had killed his brother, and if he didn't crush them with his hands, he wouldn't be able to save
Diving off the blocks, the big splash have started our first cash out.
men were dead, and the survivors
big
were
splash
beaten in
cover in
ranks,
this game.
and his brother was not the kind of man who would risk his life for weaklings.
The big splash
Also,
will need to
they
come
were
back
only
from that
children,
wipeout.
not
They might be in
fighters,
hot
and they
water
must
now.
not have trapped and killed him. And that's why he told them not to do anything without him. Mr. Wong began to tell the girl that he needed to
The
visit
big
the
splash
village
ever
for a while,
spawned.
and she in turn should clear out. To which the girl replied that if he disappeared so suddenly, the guild would be paralyzed. I asked the girl when he would have
What
some
the hell?
free
Why
time.
can't I turn?
She said in about 2 weeks. However, Mr. Huang stated that 2 weeks is not enough time even for a decent funeral. He would have an opportunity for revenge. The girl Lola asked, "Will it be alright?" He was more than sure of that. He hoped that the two scoundrels would still be alive in 2 weeks. And the two people in question were Hunter D. rank Jinho and Hunter E. rank Sun Jinwoo. At the time, I was outside the building, standing outside the building with my blade in hand and holding the dungeon key. I realized that when I fulfilled the conditions of the quest, a hidden quest opened up. This key allows me to enter the dungeon of the Demon Castle, which will only be used in Songgu Tower. I certainly expected to get a better than usual reward, but I didn't think I would get an S-grade out. I realized that the hidden quest was only given out if you exceed the daily quests, and for me that's a good chance since I got the shiny first one. Anyway, I got the key to the dungeon and now I just have to leave. When I went through the portal, I came out on the other side, where there was fire. I realized that if the class matched the difficulty of the dungeon, it was an S-rank dungeon.
Fighting for
and the
fame
chance
is
of
the
my
Mighty's
survival
last
must be zero.
standing contestant.
And of course, there is no proof that the assumption is correct, but on the
First cash out goes to the big
what am I going
splash.
to do
Let's
if
see
the
whether
key
they can
class
keep that
matches the
momentum
dungeon
going.
difficulty? I still have the return stone. If it gets too hot, I'll just use it and all I have to do is put my best foot forward. There's no future dungeon sweeping with June Post rank.
That's
So
a
I
blow
just
to the
have to
Jet
find
Setters.
out the
Team
limits
wipe.
of that strength. If I back down because I'm afraid, I'll never get stronger. At that moment, a monster approached me, and he was already beside me. It was a three-headed strange dragon dog. His name was the Guardian of the Gates of
The
Hellspace.
Jet Setters are
I
back.
knew, looking at him, that I would
The big
become much
splash are
stronger,
unbolting Vault
or I
2.
could not die. Instead, I would raise my level even higher. I can't die in a place like this. Yes, and the key that allows you to enter the demonic castle is a Class S item. If the rarity of the key matches the difficulty of the dungeon, then the chances of my survival are 0, and the best choice would be to level up as high as I can, and return when I get stronger. Once I reach level 8, the difficulty of the dungeon begins to increase exponentially, which is fortunate. The higher the level of the dungeon, the lower the chance of that level gaining, and the number of existing S-grade dungeon enemies. Even if S-rank hunters
Can
assemble
the
in
final member of the big
this does not
splash avoid
guarantee
a full
that they
team
will be
wipe?
able to clear this type of dungeon. Only such
The
gates
big
were found
splash
on
will need to
Jeju Island,
reboot. Team
and after
wiped.
the gate was
Talk
breached,
about a belly
the terrain
flop.
returned
That's
into
the
a
truth.
scorched wasteland, uninhabitable. The current hunter situation does not allow me to effectively clear all S-rank dungeons, and with my current level I had to refrain from visiting S-rank dungeons.
The Jet
The
Setters
threat of
have
so
kicked
many
off a cash
S-rank
out.
monsters is incomparable, their incredible toughness and crushing power. I jumped from my seat and started fighting this monster, and then a thought occurred to me. Would my attacks have any effect on a monster of this level?
The Mighty are back.
It made me simply curious. Suddenly I saw a notification from the system informing me that my Wolf Killer title and sprint skill had been activated. My movement speed had increased by 30%, but now I had to spend 1 mana unit per minute. I approached the monster and began to deal more and more damage to it. In response to my attack, the monster roared loudly. I continued to hit it, and at one point activated my ability, Bloodlust. But at that moment my attack was cancelled. This monster began to go into a rage, as a result of which the whole atmosphere around us changed. And then I realized that it didn't work. It wasn't a bad opportunity to use my abilities.
The Mighty need to be on high alert now. They're on the brink of the
Even this and then I realized that this was, without a
Special
doubt,
delivery.
a rank S dungeon.
Frag grenade
The servers that run in Hellscape began to use the Wrath skill, and it will be active for 2 minutes. At this point, the Cerberus characteristics were doubled. Cerberus started to demonstrate, but I noticed that the system was indicating a difference in our strength. And when I was able to blade, I was notified that the system was telling me that Cerberus was located and my attacks just couldn't reach its peak level. I thought I was going to get it right, but really
Adversity
I needed
for
to
the
think
big
10 more
splash
times
wipeout.
before heading into this dungeon. However, I can't just stop. I hesitated for a second, and one of Cerberus'
The
heads
Mighty
came
just
right
snatched a
at me.
cash out.
That
Before I
gamble
could
paid off
dodge
big
it,
time.
It bit into my shoulder and made my hands.
The
It
big
made me
splash are
uncomfortable,
back.
and I felt a terrible pain. In an instant,
The
it threw
mighty
me
have
to the
grabbed
ground.
the advantage.
I lay there not knowing what would happen next. Would I
Stashed!
survive?
The mighty just cashed out.
As I lay in the ground, rocks protruding from my sternum, I began to get continuous notifications that my health was rapidly
A
dwindling.
shiny new
Eventually,
vault
a
just spawned,
notification
June. Let's
appeared
see
that
who
my
gets to
health
it
had dropped
first.
below 30%, and the fortitude ability was activated, which reduced the damage I was receiving by 50%. I realized that the system helps the player as much as possible to make sure he doesn't die.
The big splasher
So
jumping
it would
in,
be
unlocking
quite
Vault
difficult for
3.
the perfect player to die, but I knew I could handle it, because it's different from a normal
Halfway through,
revolt.
and the mayhem continues.
If I
Don't
became
blink,
someone's
folks.
flake in the system, all I had to do was succeed in the playing. At one point I was patched into the system, and I was awarded
The big splash have lost all
I
but one
successfully
contestant.
accepted it, and at the same time, I instantly dropped the service by
Team wipe calamity for the big splash.
When I was on my feet, with a strong effort, I scrolled through the servers and tossed them aside. At the same moment, I jumped up with my blade in my hands and struck her in the face, then immediately jumped over to the other and delivered a crushing. Cerberus fell
The
to the
big
ground.
splash are
I
respawning
hoped
and
he
hoping to
wouldn't
muddy
get
the
up again
waters in
after
the
that.
arena.
When I landed on the ground and saw the total chaos and destruction in front of me, I realized that I had managed to kill the Guardian of the Hell Gate after all, and my level began to increase significantly. I stood beside Cerberus' body and thanked him, for thanks to him I realized my current level. If I opened that gate that had just appeared, I would simply die. I'll come back here when I'm much stronger and can go inside. In addition, as a reward, I'll be able to get an item, the Guardian's Necklace, as well as the key to the castle gate and Cerberus' spawn. But at this time late at night, in one of the buildings, two men met, and the guy in the stylish black suit began to say that he was the genius director of some business he wanted to talk to me about. That older man started saying that he heard that everything that happened in the dungeon stays in the dungeon. The other guy didn't understand what he was implying. Suddenly the old man threw a bag on the table and pointed it toward the man. He began to say that the bag contained 20 billion,
The
and
last
he
member
thought
of
the
the
man
Jet Setters
understood
needs
what
to
he
do
was trying
everything
to
they
say.
can to avoid a
He
team
begged
wipe.
the hunter to take the case. This old man who held out the bag
Jet
started
Setters will
shaking
need to
and
reboot.
begged the guy
Team
to kill
wiped.
those bastards. But in response, the old man heard the guy start saying that he would have to pay an extra 10 billion for all the other hunters. And if he can do that, we'll have a deal, because there's no problem.
The mighty have kicked off a cash out.
But there will be other hunters with them. If you
Respawn
become
alert.
a
The
red
Jet
hunter,
Setters are back
you
in
become
action.
a high-ranked hunter that the guild pays attention to. If you know why I wasn't tempted to join the Hunter Guild Oversight Division. The thing is, it's more interesting to me to kill evil than monsters, said the guy in the black suit. A little later we see two guys practicing Taekwondo. One of them is stepping on another one, and the guy who has already taken off his sword is watching. After they finished training, they took off their equipment. His master was in good shape, as always. But Mr. Sleepy turned around and asked him, "What are you talking about?" After all, this old body will become useless if I stop training him. It was obvious that he had been training with me during training, and he was putting less energy into his thumb, taking care of it. But this guy wouldn't have done that if he still had two hands. But Mr. Sleep stopped that guy, because he's still talking about it, even months later. But suddenly Mr. Song got an important call. After all, hunters of no particular rank still get those annoying calls. So Mr. Song asked his partner to finish his training for the day. But the guy asked Mr. Song, is he really planning to postpone his retirement? But Mr. Song replied that even if he's alive for the long haul, whether or not he's retired, he wants to remain useful to this world. Mr. Song was surprised, for it
now just a
amazed him
single
that an
jet setter.
S-rank hunter
One
would learn the
contestant
way of the
left.
sword from a soon-to-be novice like him. But that guy replied, all because he was wondering that this time he would have to go into the dungeon of rank 2. And since his awakening had no effect on his power, he wondered why a swordsman like him had awakened as a
That team is
hunter
gonna
mage.
win.
After all, the sword skill he
Time's
had been
up and the
learning for
curtain
the past
falls on
decade
this match.
could no longer be used in a dungeon, and there had to be a reason for that.
As we
But
power down the
suddenly Mr.
simulation
Song turned
and our
his attention
contestants
to the guy
unplug,
standing
let's
beside
take a
him.
moment to
When
applaud
he
our new
apologized,
rising
I turned
stars.
to him and saw that it was Mr. Song. He looked at me and was surprised, for he didn't recognize me at all, for there was no trace of the old me left. I had changed so much in just a few months. And he asked what had happened to me. And when he put his head down, he said he couldn't talk like that. Still, he wondered how I recovered my torn leg. But I started to explain that when I came to, it was already fine, and I'm not sure what really happened. Mr. Song didn't understand how that was possible, and it wouldn't have been good for a young man like you to be disabled. It was a great relief to him. Mr. Song began to tell me not to worry about it, because he was glad he could survive with my abilities. Though word got back to him that I had survived, and I still couldn't believe it when I saw me with my own eyes, I started to ask him if he was still working under the guild's orders. He replied that yes, he did. Apparently, so are you. But when we turned around, we saw 3 silhouettes coming toward us. Mr. Song was surprised, for he had met some old
Let me give this
acquaintances
class a
that day.
shot.
Everyone who was there that day was back together again, and that healer girl named Juhi looked at me strangely, as if she had seen a ghost. But I noticed some guys beside her that I especially didn't want to see. It was Mr. Kim, and Mr. Song saw him and began to think that he had run away that day, leaving us behind. He must not have been happy to see us after he threatened me with his sword to use me as a victim. But even I left Jin Woo at the end, and at this point he has no right to judge them. He didn't think about it before, but now he sees that we all came back alive. Julie looked at me and started to say that I had changed so much, because she almost didn't recognize me. But I replied that I was a little late. But the fact that she was looking all over for me and didn't understand why now and why I had grown so much and my leg must be in bad shape. But when she saw my feet, she knew I was fine, and she didn't understand what was wrong. But just as I started to answer, I heard words behind me that someone had started talking about a romantic atmosphere. And when we turned around, we saw the prisoners getting out of the car. They started saying that someone was shooting drama here or the hunters had decided to have a date tonight. But the guy, the last one to get out of the car, ordered them to shut up. After all, this is no picnic, and we need to be more serious. But when one of the inmates walked by Jijo, he told her to take care of them today. We didn't understand what it was all about, but the manager came up to us and apologized for being late. She wanted to take care of the formalities first, but we were wondering what was going on here and why the prisoners were here. The girl began to answer that these people were in rehab, so they should join the hunters in this raid. But Mr. Sleepy was angry, because how can they go through rehab and also suggest that we go on a raid with criminals? But the girl replied that even though they are criminals
All right,
and have been
the
hunters
jet
in the
setters,
past,
the
it is not uncommon
steamrollers,
for
and
hunters to
finally,
commit
the
crimes
big
and serve time
splash.
in dungeons to reduce their sentence.
Let's go,
The girl
everybody!
started apologizing and told us to take note, because the number of hunters in the area has greatly diminished, so they have to resort
Well,
to
this
such
guy's
measures.
Prepare for a
fast.
whirlwind
Also,
cash dash
the
and quick
Department of
cash.
Surveillance
The
Hunter,
team that secures a
TASIC,
big enough
joined the
stash
raid.
first will triumph.
So we
Spot
don't
on,
have
Scotty.
to worry
It's
about
all
that,
about staying
because
focused
it
under
takes
pressure.
about 10 hunters to handle the average rank hunter. At
We've
this
got our
point, I knew
first
something
elimination
was
of the
wrong
match.
here,
Our
so I
teams are
asked
finally
Mrs.
getting
Judy,
acquainted.
please don't enter this
This
raid.
might get crazier than I
She
expected.
responded by asking, will I go?
Drilling into
I
Vault 1, it's
replied,
the steamrollers.
yes. And at that point she said she was going too, and we were all ready to go out on this raid. After a while, we began to approach the portal. Mr. Song, since we were probably all going together, perhaps this is fate. After all, we
No.
did this. Mr. Sohn walked ahead as the leader of this group, just as he did when we went into that double dungeon. When they started to take the handcuffs off these criminals, they began to say, well, that's much better. One of the criminals turned around and asked to leave our permission to treat
Some
them as
contestants
slaves.
thrive under pressure. We're about to find out whether the last member of the
Mr.
jet
Song
setters
asked
is
me
one of
if I
them.
minded if he became the leader today. I
That's a
said
blow to the jet
yes,
setters.
and
They'll be
thanked
cool in
him
their
for giving
jets
him
now,
another
Scotty.
chance. He bowed his head and began to say that if it hadn't been his fault, 11 people would have died, and because of
The
this,
jet setters are back on the
he was
scene.
responsible for failing to protect them, and he thanked me on behalf of all the hunters. But I asked him to raise his head, because everyone was already paying attention. When Mr. Mr. Song, he asked Mr. Kim if he would mind if he led today's raid. But Mr. Kim turned around and started into the dungeon, telling him to do what he wanted. After a while, when we were already inside, the goblins started attacking us. There were a lot of them, but the jailers deftly handled them. One of them beat a goblin with a whip, while a second killed and cut them in half with a large stick. The third, using his bare hands, beat all the goblins that were near him. He destroyed one of the goblins with
Diving
one
off the
punch,
blocks,
but we
the Big
looked at
Splash
them
have
and
started
didn't
our first
understand
cash
which
out.
one was the monster
Creating
and
a
which
smoke
one was
screen.
human. But Mr. Song was looking so intently at the jailers that he didn't notice that there was a goblin.
Using cover grenade.
The Big Splash are making waves as they
He
rally.
deftly used his skills, and any goblins that approached him were instantly destroyed by the infernal
Misfortune for the
flames.
Jet Setters. Team
Mr.
wiped.
Kim looked
They
at Song and
stalled,
saw
for
that this
sure.
man had
The
incredible
steamrollers
strength.
are in danger of
However,
getting wiped.
Mr.
One
Song turned around
contestant
and
left.
asked Mr. Kim, "Is it a swordsman to have such a weak sword?" Our leader started talking to get us to be more positive. After
The
all
Jet Setters
the
are back.
survivors
Team
of that
respawn.
incident are back together, and when he turned his attention to me, he said that he thought I had gotten stronger, and asked where I had found such a good dagger. After all, it is strange to see a normally unarmed Song using a dagger, and Gina also turned her attention to me and said that she had never had anything so nice, and asked if I was sure that I had not practiced martial arts. But I replied that I was just doing my exercises every day. Mr. Song began to reflect on what he had said, and it was no joke. After all, I did look very different from the Gene Wu he used to know. He looked at me and saw that not only my appearance but also my aura had changed. After all, I had always thought I was hopeless, but now I was very much believing myself, and I was finally a man. Juhi, on the other hand, seems frightened. She is still afraid of goblins. Her trauma must be deep. At this rate, she will have to quit. But at this time we saw began to tell us that the dungeon was relatively easy and suggested we explore. However, the danger would increase and the passage time would be
It's
greatly
the steamrollers
reduced.
out in
The
front.
warden said that he would watch the prisoners and go the right way.
Is he playing Team Deathmatch?
Just lifted a cash
You
out.
can call them,
Now that's
but I
how you
saw
play
with
to
my
win
own
this game
eyes the
show.
aura coming from the left tunnel and asked the
What a
leader
way to
take
open the
left
match.
path.
The
At that
steamrollers
moment,
land the first
however,
cash out.
I saw the face of that overseer, and something about him didn't please me. When we finally split up, I realized that the boss is at the end of
What
the
is he
path,
playing?
and with goblins, I get almost no experience. I need to kill the boss, too, to get anything at all. What's more, the good thing about this guy is that he went along with the prisoners, and I won't see him again. As our paths
Big
diverged,
Splash are taking the punches.
he asked the
What
outlaw
game is this guy playing?
to which they replied that the goblins were weak and simple.
The Big Splash needs to be calculating before jumping into any danger. The steamrollers will need to
They are
reboot.
pesky
Team
creatures
wiped.
who can
It
swarm
seems
near
they've
a
hit a
target and
roadblock.
attack with support.
I'm with you
Of course,
100%.
even if you give guns to human children, they will be just as pesky, because a child with a gun can kill someone.
The
I don't know what
steamrollers have
game is-
respawned.
Plenty of child
Are they
soldiers
playing?
who
I
are
have one
armed and
teammate that's
attacking
playing the
people on
game.
other
The
side.
other teammate is just, I
There's
don't
no
know.
difference between humans and monsters here. Both are insects, was what the warden told the
Let
criminals.
me try out the sniper.
He asked them if they could convince the children, but they said, "What kind of a
Sucks
stupid
you only get
question
one
is
gun.
that?" But the jailer kept saying that they would meet hundreds
Did
of
you?
children in that dungeon. From that moment on, they did not understand what he was talking about or why there should be children in the dungeon. The warden began to say that
The
they
Jet
did.
Setters are about to take
The
off.
bottom line
Cash
is
out
that
started.
they are building to survive.
From where?
And so when we see the Hunters Guild guys, we ran into hundreds of
From
goblins.
where? Jesus
But
Christ.
in the meantime, the other group, where Mr. King and the other guy were dealing with all the goblins and realized that if they were so easy, they could handle
But when I use that gun,
Nice if the raid had ended without incident.
can't hit the
Mr. King
side of a
suspected
fucking
something
barn.
would happen. After all, if I'm
Please get
weaker
me.
than the
Please get my
then the
sorry
dungeon
ass.
is weak.
behind you. Behind you,
He remembered
please.
that it
The
wasn't,
steamrollers
and
will
then
need
Please
to
get
come
my
back from
sorry
that
ass.
wipeout.
But it wasn't like that
Thank
at all.
you.
And Mr. Kim decided that after that he would also bow to Mr. G. Wu.
Thank you.
Mr.
No
Kim
way.
asked the guy if he felt guilty, too. After all, they both did. Then they ran
Oh
away
my God.
because they
Team
are what they are
respawned.
called hunters, and they can't
fucking
do
kidding
what
me?
they normally do. But
And why
after
even
enough
bother
allies
trying?
in trouble, if we're going to continue to be hunters, we have to get used to something like a little bowing. Mr. Kim doesn't know if he can get forgiveness, though. Even if he won't forgive us, I have to apologize.
A contestant
he said.
on the steamrollers is
But
facing
that
the
guy started
opposition
saying
all
we
alone
don't
out
have
there.
time now and we have to keep going. And since there are two of us, we have to be careful. And it looked like those who went the other directions weren't done yet. But suddenly Mr. Kim came around the corner, and what he saw horrified
The
him.
fuck? I'm stuck here.
He began to say to the prisoner, "Our loved ones, we've had enough of you ourselves, and our job is to kill you as painfully as possible." I guess I was done with
Big
him,
Splash swam
but
away
it was
with a
fun
cash
to
out.
watch you call
Great
for
steal!
help. And your
Aggressive
bodies
and
are lying
impressive.
under my feet, but there's nothing I can do about that anymore, because I was told to kill you fast. And at that moment Mr. Kim and his partner came out from around the corner. He was horrified by what he saw. The warden had killed 2 prisoners, and he had the third by the throat and was about to deal with
That's a cash out by the Big Splash.
Now you won't have to walk around
Toss grenade out.
and the stick was changing. At that moment, I heard a scream coming from the other end of the hallway, and I immediately felt a thirst for blood. I asked Mr.
look!
Song to
A new
hurry
vault
back,
is ready to
and
be
we
opened.
started running back. When we ran into the next corridor at the end of the tunnel, I saw the warden working an angle.
Ouch! The
tried
jet
to
setter
kill
suffered a
Jean,
wipeout.
but I
That's a
managed
rough
to react
landing.
and
If
stop
I
his
ever
blood.
saw one, Scotty.
You
At
took
this
the
point,
words
it became
right out of my
clear to me
mouth.
that I was
Will
as
the
fast as he
remaining
was.
contestant
I
on the
asked him why
steamrollers
he was
play it
doing
safe
this
or
and why
try
he
to make
wanted
it
to
on
kill
our
us.
highlight reel? Let's see.
The warden was shocked that I was able to block his approach. The warden was back at this point and didn't understand how I got such power. After all, I had actually stopped his attack, and the warden realized that I had a heightened sense. The Overlord began to say that even if it hadn't been in my plans to fight everyone else, it seemed that the healer would still have been a nuisance. So I tried to eliminate her first, but it looks like I'm going to have to change my plan. I'm going to kill you all right here. When Mr. Song started yelling at him to stop and asked why the guild member was doing that, I turned around. But what I saw behind me made me not believe my eyes. He who is only 1,000 away from me.
The second half of this match is underway. I bet there's a highlight reel play on the horizon, June.
The responsibility for many lives rests on
Big Splash, applying pressure to all 3.
Although I am a hunter, I am also a husband and the father of my children. So I cannot die today. and I
Misfortune
cannot
for the
die
Big
today.
Splash. Team
Mr.
wiped.
They might be in hot water now.
Totally in sync with you.
It's a rare. I saw him sitting on the ground breathing. I asked Mrs. Jean to hurry up and fix him
The Big
quickly.
Splash are
She ran up
re-entering
to
the
him
arena.
and started to heal him, but I heard back from her that we couldn't save him, because it was too late. She needs to stop wasting her strength, for he has already lost too much blood. But I started yelling at him that he had to live, because he said he had to live for his family. He must live, no matter what, so I could hate him. But in response I heard him tell me that he was sorry and he didn't want to apologize. That's how he wanted to apologize in his head. But if he put his head down now, he would just die. After all, Mr. Kim did let out his last breath and put his head down for good. The last thing I heard from him was him telling me that he was really sorry. And after that I never heard from him again, for he was sitting there covered
The
in blood,
Steamrollers are down
nailed
to just
the wall,
one contestant,
exhausted and
folks.
wounded. I started to ask the other warden, why did he do that to Mr.
The
Kim?
Big Splash are ready to
The
dive into
answer I
success.
heard was that
They've
the
started
warden
a
said
cash
he
out.
didn't know, because it could have been monsters. And then one day the gates opened and the monsters burst out. It was like a natural disaster. Now he came up with a great story. It was originally supposed to be the story of a massacre by goblins, but it seems like he has to change
The
it.
Big Splash are stretching
Got
into
out
the
and
lead.
tried to escape, and after they killed all of you, they tried to attack me while I was fighting the boss. But their strength was clearly not enough to kill a hunter of rank, and in the end the only survivor of this race was I. The warden asked us if we thought the people outside would believe such a story, but I thought he was just a piece of shit. The song told me to stop. Mr. Song understood that he was in rank, and a hunter like me from rank wouldn't be able to hurt him. Besides, he's an assassin-class hunter, and I would lose him in speed, but Mr. Song picked up the sword that lay near his feet, and realized that perhaps the Overlord had a weak defense. And who knows what would happen if I managed to get his
I used to love being in those situations.
If she could cast a physical strength enhancing spell, and she agreed. At the same moment, she applied her skill to Mr. Song's grenade. When the BAF went into effect, Mr. Song was already ready to act. The warden looked at all this and asked what he was doing. After all, he is a warrior mage. To increase his physical strength is really quite
Team-wide calamity for the big splash.
Mr. Sun was willing to do all this for the sake of revenge and to protect all those who were near him. He won't do it the same way he did last time, and he won't just run away from this dungeon.
Oh, they just won.
And since I am a mage, I need to be wary of the differences in strength, stamina, and dexterity between us. Even if I'm
one of our teams have just paved their way to
it's
fame.
Like putting a car
Congratulations
engine on a
to our
bicycle
winners.
and pedaling as hard as I can.
Oh, fuck me.
If I can't control my speed and I drift, I'll probably die. While I was thinking about my plans, the warden had already attacked me and was ready to destroy me at that second. The Overlord didn't consider it normal for a mage to be defenseless against an assassin, and it was a good idea to bring a weapon with him. But he's only a mage, and his physical strength didn't even reach
I'll be right back. I'm gonna leave you with the manhwa recap.
A weapon make? But after words from the warden, Mr. Song engaged him, and I saw how Mr. Song was instantly able to hit him as if to cut him in half. Mr. Song had pretty good moves, and he was also strong thanks to the healer buff. Besides, Mr. Song had practiced a lot of sword fighting, but he still lacked the speed to catch up with that guy. I noticed how Song was able to catch up to the Overlord for a second, but it was still an obvious difference in class. They continued to fight, but Mr. Song wasn't getting anywhere, because his sword wasn't keeping up with that guy's speed. The Overlord began to smile suspiciously, because he noticed that his opponent's attacks were so fast and accurate, and that's pretty cool. It was a good idea to give up the magic and take up arms. Still, Mr. Song miscalculated a bit, and the warden was able to wound him. After that, the warder began to say that if he thought a little, he would understand why there were no mage swordsmen among the mass of hunters. But suddenly he saw the healer begin to heal him, and the wound he had inflicted disappeared instantly. The healer became a real headache for the Overlord, and the Overlord decided that he could not let this battle drag on. The warden decided to finish off the healer at the first opportunity, for to him he was now the source of many problems. But at that very moment, Mr. Song began to act, for it was not a good idea to put the swordsman's back to him in combat. A second more and Mr. Song would have finished off the Overlord, but he managed to turn around and parry his blow. Mr. Song was no ordinary old man, and the jailer understood that already. After all, you can't tell about Mr. Song, but he has an apprentice who is of rank S. If his body isn't strong enough, his skills make up for it. But the warden didn't think so, and unfortunately, there are always limits to a given strength. Let's face it, an offensive mage cannot keep up with the speed of an assassin. The Overlord began to move even faster, and with his speed and skill with his blades, he was able to inflict many wounds on Mr. Song, causing him to start bleeding. The healer did not have time to heal everything. If it had been anyone else, Mr. Song would have had a chance to win, but the warden's rank outnumbered him several times over. I was with Jin Ho and watched the battle. And when we saw Mr. Song bow his head after his wounds, we knew that he realized it was all useless. After all, the warder was already standing beside him, ready to kill him painlessly. But Mr. Song had planned all this in advance and was not ready to give up so easily. He put his hand on the ground and was able to use his fire magic. The Overlord found himself in a ring of fire. Mr. Song hoped it would work, but it wasn't that simple. For the warden was already behind him and began to say that he was a mage pretending to be a swordsman to hide his magical abilities. And unleashing all his magical power at the right moment is not a bad plan, you sly old fox, but that would be the end of it. And Mr. Song was already ready to say goodbye to his life, as the warden had already raised his hand and was ready to deliver the final blow. But suddenly I decided to intervene, because I couldn't just stand by and watch my friend die in front of me. I blocked his blow, causing his arm and the dagger to fly away. The warden was shocked at where I had come from and didn't understand how I had been able to block his blow. The warden began to ask me who I was and what my rank was. And I told him that my name was Sun Jinwu, and I was Irang. After that, the warden bounced back and couldn't believe his ears. After all, there was no way that someone who could fend off his attacks and be as fast as him was just an Irang. At this time, Mr. Song was able to get to his feet and did not understand how I managed to do it, but the warden was surprised and began to tell me that if I was a power type, then releasing such power would have been possible even for an Irang. However, looking at my speed and reaction time, it wasn't that easy. After all, I was able to block his attacks twice, and it turns out that my class is an assassin. Not only that, but it looks like I was hiding my true power, doesn't it? And even if you're a false ranger, you're not, because your friends seem to have known you for a long time. And that's impossible, because a pseudo-ranger wouldn't allow someone who saw his real power to survive. And there is only one answer here: you are an overawakened one. After these words, Warden Jean Face and Mr. Song were surprised, for they had no idea that Sun Jinwu had been reawakened. The overseer went on to say that judging by my friend's reactions, you had recently awakened, and come to think of it, my guild boss had recently checked on someone because he thought he had awakened. And I think it was you. Anyway, it looks like you're an inexperienced hunter, in which case the warden should teach me a lesson. When the warden finished talking and threatening me, I decided to ask him why he did all this. And it wasn't just about the prisoners, because maybe they deserved all this. But why did you kill all the other hunters? The warden looked at me and saw that I was angry beyond belief. My face became very frightened, which made him smile strangely. And I say that, to be honest, he only did it for fun. And a little bit earlier, the old man who had offered the warden the job had told him that night that he'd heard that whatever happens in the dungeon stays there, and nobody else knows about it. Then he gave him a big bag with a lot of money in it for the work to be done. The old man began to plead with the jailers that he should kill all those responsible for the horrible crime. But the warden began to say that to do this he would have to pay an additional 10 billion for all the other criminals. If the old man could do it, the deal would go through. However, the jailer wondered why he would want to do this. But the old man began to say, when you go outside and see trash, you feel uncomfortable, but you don't clean it up. The warden didn't understand why he had to do all this. But the old man began to say that one of the inmates had harmed his daughter, causing her to take her own life, and her mother was still in the hospital from shock. I think about how the animals would walk free. Only a few years after the incident, he still can't sleep at night because of his actions. Eventually the warden said he understood and was willing to provide a service worthy of 30 billion won. So the old man doesn't have to worry about it. Eventually the warden began to explain to me that he just couldn't say no to the father whose daughter had been beaten by these criminals, and he tried to get him to change his mind by raising the price. But he accepted it anyway. Even though it turned out that way, the warden didn't want to hurt all the other guys. If they agreed not to talk about today's incident, he'd let them go. But I didn't think he would say that. But from the look on his face, he still wants to teach us a lesson and show us who's the best here. After all, I didn't believe him from the beginning, and there's no reason to trust someone who recently made up a story about our deaths. The moment the warden began to approach me, we got into a fight. I was able to parry his blow, and when he was next to me, he started saying that whether I believed me or not didn't matter anymore. He would be sorry that all of you would have to die with these insects, but I told him that he was too damn pathetic. At first the warden didn't understand what I was telling him, but right after that I told him that he was definitely going to die today. After I said that, the warden started smiling strangely, and he didn't know how high rank I had gotten since I was E rank. But now I shouldn't think it would be so easy, and so we began the battle, and when I swung, he walked away from my strike. It was like he evaporated. I looked at him and all I could see was his head flickering around me. I thought I could finish him off with one punch, but it turned out he was pretty fast. I underestimated him, and Mr. Song was watching us, and his eyes couldn't keep up with our speed. He couldn't understand how we could move at that speed. Mr. Sleep looked at me and realized that I wasn't the same guy I used to be, not the guy he'd known a month ago. At the same time I was fighting with this warden, and during the battle he started telling me that 30 billion won wouldn't be enough for a job like this. And who would have thought that I would meet a hunter of that level here? After all, we have the same speed. The wardens began. They asked me what my speed limit was, and even if my eyes could follow me, it was useless if your body couldn't handle it. But at that point Mrs. G put a speed boost on me, and I was able to move even faster. And at that moment the warden realized that the game seemed to be over, and we had to get serious. We started fighting even harder, and everything in that cave was flying in different directions because we were moving so fast. My friends were standing behind us, even though they knew we were fighting equally, they couldn't even keep up with our speed. They just watched as the pile of stones and dust rose in the air, and the sounds of our blades were heard throughout the cave. Mr. Song and Mrs. G had never seen such a battle before, as if two monsters had begun to destroy everything near them. During the battle, the overseer began to say that even if we had the same speed and ability, and the difference in experience was too great, the difference would lead to my defeat. If I am going to defend my healer, I have to do it right. At that moment, he launched one of his blades directly at the healer. I turned around and realized that I wouldn't have time to move in time to protect her. But at that moment, Mr. Song got in front of the healer and was able to fight that blade off with his ball. I breathed a sigh of relief, for nothing threatened the healer. At that very moment, however, the healer began to attack me with all his might. He was cutting me with his knees, but I adopted a blocker pose and thought he could not inflict serious wounds on me. Although there were wounds, they were non-critical, and I was still on my feet. When the warden stopped attacking me, were surprised that I was quite resilient. I stood in the same spot and began to feel my bloodlust begin to break through. She was sensitive to the urge to kill, and I got an emergency assignment from the system again, because my system was activated again because of it. The purpose of the assignment was to kill the players who intended to kill me to ensure my safety. If the assignment was not completed, my heart would stop. And now I realized that I had no choice but to kill that overseer. For if I didn't, I risked losing my life. I was ready to act and go right at him. The warden noticed that I looked different already, but he still thought the advantage was on his side. I was grateful that the system was giving me another reason to finish this guy off, and at that moment I shifted and started attacking the overlord with speed. We skirmished in combat, but the warden began to tell me that my class, which specializes in daggers and agility, kills mostly in close combat. Am I not a better opponent for you? He asked me, but I thought differently. And here's the fact that I certainly learned a lot from him, including the fact that a guy talking gives away such uselessness. And at the same moment I activated my sprint skill and my movement speed increased by 30% and my mana consumption decreased to 1 unit every minute. I was much faster than before. And at that very moment, the warden became nervous, because he hadn't expected this turn of events. And when I was able to pass the state defense, he was stunned, because he realized that I was also using my skills. Eventually, I was able to hit the warden and gave him a scratch with my dagger. At the same moment, the warder began to feel terrible pain on his face, as my paralysis effect had been activated. I also activated the bleeding effect. From now on, he will lose almost 1% of his health per second. The warden stammered as he realized that it was poison acting directly on him. But after a moment he realized that my dagger was poisoned, and I could cast effects with the poison I had learned to use in my dagger. However, the warden was not such an easy opponent, and he began to resist my effect because of his high resistance. My effect was cancelled at the same
I didn't know I was
moment,
muted,
and
but
looked at
Ismail,
him
what
in
up,
surprise,
baby?
because my action stops
I'm
quickly
playing a
if
game
my
called The
opponent
Finals
is
today. I'll
strong.
be on playing
The
Apex in a
overseer
bit.
also began to show me that she had something interesting in mind. I watched to see what he wanted to show me, and I saw the warden begin to disappear from where he was standing. And after an update, he completely disappeared. That's what I didn't expect. I couldn't figure out what had happened. It was as if he had evaporated before my eyes. But suddenly I felt someone want to hit me. I was able to block his blow with my intuition. And at that same moment, I began to hear a voice beside me begin to tell me that I had indeed blocked it. So even though he was hiding his presence, and considering that you have great instincts, that deserves praise. The Overlord was able to erase his appearance, his scent, his sound and even his aura, and only a few will be able to kill using this rare skill. At first it was said that no one yet knew that he had this ability, but there are those who have seen him use it. No one yet has survived. Suddenly I felt a pain in my legs, and when I put my head down, I saw blood starting to flow from my legs. I knew at once that he, being invisible, had managed to cut my tendons in my legs. My wounds could be healed quickly, but only basic healing spells work at this distance. And when the healer wanted to help me, the warden appeared and pointed his blade at her, saying, "Don't try anything, I'll come for you when it's your turn, Mr. Song." I realized that if nothing was done, there would be no endurance left of Mr. Jin Woo, and he could not call for help now, help me with his skills, but must buy some time for his healing. At the same moment it appeared that I would not be able to stand up to him in this state, and at least my speed would definitely not be the same as before. After all, it would take a long time to heal such wounds. But I told him to shut his mouth, for he talks too much. Yes, this battle was getting to me completely fed up, and at this point I decided that it was time to call it a day. I activated my status recovery skill, and at that moment I began to heal all my wounds. Mr. Song and Mrs. Jin Ho couldn't believe their eyes, and neither could the warden. After all, I was instantly healed. The warden couldn't understand and began to think that maybe he wasn't a killer hunter, because everything looked like cheating. You can't be sure that a hunter with the recovery ability even exists. But I, for my part, realized that because of certain limitations, it didn't make sense to rely on that alone. Come to think of it, there are other options. But the warden thought it was a trick, or perhaps a feigned confidence, and he wondered how many times I could use this ability. It was hard for him to tell, but to him I was very dangerous at this point. But I have full confidence in myself now. I realized again that one of my senses was dead in me, and the likes of him were not even worthy of my wrath. After all, I stand several stories above him in strength, agility, and speed, and so I began to act. I approached the warden directly and swung, but I didn't hit him. Although I was very close, the warden immediately realized that I saw him again through the camouflage, and I aimed straight at his neck without any hesitation. It was all clear to the warden now, for he had finally seen the real difference between me and him. The warden guessed that I had committed murders before, and you and I weren't so different. There are many ways to live and die, and his determination to change his fate, even at the cost of his life, eventually forced him to make hard decisions quickly. The changes of the past 2 months were not only external, for it was the awakening and an unexpected force that changed the rules of society. New exclusive rules have been created just for hunters, and there is no need to be constrained by law or morality, for the words of the strong are law. At that moment, the Overlord decided to show me his true power and lunged at me, but I was ready for it and stayed where I was. He started attacking me from all sides, but I stood and parried. The warden seemed to understand how I saw him through the camouflage. When the camouflage is activated, it hides his presence. But when he attacks with a strong lust for killing, for a moment his presence is revealed. That's exactly what he's waiting for, and he has no other way of knowing where I'm attacking from. And he must stop it. Such thoughts were the only ones that visited the warden. I didn't care what that warden thought or guessed, for my killing lust skill had been activated. The Overlord had fallen into my trap, and now he wasn't going anywhere. For my trap had already worked, and my terrible shadow was already consuming him, and he didn't realize what was happening. But when he lifted his head, he saw something ominous in front of him, staring straight into his soul. It was my darkness that clouded his eyes. My shadow began to recede little by little, and now the Warden no longer knew what to do or how to get out of this terrifying trap. I decided to deliver one last controlling blow right into his heart, and my dagger plunged into him. He, in turn, didn't even realize what had happened, but I was already standing in front of him, ready for the next step. He who fights with monsters must be careful.
Alright, let's
not
go
to
back
become
to
a
this.
monster himself.
Back
And if
to
you
this
look long into
greatness.
the abyss, also looks into you. For in the course of his life,
Back
the
to
hunter
this
witnesses
greatness.
countless deaths and takes his own
I'm gonna
life.
give this class
Often
another
there are
shot. I kind of
situations
like
in
it. I'm
which
not
the
gonna
hunter
lie.
finds himself between life and death.
Hey,
And in
should I
such
try
moments
M&K
he
for one
fights
game?
not only against monsters, but also against other hunters. We become the perfect killing machines, but
Need to
you,
get a better
as an
keyboard.
ordinary person, do not fall into that category. I'm going to die because I lost, and that's natural.
Set
The
up my
Warden
Razer
decided to ask me
keyboard.
only one question: who am I really? An assassin with recovery magic and skills that impose a negative effect. After all, he'd never heard of anything like that, but I wasn't entirely sure myself, either. The Warden went on to say that although his words meant nothing to me, having a bunch of secrets wasn't so great. At this point, my paralysis effect activated, as well as the bleeding effect. The Overlord began to bleed even more, his body no longer listening to him. After I killed him, I could no longer hide my abilities,
my team can
but I
hear
began
me.
to tell him that let's pretend I was a hunter, getting stronger with every battle, and how strong he thought I could become. The Overseer began to smile and said that my shadow was merging with the darkness, and I would become as strong as my shadow would sink into the darkness. At this point the task was completed, and I was able to complete the emergency task by killing the enemy. As a reward, I was asked to choose one of the rewards shown. Although I stopped much stronger than before, for the same reason I can feel something changed in me. As I get stronger, at this point my thoughts were interrupted by Jean Ho, who was standing behind me.
We can't
She
all
thanked
be
me for saving
speedsters.
Here we go!
After
The
all,
Overdogs,
thanks to me,
the
they would be dead
Powerhouses,
by now
and
if I
finally,
hadn't been
the
here.
Live
But now
Wires!
we have to decide what to do next.
Let's go,
and I guess
everybody!
we should go out and tell the guilds what happened. That's what Mr. Song told me. I told him that we should close the
Get
dungeon
ready for the
first,
ultimate
but
cash
Mr.
crunch.
Song
The
asked
first
me,
team to hit that
"Aren't you
magic
going to
number
go
will
out
claim
and kill the
victory."
boss by yourself?"
Scotty, these rules are simple,
Even
but
though he
things
saw my
usually get
skills,
complicated
he
in
didn't
the
try
arena.
to stop me this time. After all, he wants to bury his friends properly now. I walked over to the Warden to retrieve my blade.
The live wires are
and
crowding into
suddenly a
Vault 1.
notification appeared in front of me that I had received a new invisibility rune. And then I realized that I could get his ability by killing him. Mr. Song began to say that he and Jiho Monthly would go first and inform
Our
the guild,
contestants
but I
must be
had
getting to
go.
know each other's
After
strengths
all,
and
they would be
weaknesses because
waiting
we've
for me
got our
outside.
first
I
elimination.
tried to
This
tell
is
them
what it's
not
all
to
about,
worry,
partner.
for it wouldn't take long. And when they had gone, I went over to those
Yikes.
prisoners who
Team
were
white
lying
for
on the
the
ground and
Overdogs.
began to say, "I know he is alive, and you will have to get up." I began to question the prisoner about why he was trying to pretend to be dead and about his attempt to escape unnoticed. However, when he was lifted up, I noticed that his throat had been cut and he could not speak.
The Overdogs are back in
It was
action!
pretty brutal, since his vocal cords had been cut. He was probably going to kill his victims in the most excruciating way possible after they were unable to scream. He was dying of blood loss, but if we asked Miss Geeble, he could probably survive. The prisoner thought he was saved, but I began to pull him in the other direction.
No, I was trying
I
to.
realized that this was
At least I started to cash out.
Live wires are on the way to glory!
Soon we came
only
to the
one
door,
contestant
which was
left
the
for the
entrance to
live
the boss's
wires.
room. The prisoner's eyes bulged when he saw that it was the boss's room.
Send
There was
in the
another
frag!
huge man standing in the middle.
6 seconds, 6 seconds.
Oh,
Oh, fuck.
Powerhouses steal a
That was
cash
close.
out.
Good try.
I knew he was as trash as the Warden, and whether he thought...
Smile, you play this game too, bro? Log on, baby. Send me that invite.
Goblins behind him
That's a
began
blow to the
pounce on him and tear him
powerhouses.
to pieces
Team
with
white.
their big, green
Scotty,
paws.
even the
They
best come
pounced on
grinding to a
him
halt.
and herd of horrible
Precisely,
monsters.
you're on the money.
For monsters know nothing else but to pounce on
Great
their prey
comeback
and
by the
root and tear to
Overdogs.
pieces.
Nothing is stopping them at the moment.
Silent cries spread everywhere after that.
The
You were
Overdogs just
able to defeat
misappropriated
the
a
boss
cash
and
out.
defeat
Good
the
steal!
goblin right
They
after
just
that.
upped the plenty.
It wasn't that hard for me, and after leaving the dungeon, Mr. Song and Miss Juhi explained to the guild employee what had happened.
Throwing
The
fire!
employee truly realized the magnitude of what had happened and rushed to his superior. It didn't take so long for him to arrive.
No way! Get the fuck out of here!
Out of the car, the two guys started asking questions. How long has it been since you left the dungeon? One of them asked. The girl replied that it had been about 4 minutes and only 20 minutes left. And all the employees who were here need to try to save the bodies.
Revive me, I'm right next to you.
8 minutes.
To your left.
If that doesn't work, someone needs to leave them. The guy continued to ask questions. Did those survivors clean up the dungeon themselves? The
A
girl
long-awaited
confirmed that they
return
did.
to the arena for
Then
the
the guy who
powerhouses.
arrived realized that the warden had tried to kill the other hunters while performing a contract kill. If this was true, then he had deliberately arranged the corpses and closed the dungeon
They got
because he
this.
had something to hide. But suddenly this guy saw he realized that he was the
Damn,
hunter's
that
son,
dude with that
Jinwoo.
pistol is
The Overdogs are
disgusting,
close
huh?
to
He
being
didn't
wiped.
recognize
Just
me.
one contestant
He
still
asked
fighting
me,
out there.
finally knew
Escape
me.
the back
I
rooms?
realized he was one
What
of
is
the
that?
The Overdogs
supervisory
have been
officers.
routed. Team
The
white.
guy introduced himself and said
I've never heard of that game.
That's
he
the
was the head
truth.
of the oversight.
Or is that a
He seemed to think
sexual
that one of his
position that I don't know
employees had
about?
inconvenienced us, and they would give us their unofficial apology after the case was solved and the investigating committee would handle the case in place. And then I realized that there was no time to relax, just because I had killed a hunter, and even though I hadn't noticed it before. Well, looking at the head of supervision,
Oh, it's a horror
I
game?
realized that he is strong and on a completely different level, and I
You gotta
can't
joke with her
handle
and be
him
like,
with
yo,
my
I got a
full
new
strength.
game for you.
However,
The
the
Overdogs
head of
piling
called
into
Hide
the
the
began
Pickle.
to say that as a member of the oversight department he had some questions he wanted to ask us and things would go smoothly if we cooperated with them. I replied that I understood.
Oh, you
and he
scared the
decided
shit
to
out of
ask
me.
us
I was about to
directly.
stop this.
After these words,
Oh.
I thought to myself that it seemed impossible
Yeah.
to hide the fact that I was overworked now, and I would probably have to terminate my contract with Jim. And since he wanted a talented, but not yet too experienced hunter, all would be lost. But
Complete
suddenly
team wipe
Mr.
for the
Song answered the
Overdogs.
supervisor's question and said that it was he who killed the supervisor. The head then asked if he didn't mind, he should name his rank. Mr. Song said that he was of rank 0. The head did not understand how from rank 0 he could defeat a high-rank hunter,
The
but
Overdogs are
Mr. Song
back.
began to
Team
say that he could not
respawned.
see who was behind him. The chapter saw that with the hero supporting rank, they were
I'm not
probably
fucking with
able to
that.
defeat him. But the overseer was one of those who could not be controlled even within the department. Could he, with his one-armed rank, truly defeat a dangerous assassin in battle? He asked to go through them with him, for he was afraid he would need our help in filing a few reports. But a little later I stepped back with Mr. Song and asked him why he lied. He replied that he had just assumed that I had a good reason for hiding my abilities and that I shouldn't have done it. Yes, and I can't avoid an investigation.
These guys are fucking
anyway,
lasers.
and Mr. Song can't pay me for everything I've done for him. But right now that's all he can offer me. After that, the head began to ask me that he didn't think he could be overpowered by a hunter like me
The
before,
live wires
like
have
the warden.
commenced a cash
And he
out.
also thinks that there is no reason to suspect me of overshadowing again. However, he decided to tell me something that he advised me to be more careful in the future.
She's one shot right there on the stairs.
But I didn't understand what that meant.
Yeah, give him
The
that
head
revive,
went on to
please.
say that when Guangdong Suk's group was destroyed, only 2 people survived. And we counted the others.
Good man.
The problem is that Guangdong Suk had a younger brother who could take revenge.
We're in danger,
He was
but they
talking about a
still
hunter
have
who
one
was an
contestant
S-rank.
going strong.
And it doesn't matter what really happened in the raid. What
Alas,
matters
the
is that I
powerhouses have
survived.
been wiped
And
out.
since he is an S-rank, the law is
Impressive
unlikely
steal
to
by the
stop him.
Overdogs.
They are
That's what
living
you pay to
wonders
win
and a
this game
disaster
show.
at the same time. And it's in my best interest to keep them alive, because we may be
The
forced
powerhouse
to
have
meet
respawned.
monstrous fear. The head went on to say that if it were possible, I would love it and I could leave the country. That would not be a bad idea. However, 3 hours after the investigation into the warden's murder began, the general manager of the gold business turned himself in, confirming the investigation data. After that, Chun-Hee asked me if I remembered the magic prison in the neighborhood and the double feature. That same evening we agreed to go for a walk, for we were just on our way home. I followed Jim, and noticed that she seemed to be being finished a lot later.
gonna win.
And though I was right, she began to say that I should know that she was too old. And she's trying to overcome her fears, but it's not easy. After all, if you're a healer of rank, it's okay to go on raids, either of rank or
Those
at
guys
least
are
of rank,
disgusting.
if you're ill-prepared. But it still only joins raids of D or
He'll
rank,
try it.
and that's what she
That's
told
funny.
me. Continuing to hear rules that wouldn't stop showing
It's
up
all
on
over,
her.
folks.
And
That's
to
a
be
wrap.
honest, it even began to annoy her, because she thought I was
That's a
stupid
wrap
and
for
I
now.
play,
Even
a
though the battle
special
was
game
virtual, our
Managed to
contestants'
survive.
newfound
with my girl.
fame is
because
real.
I
called
saw
First
your
of the
eyes
Month.
full of life, and they seemed to be screaming for survival and to see tomorrow. June, who never thought she would ever
The red stew, baby.
and I promised her that we would have lunch together when I came back alive. When she held out her hand to me, there was a magic crystal in it. She said she had to give it back to me. I noticed that she started talking about how she was going to leave and go back to her hometown of Busan. She said that if I was in that city, I should definitely call her and she would treat me to sushi. But I tried to hold back and not show too much enthusiasm. I held this magic
I don't know if I
crystal in my
unlocked
hand
it. I
and
hope I
told her
did.
that if I ever found
It sounds like
myself
I
in
did.
the neighborhood, I would ask her to walk with me again. She was very happy to hear this, and soon she waved me off and left. I stood alone that evening and wondered what I should do next. For I had just gained another reason to become stronger. After all, S-rank hunter Huang Dong-su is hunting me, and I need to become stronger as quickly as possible. That's the only way I can survive and fight back against anyone who tries to take my life. When I got
Got
home,
two
I went
heavies.
to bed. The next
Should we
morning
just
I
triple
went to
heavy
one
it?
of the
Fuck
places
it, yo.
Jin
Let's do
Ho
it,
had told me
guys.
to go.
Let's fucking go, baby.
When I was already there, I didn't understand
Here we
who
go.
all these people
The
who
big
had gathered
splash.
here.
The high
Jin Ho
notes.
asked
And
me what I
finally,
meant.
the steamrollers.
After all these people are
Let's
our
go,
partners
everybody.
for the day, and those who have a hunter's license can't participate in raids for various reasons. They are injured or outlaw. And then there are those who,
Whirlwind cash
for
dash and
various
quick
reasons,
cash. The
continue
team that
to fight
secures
for
a
life,
big enough
and
stash
they have
first
been
will
assembled on
triumph.
our team.
Scotty's hit the nail on the
And there
head.
are
The big
also
cash
those who
chase
came
is
here
on.
to make a quick buck.
I think this is a big
Children
mistake.
were allowed
The
into
big
heaven.
splash are
I
accessing
asked
Vault
Jin
1.
Ho, but he said that if it
Well,
was
let's
a raping
see.
child, there was no law against them going. The girl who overheard our conversation heard what we said about her, and it was rude as she replied that she was a full-fledged hunter. I started asking her questions, since she was a high school girl, and asked if she had any experience.
Trying to get out my statistics tracker. We've got
They
our
would just
very
have to
first
wait
elimination
outside,
of the
and only
match.
Jin Ho
It's go
and I would
time.
go inside. Jin Ho started saying that he would go into the dungeon
The
just
high notes will need to try again.
They're singing the
The
blues.
law requires at least 10 participants for the dungeon. Those guys who were standing there watching all of this were
Let's get
reflecting
it.
on the fact that we are really very strong. Since the two of us decided to go there, they
The
were
high
glad.
notes have
And they were
respawned.
glad that we were really going to give them 3 million each, even if they stayed outside. Jin Ho started saying that 3 million for a raid to each of them was a hell of a deal, considering they wouldn't have to lift a finger, and all they had to do was wait
The
outside for us
steamrollers haven't
until
come
we were
out
done.
flat. They've
However,
started our
they
first
must not
cash out.
tell anyone about what they see or hear here. If anyone blabbers, they have to pay 10 times what they make today. It's written in the contract they signed. But as soon as we started moving out, I saw something and started saying to Jin Ho, I was wondering, what the hell is he so degenerate about? But he started to answer, what is this? A complete set of hardened armor created in an Italian craftsman's choice. Two of us were going on a raid, shouldn't we have been fully prepared? But I decided to check something out, and when I approached him,
The
I shoved
steamrollers
him
are
with
taking
one
the
finger.
reins of this
And
match.
after that, like a big log, he fell to the ground, slightly wound in his suit. I decided to ask him to just take it off. When he tried to get out, it didn't work, so I asked him to take it. I said to
Single contestant. Looks like a team wipeout for the steamrollers.
Seems they've hit a roadblock.
and get it over.
Notes have made a resounding comeback.
Wow,
Whispering amongst themselves,
that was unfortunate.
High notes.
That gamble paid off big
silly
time.
was that we didn't look strong.
Line up!
One of those guys started saying that if he wasn't strong enough to defend the dungeon on his own,
The
he wouldn't
steamrollers
be
have
better
returned
off
to the
mopping up a
arena.
high-ranked dungeon with big monsters. And that if they even died, but we got our money's worth. And suddenly one of the guys started telling me that he answered his name, Sun Jin Woo, and he was or rather, that's his name. And essentially these guys decided that we were just seeing
Timely lead for the
and a few
steamrollers.
hours later, Jinho ran out of the dungeon. Rock had just run away. But the other guy
Steamrollers are
turned
playing for
around,
keeps.
and what
They
he saw
snagged the
made him
match's
realize
first
that
cash
it
out.
didn't look like Jinho had escaped. He told all the guys to turn around and look at it, because the gate was starting to close. And then they realized that we had killed the boss after all. When I got out, I asked Jinho, where do we go next? And Jinho replied that the next raid was about 1 o'clock away. Jinho started yelling to everyone else to get ready. After all, we're starting to move out, and we've got 3 more dungeons to clear today. Although those guys were shocked by what they saw, we figured they'd go, considering it's an easy 9 million for each of them. That high school girl who was standing behind us was surprised that we were going back to the dungeon after cleaning it up. She began to wonder who we really were. One of the guys brought a
The
report
high
and
notes
asked
are finding the
another to
right
take a look
pitch.
at
They're
it.
opening
It said
bolt
that
2.
200 million and 500,000 some of them actually stayed around to get the rights to sweep the dungeon from the ranks. Recently there was a team, so now there are no gates left for hunters. It was originally 1,000, but even when they raised the price to 100 million, they bought back the rights for 200 million and 500,000. This report made one of the guild staffers go into total shock. They began to read the report and saw that the leader of the group's name. They soon realized that he was the second son of Eugene Sun, and it looks like they bought the rights with the support of the company. But after all, it's a big loss for them, and isn't that too risky an outing for a future star? In a double den about 2 or 3 months earlier, and his name was Sun Jin Woo. It was already interesting, and that guy started screaming at everybody to walk until he went Jin Woo and we went Sun Jin Woo.
Big splash has started a cash out.
Two guys out.
What? How does that make sense? An LMG act.
Keyboard and searching for information, and discovered that Sun Jin Woo had safely survived 3 accidents. The first mistake was the double murder. The second was the death of Wong Dong-suk's group. The third was the recent murder of a supervising inspector. The 2 guys met during the second incident. The most interesting thing is how Jinho is connected to the Yojin company. Rumor has it that Chairman Meng Han is hiring experienced hunters and plans to start training. If this is true, it is not surprising that Jinho wants to profit from it. After all, recruiting experienced hunters and quickly clearing dungeons means that Jinwo the hunter may wake up again. And of course, otherwise he wouldn't have had a chance of surviving those incidents. Each time it was a major incident. There was no explanation these guys saw in the last incident.
There's only one brave high note still singing out there.
But that was impossible, for he was a high-ranked assassin. And he was clever, so the first thing we had to take care of was the It was supposed to be a mage versus assassin confrontation. Unless someone else defeated a hunter from the surveillance department, the only survivors being the mage, and the hunter Sun Jin. And no one else. Among the survivors, only one person is suspicious.
Team wipe calamity for the big splash.
They could find themselves in troubled waters now.
Mission to find out for themselves, rather than seeking information from unreliable sources. One of my subordinates was shocked that the chief himself would go on a reconnaissance mission, although that is so rare. However,
We've
I
got
was
the
in the
big
cave at the
splash
time,
returning to
and
the
there were
arena.
monsters, but they weren't much of a threat.
The high notes have picked up the
I now
tempo.
had a very good
That's a cash out snagged by the high notes.
because they felt the threat but could not see it. They were confused.
There's a new
and looking
vault to
in
fight
different
for in the
directions,
arena.
And I began to act. In the blink of an eye, I had dispersed all the monsters that He looked at me and realized that I had gotten even stronger.
Big Splash are watching over ball
I was
3.
able to get my first level dagger skill as well. I realized that I had leveled up a bit and gained new skills. The whole problem is the continuous mana consumption. I wasn't going to put points into intelligence, but it looks like I'll have to. I hesitated for a moment. I was looking at my stats, and at that moment another wolfhound appeared, rushing
Where's the
right
vault?
at me and trying to overpower me. But at that very moment,
Oh, no.
I applied my passive and active skills, and my skillful dagger wielding, as well as my lethal strike, put a fat end to this battle with this wolfhound. At one point, using my skills, I discovered 3 tools and attacks. I was glad, because it looked good, and at the same time, I was able to increase my level, but suddenly I saw I realized that a certain level was still required, but I did not understand what it meant. In addition, I noticed that I was offered a task to
Things are
change my
heating up as we
profession.
pass the
I
halfway
had
point
to
of this
make up my
match.
mind whether or not to accept this assignment, for the change of profession was important to me.
The Big Splash
But
have
at this time,
respawned. Let's
the
see
head
how
of
they
the White
bounce back.
Tiger arrived at the gate he recently entered, and his face immediately changed after he saw that right in front of the gate a bunch of people were just sitting at a picnic and eating their food. It looked like a playground for little kids who were brought food and told to stay there. I didn't understand what was going on and why everyone was waiting outside the gate. But suddenly a high school girl came up to the head of the guild and said, "What are they doing here? Because this is the forbidden zone." But the head of the White Tiger Guild said, "What kind of child is this? I told her not to meddle in adult matters. Besides, this gate area is not safe." However, she replied that she is part of this
High Notes
race,
just
and though
jump-started
she
a
was
cash
embarrassed
out.
to say so, she did not even enter the dungeon. If the head's intuition doesn't deceive him, I'm definitely the recruit who showed up for the first time in a long time. But suddenly the chief jumped over and saying that the day leader is coming back, and everyone should I asked him what the schedule was for tomorrow, for I had forgotten that I had urgent things
The
to
High
do,
Notes have amped up
and
their
it was better
volume.
not to tomorrow. He said that he had already made reservations at the dungeon, but if it was urgent, he would cancel the reservation, and I would really have to cancel the reservation. After all, if we book the gate and don't go in within 2 days, the reservation is automatically canceled. I thought about it and told him to put it off for a while.
Impressive
But
steal by
suddenly
the
I heard
Steamrollers.
someone call my name.
How the fuck are you?
The remaining contestant on the Steamrollers. It's their time to shine.
He is the head of the White Tiger Guild's second department. I was surprised because I had heard
Complete
of the
team
White
wipe for
Tiger
the
Guild before.
Steamrollers.
I wondered what he wanted from me. A while later we found ourselves at a nearby coffee shop and sat at a table talking. That guy started
LMG
telling
is
me
my
about
problem.
hunters,
Let me
reapers,
try the shotgun.
knights, and the words white tigers. I should have heard of them at least once, but
The
instead I
Steamrollers have
replied that of
respawned.
course I knew that the White Tiger Guild was
The
one of
High
the best
Notes have
guilds in
upped their
South
pace.
Korea. Then he cut to the chase and said that they wanted
The
to
High
invite
Notes
me to
just
join the
confiscated
White
a
Tiger
cash
Guild and offer me twice the salary of Eugene Code. This White Tiger Guild guy decided that there was no point in stalling, because
It's all over, folks. That's
No.
clarify how much he was willing to increase his
With
generosity.
fame and fortune
He
on the
began to
line
say
today, our
that they were
contestant
using
sure
it to
gave us
the
a
tune of
great
50
show.
billion.
We'll see
Fuck
you next time on
them.
the
After that
finals.
I asked him if he would really give it to me, but he didn't quite know what I was talking about. 30 billion. Shouted the head of the White Tiger Guild, and it made all the coffee houses go up in ears. He himself was quite frightened, so much so that he even jumped up from his chair. When he saw that everyone was looking at him, he quickly sat back down and pretended that he had accidentally shouted. I began to say that the amount Eugene offered for the straw was 30 billion won. If you offer twice that amount, that means you are offering your 50 billion won. At this point, the head wondered how great his abilities were if Eugene offered him 30 billion won. They had not yet checked his rank and did not know if he was bluffing, since there was no way to check his words. But I replied to him that if he thought I was bluffing, I could provide proof. And since he offered twice as much, I thought he had heard about my deal with Jinho. But that didn't seem to be the case, and the head of the White Tiger Guild began to say that it was not within his power to pay such a sum. If I could give him some time, he would discuss it with the guild leadership. After he said that, I said let's call it a day and started to get up from my chair. After that, the guy started getting nervous and wondering if he might be in too much of a hurry. If only he had known the details of Eugene's proposal, he would have gotten permission from the guild and acted in small but confident steps. But before I left I decided to ask him how he had obtained information about me and whether he had been watching my surroundings. And at that very moment the guild leader felt a cut on his face, which caused him to start bleeding. He realized that I was using invisibility,
All right,
but I
the
ordered him not
Boundless,
to turn
the
around.
Big
And
Splash,
after these
and
words
finally,
it became clear
the
in my
Jet
head that if I'm an
Setters.
over-awakened person who can use
Let's go,
invisibility,
everybody.
then the way out of this situation is obvious. And I began to say that he was digging for me on purpose, and he had been informed
Quick
that someone was
Cash,
sweeping
the team that is
dungeon
fastest
too
to bank the
quickly,
funds,
and they
claims
began
the
to
glory.
investigate the
Right
matter.
on the money,
They
Scotty.
pushed on
Speed
me,
is key.
because 3 major incidents had happened in the dungeons, and he had no evidence. Inside the time, it's no longer a coincidence. And after I was reawakened, I got the abilities of a high-ranking fighter, which helped me get through all these incidents. Jinho must have seen my ability during the second raid, and when I got my father. And that's what I seem to be doing now. And all things considered, it all adds up. Answered that it was just
Get ready for some heart-pounding action. Uh-oh, only one contestant left for the Boundless.
And that's when I realized that
The
maybe
Big
Mappa
Splash are
was
starting a
too
ripple
quick.
effect. Opening Vault 1.
I don't want people to know about me increase. If rumors about me start to spread, you and your subordinates will be ready to answer. However, the head of the guild was obligated to report to his superiors. He didn't want to
Adversity
die.
for the Big
And
Splash
then I told him
wipeout.
that I would personally warn my subordinates.
You're absolutely right,
And
June.
at that moment I cancelled my spell and appeared right in front of him, beginning to talk about how we seem to have inconvenienced the White Tiger Guild by removing too many dungeons. Unfortunately, we're not going to
The
stop
Big
yet.
Splash are
The
back.
head of the guild interrupted me and began explaining that this is exactly the problem. We are letting our newcomers out of the gate by training them, but we can't send them to higher ranked gates. Then I asked, how about a deal? We will sell 3 of our armor, and of course, this offer is only valid
No fucking way.
if you don't take advantage of this opportunity. It will be difficult to get these gates later. The head asked me, am I really a gate buyer? Gates
The
don't
Jet
just
Setters
appear in
are all fired
metropolitan
up.
cities,
They've started our first
and they can
cash out.
train recruits in other provinces as well. The only problem is that it
Outpacing
could
the
cause
others, it's
conflicts
the Jet
between us
Setters.
and the other guilds. Eventually the head replied that he agreed, and asked how much it would cost. I told him let's say 300 million for each dungeon. But after that, the guild leader got nervous and told me that for mana crystals and magic crystals from the dungeons they could get a maximum of 200 million, and buying that price would take a big loss. He offered me 200 million more, and after that I said that I agreed. And when we shook hands, I told him that 3 brothers for a total of 600 million, that he should transfer the money to my personal account. And finally I told him that I had a gift for him. He had to open his mouth.
Using Pyro Grenade
And as
ahead
soon
now,
as he
we have the
opened
Big
it, I
Splash.
poured him a special liquid, which made his face disappear
The
early.
Big
His
Splash
head
denied
was
a
so
cash out.
understand what his ability was. Also, the
awkward
wound on
moment
his
for the
face
Jet
instantly
Setters.
healed.
Team wiped.
I got tired
Yeah,
and
they're out
started
of fuel
walking.
for now.
And at the
Oh,
end,
for
I
sure.
heard the head
Let's
ask
see
me
whether
about
the
the
last
fact that
member
I had
of the
just
Big
shown him
Splash will
invisibility
attempt to
and healing
revive.
abilities. He asked if that could be considered a sign of my trust, but I told him that if it meant that he would
The
at
Jet
least keep
Setters
my
just
secret,
made their return
then
to the
yes.
arena.
At the same moment I disappeared, but a subordinate in the head ran up and started asking him what kind of light it was and how it went with this guy. However, the head of the guild was in the sky and very nervous, because he realized that they had met a much scarier man than they thought. A little later I contacted Gene King, and he told me that the transfer was 600 million, just as I had told him. Gene King said that expensive rates had been sold for that amount. He asked his husband, was I able to sell it? But I answered him with a smile on my face. That same day, but a little later, his subordinate came running to the head of the
Fantastic
guild
steal by the
there were
Boundless.
high-ranking
Now
gates
that's
left
what you
in
pay
the
to
area.
win this game show.
The head was completely shocked by this news. Oh, and all the prices were under 10
It's
million.
in! The
And
Boundless
then
make
the
a
head
bold
realized
statement with
that
the
maybe
first
Jinho's
cash out of the
team wasn't going
match.
to the raid today. And then the chapter got nervous because not only did he not get any information about Sun Jinwoo, but he was also cheating. Could this mean that he did so out of fear that his identity might be revealed? But suddenly the
Big
chapter
Splasher
saw a
jumping
message
in,
on
unlocking
the
Vault
unknown
2.
number. The message said that it was Sun Jinwoo, and with that he turned a blind eye to the fact that he was digging into his past. At the same moment, after reading that message, the head realized that he
Splasher in a tough
and
spot.
he didn't think
They are
of
down to
it
just
right.
one contestant.
After all, I had sent a message to my business partner and that wasn't bad either. After all, they got some white the main goal. After all, the money
The
they
Jet
spent
Setters will
today
need to
was
regroup. Team
for the
wiped.
white
The
tiger
competition
tail,
told them
although
to go
he
fly
might
a
still have
kite.
problems with the higher-ups.
Creating a
That
safe
same
zone.
evening, I decided to proceed with my main goal in the near future. Which I myself had already. After all, I decided
Jet
right
Setters are
today
back.
to change my profession. Before it sounded interesting, I can't wait to find out what monsters will be inside, and finally this game started for real. And when I went inside the gate, there were knights waiting for me, who began to fight me as soon as I walked in. They were very strong, but slow
The
at the
Boundless
same
have kicked
time.
off a cash
Because
out.
of this, I was able to dodge their attacks. It was difficult for me to fight them.
How?
I activated my special skill, Deathstroke. Now I am able to inflict critical damage to the enemy's vital points. At the same time, I also used the sprint skill, which increased my movement speed by 30%. For every minute I use
That
this
stun
skill,
pistol's
1
a
unit of
motherfucker.
mana is consumed. However, after all that, I realized that my attacks weren't doing him any damage at all. Although the opponent wasn't too
The
strong,
Big Splasher
my
making
dagger
waves, stealing a cash out and leaving
What was
his
I doing?
attacks are not strong enough, and his only advantage is defense. He does not use his skills, and perhaps he does not know how to attack effectively. The more he opens up with his movements, the harder I can strike. I already had experience battling similar
Misfortune
opponents,
for the
but
Jet
they were
Setters.
proving too tough
Team
for my
wiped.
dagger.
That's a rough landing.
I grabbed
If
my
I ever saw
opponent
one,
with my
Scotty.
hands like a
You took the
knife.
words right
Eventually,
out of
I
my
was able to
mouth.
tear off his
The
iron
Big
head,
Splasher
and
now just a
finally
single
killed the knight.
contestant away from a
This
team
type of
wipe.
monster was weak in long battles.
With
that's
Boundless
happening
energy, the
on the
Boundless
raid.
just stole a
Most
cash out.
likely a toy monster, and it would be a shame to have to
We've
fight
got the
only
Jet
such guys
Setters
in the
returning to
future.
the arena.
Also, since I'm using a torch instead of a sacred stone,
Frag out!
just like the insect, it wouldn't hurt to conserve mana. The most frustrating thing is that my health is not restored, and I can't leave this dungeon until I close it. Also, there is a ground restriction in this area, and my
Jet
health will not
Setters
regenerate
spirited
the
away
store
with a
as I
cash out.
increase.
Good see.
Although my team's ability and Deathstroke are quite effective, they don't consume too much mana. If I had known this was going to be the case, I would have put some points into intelligence. The certain difficulty in the dungeon, the lack of ability to heal, and the inability to escape make this dungeon too risky. It's a
The Big Splash have
career-changing
seized the
assignment.
helm.
It can't be greater. I don't know how many hours or even weeks
The
it
Big
would take
Splash
me to
completed a
complete this
cash
quest, but the worst part is that I can't heal, and I remembered that I had already completed the daily quest today. I thought it would be quick and I could finish it all in one night. If it takes more than 12 hours, I could fall prey to centipedes like that time. I don't feel good. I'd better get a profession and do the daily
There's a new
assignment
vault
soon.
to fight for in the arena.
Besides,
the Big
last time I
Splash are
ran
close
away
to
from
getting
them as
wiped.
hard
I
as I
feel
could,
for their lonely
but if I
contestant
run
out
into a
there.
centipede now, can I beat it? But first I'll have to take care of
The
these big
Boundless
guys who
breakthrough,
rely
opening
only on
vault 3.
when a mob of knights came after me, I threw my torch to the ground and started running straight at them, attacking them with my bare hands. After all, my dagger couldn't penetrate their defenses. I struck him with the knife.
From
The
where?
result was a dent in his chest, and he flew off
Well,
with
that
the other
pistol
knights
is
instead of
serious.
me. However, I still had to deal with the two
Team
knights on my
wipe
side.
calamity for the Jet
I
Setters.
jumped up and started hitting them in the head. I was lucky that the knights were too slow and couldn't keep up with my movements.
I gotta unlock
I could
that
have just
pistol.
jumped and attacked them in the day, since their line of sight was limited because of that armor. Eventually, I finally managed to defeat the last knight that
The
stood in
jet
my way.
setters are back in action.
I realized that if I couldn't cut them, I could just be where their bones
The
should
big
be.
splash
But
just
even
jump-started a
decent things
cash
fell
out.
off some of the knights. It's a money pouch and a breastplate above the knight. It was just wonderful that the elements of the armor could be hidden and
This
not
line's showing
necessarily
the others how
display
it's
their
done.
appearance.
It's the big
If
splash.
anyone saw me, I would be a laughingstock. And I wondered if in reality he would
At the
be
halfway
tempted
point,
to.
our contestants are living
I
up
was
to
also able to
Ospooz's
get gold
slogan
from
of
the
hot
pouch
poor
that
performance.
and at this point I had as much as 863,400 gold coins. But suddenly I began to feel something strange, as if someone was approaching me. My instincts did not fail me. I drew my blade and thrust it into the air. However, it turned out that there was a knight using it. I was horrified that there were monsters capable of being invisible. Also, there was some huge fireball flying at me, which I was able to turn away from.
A setback for the
When I turned
Boundless.
around,
Can their
I
last
saw a
member
mage
avoid a
standing
team
not
wipe?
far from me. He used fire magic and threw that orb of invisibility.
Pulling
at
ahead
me,
now,
the
we
same
have the
kind of
Boundless.
magic that Mr. Wong had used back then in the dungeon.
The
But
jet
now I
setters
was
just
concerned
swooped
about the
in and
fact
stole
that
a
what was
cash
going
out.
on.
One skilled play can change the game.
Battles that have already been fought. It turned out to be harder than I thought it would be. All the monsters are different types, so I have to use different characteristics. Knights require strength, archers require stamina, and mages require intelligence. If I didn't get enough points into strength, I wouldn't be able to break the assassin. Into intelligence, I have to save mana as much as using skills altogether. I'm starting to get tired. I have to finish as quickly as
Complete team
possible.
wipe for the big
The longer
splash.
this goes
They
on,
could find
the
themselves in
worse it is
troubled
for me.
waters now.
I'll have to close my eyes for a while to get some rest to reduce the fatigue. But suddenly an arrow flew at me, which I
The
caught
jet
right in
setters
front
are
of my
leading the
face.
way.
And when I looked up, I saw the archer standing not far from me.
Cash out complete, and the jet
Luckily,
setters just
it
got
looked
richer.
like they weren't going to give me a break. I was able to overpower them, and a little later I found another bag with 20,000 gold.
I love the smell of a fresh
There was
vault
also
in
a
the
bottle
arena.
filled with warm water. I upgraded
Jet
a bit
setters
and
are
collected
re-entering
quite
the
a few
arena.
items. I also got some rest and thought I could move on to the next stage. However, the way I looked was ridiculous with that guard necklace, the breastplate above the knight, the archers and higher knights' gauntlets, and the assassin's boots. It all looked awful on me, but I was glad no one could
The Boundless
see.
are opening
I was
Vault
pretty
4.
much leveled up. And when I
The
saw the
Boundless
big
have
door
taken
in
the lead
front
for
of me,
now.
I wondered what skills the monster lurking behind that door had. After all, this was the boss's room, and that bone-chilling cold was coming right out from behind the door. When I opened the door, I saw that all the torches that were in this room were lit. I could hardly see anything in front of me, for there was some kind of strange fog. But eventually I could see that it was the royal throne room. I began to hear some footsteps, as if someone was approaching me from the darkness, and my vision, hearing, and fingertips began to give me
Ooh,
signals.
that dude does not
Jet
I
miss.
setters
realized
suffered
that
a
I remembered
wipeout.
the feeling. It was the same as in the Dark Age. This coldness I realized seemed to emanate from this sky that was very cold. After feeling that way, I doubted whether I could live. And what should I even do? After all, my
The
fatigue
jet
had more or
setters have
less calmed down.
respawned. Let's
But
see
it
how they
wouldn't be
bounce
for long
back.
if this
Oh
battle
no!
dragged
The
on.
big splash have lost all
This
but one
huge knight
contestant.
began to emerge from the wall. He looked terrifying in his bloody armor. It was the blood-red warlord Ignis. I saw a dark red name that was definitely different from the others. It was a knight defending the empty throne of Ignis. It did not take him
Cash
long
out
to
underway
attack
thanks to the
me. He
Boundless.
swung his great sword, but I managed to duck in time, and he missed. Soon after that, total destruction began, as he cleaved through the pillars like air. To me, this guy turned out to be an insanely strong knight. He was also impenetrable, as my blade didn't even leave the space of his armor. I didn't expect it.
I'm not sure this match needs even more excitement, but here we go anyway.
She
A
swung
new
her
event
great
is
sword
about
and
to
struck
start.
with all her might, making the ground beneath us shake.
The
But I
jet setters
managed
will
to
need to
jump
try
away,
again.
and now
Team
I was
wipe.
flying through the air. Suddenly I saw something red moving right toward me,
No
and
more
smoke
damp
began to
spirits
rise
as the
from
big
underneath.
splash recover
It
in
was
this game.
almost too close, right next to my face,
Our
and luck was on my
contestants shouldn't
side.
get bent out
I
of
was able
shape,
to
even
dodge
if we're
after all,
warping
and his
space-time in
blow
the
hit the
arena.
nearest column that was behind me, and it started to collapse. And as soon as the column collapsed, I was able to jump off the back of it and look right at his back. It was hard for me to breathe because the fight didn't stop for a second. Also, my armor speed reduction effect only works if my strength was below
1 minute warning.
This guy's
This 1
strength
minute
is
warning was
definitely
brought to you
above
by
70.
Isolt.
His destructive power far exceeds
fuck,
mine.
look it up.
His
Let's just
agility
made their
also
return to the
prevents my
arena.
dagger from penetrating his armor. That means his defense is higher than mine. If there was anything I realized that he's even stronger. I don't think I can
How
beat
the
him
fuck
without
do I
a
get
weapon.
up there now?
If I don't try to penetrate his armor, I can't do any damage to him. There is only one way, and it could be much worse
We still
than
have 30 seconds
But
remaining.
Idris noticed it, too, and put my blade, and began to work his sword. He seemed to understand. I went to fight with my bare hands, and in the meantime he was aiming his big sword straight into the ground and began to drop his cloak to the side. He was also willing to fight me with his bare
10
hands,
seconds.
though he was a terrible knight, but he was fair. He decided to show me nobility by fighting me as an equal, too. He underestimates me, but at the same moment he started running straight at me with the purpose of destroying me. He turned out to be pretty fast, and in an
That's
instant
the
he was
final
already
whistle.
near me and hit me right in the chest. I hesitated from the blow, and at that moment he grabbed me by my clothes and threw me into the nearest wall, which I broke through. I was stunned by the sheer force he displayed in a split second. But that was only the beginning, and at the same moment he ran up to me and hit me again with all his strength. I was able to block that blow somehow, but eventually our environment collapsed completely, and debris began to fly around me. The air in the room was polluted with dust from that blow. Because I was able to somehow block his blow with my hands, I was able to bounce to the side. I blocked that punch, but I felt like I lost about half my life. If it wasn't for the armor that time, I wouldn't have survived if I had continued to take direct hits. He remained surprisingly strong even without his sword, and I began to question whether I could even stand up to this monster with dignity. Even if I lose in strength, I have to rely on speed, and I began to activate my sprint skill. The speed of my movement increased by 30%. I became too fast and approached him. At the same moment he elbowed me right in the head. I managed to put my arm up in time to block his blow. His arm bounced to the side, and at that same moment we fought furiously. Our blows were so fast that it was impossible for an observer to see even one straight punch. Because I was too tired and exhausted after the battle with the knights, I underestimated my capabilities. He hit me with such force that I started spinning in the air, and at the same time my health dropped below 30%. At the same moment my fortitude skill was activated, and the damage I received was reduced by 50%. If my defense increased in conjunction with my passive skill, I still had a chance. I couldn't give up in flight, and I was able to strike him in the head. But soon after, I saw his gaze pointing directly at me, and he got even angrier. He grabbed my leg with his hand and hit me with such force that I instantly flew aside. I hadn't expected that at all. After all, I thought I could somehow get through some more time and come up with a plan. But as soon as I started flying into the nearest wall and made a big hole in it, I started to come to my senses and realized that I was sitting on that throne in this room. And from that impact, I was thrown right across the room. I was sitting there opening the pancake and I started bleeding. At the same moment, Idris realized that it was over, and as he approached me, he raised his big hand to give me one last blow, after which I would no longer be able to stand on my own feet. Somehow he began to summon his sword, which was nearby, shredding the ground. The sword instantly flew straight into his hand, which he raised, and he swung it, pointing it straight at my neck to deliver one last blow. If I had hesitated for a second, he would have ended our fight. But I managed to block his blow with my hand. After all, I still had one more item, the Gauntlet of the High Knight, which gave me 3% physical damage absorption and had the added effect of preventing rock injury if my strength was less than 80. As a result, my movement speed was reduced. There was a big wave around us that raised all the dust in the air, and I started with my other hand. After all, I hadn't lost yet. And as soon as my blade was in my hand, I stabbed it right in the head. Idris rolled to the side after my blow, and at that moment I picked him up and started running straight with him to the other side. For in that moment I realized that I could overpower him. I ran across the room with my blade, and suddenly crashed into the nearest wall. At the same time, Iris raised his hand to pull my blade from his helmet. I told him that I wouldn't let anyone touch my things, and even if my dagger was stolen, I could summon it back. At last I could deliver one last crushing blow. I thrust my blade in one more time, and though it didn't feel like enough, I realized that I needed a little more and it would be over. My Deathstroke skill was activated several times, and eventually, I hit him with all my might and looked him straight in the eye, for I wanted to finally wait for the moment when he let out his last breath before I beat him.
Here we go!
And
The
that
high
moment
notes,
finally
the
arrived
tough
because
shells,
fell after my
and
blows.
finally, the
And
powerhouses!
finally, I saw the notification
Let's
I had
go,
dreamed of.
everybody!
I finally killed the bloody red warlord Icarus. And at that very moment my level went
Access
up.
Vault 1.
I was terribly exhausted.
In quick cash,
and I
it's all
sat
about
right
the rush
beside
for
him,
riches.
watching to see
The
if
team
it
that
was
gathers enough cash first
had
will seal
finally
the
won.
win.
Exactly,
It was really
Scotty.
close,
Let's
and
see
I
who
felt
rises
the
to the
impact of
occasion.
technique, skill, and experience.
Our
I was
contestants
weaker in
must be
every
getting to know
aspect.
each other's strengths and weaknesses because we
I was
got
able
our
to win.
first
After all,
elimination.
any
This might
mistake
get crazier
could
than I
have cost me
expected.
my life if my opponent was so strong that he could fight on a par with the hunters at the same rank. But suddenly I saw that I had knocked out the snow, the ruler's touch, the leather pouch. Funny
The virtual rug has almost been pulled out from under the high notes. One contestant
You could
left.
tell that the risk was worth it. And when I opened the leather pouch, I found $1.5 million gold inside. I couldn't tell you how happy I was to have gotten it all in one go. I had never had that much gold before. To think, my gold had doubled in an instant. I was able to get an item of rank S, unless you count the key to the gate of the demonic castle. This was the first time I had an S-rank piece of equipment in my hands, and the characteristics were also significantly different. Even a simple 15% increase in physical damage absorption would be a
The
great
powerhouses
boost,
are all
but
fired
adding
up. They've
20%
started our first cash out. Alas,
However,
the powerhouses
skill
have been
can
wiped
be gained
out.
by destroying the room, which is a unique
Damn.
item to complete a quest. If you destroy the return stone, you can leave the dungeon. If the skill change quest is completed in the dungeon, it will
Resilience here from the
automatically be
tough
destroyed
shells as
with
they
no way
stage an
to
impressive
return.
comeback.
But I didn't understand why I was given the return
Great
stone.
move there by the
because
tough
it was
shells,
definitely
stealing
a
that
room
cash out.
opened in
But
an
will there
instant.
be
If the
consequences?
return stone had fallen out, it might have meant that the quest was not yet complete, and I would have many more. It didn't take long before I began to feel something appear in
Only
my
one contestant left for the
As soon as I
powerhouses.
turned my
They need to avoid the teamwork.
I turned around and saw many portals appear near me. At that moment, I realized that the career change movement had begun. I already knew it couldn't be otherwise. The longer I last, the more points I can gain.
The
The
high
number of
notes are
points
back on the
determines how
scene.
highly ranked the profession I get. And just as the time meter started going, I saw someone slowly start to exit the portals. I saw a bunch of knights coming out of the portals one by one.
Frag grenade
I
set.
realized that if they were at this level, I wouldn't even be able to handle it. So the longer you last, the more points you get. The ability of getting increases do a job of changing the profession. I have 390 mana left, and using it requires 100 mana. I also have 190 mana units left
Ouch!
to
The
maintain
high
my
notes
visibility.
suffered a wipeout.
It
Right
also
about now, they're
requires
singing the
one life
blues.
unit per second to maintain your visibility.
They can still pack a
This
punch.
means that I
An
can last in
outstanding recovery from the
invisibility for 3 minutes,
powerhouses.
and I have enough health, HP.
A steal by the tough shells. I must admit, I like to see strong offensive pushes in the arena. The tough shells make a bold statement with the first cash out of the match. Oh no, just a single contestant left in the arena for the
knights that were near me
powerhouses.
started to notice me and attack, but I bounced to the side and hit them from behind, which made them start flying in different directions.
Focusing on
Corrected text, as soon as they flew off to the side, I stood up to my full height, turned around, at which point my blood activated, reducing the target
powerhouses are back.
stats by
Converge on
50%
Vault
for
2.
1 minute.
Let's move.
My bloodlust consumes 100 mana. It's my
Vault 2
only
is
chance.
being unlocked
I
by
have
the
to give
high
it my
notes.
all for the duration of the skill. But there were too many enemies, and they were coming right at me. There were so many that they couldn't get through the corridor
throwing
properly,
sonar
and
grenade.
they were all pushing against each other. At the end of the corridor, terrible battle broke out. And eventually I started taking damage and my HP started decreasing. Because they were coming from the gate faster than I had time to deal with them, my passive skill fortitude was low, but it was enough. After all, I'd taken it too lightly and wasted too much mana on invisibility. And at this rate I wouldn't be able to use the skills anytime soon. I wondered if it was time for me to use the returning stone. And I'm not sure I'd get anything out of switching professions at my current level. It's too complicated. If I use the return stone,
An increase in beats per minute is likely now, as the high
but as
notes
soon
have
as I looked
started
at
to
the
cash
time,
out.
I saw that only 5 minutes had passed, and it looked like there was nothing left but for me to get out of this. But suddenly one of the knights hit me in the side with his huge hammer. I fell to the ground, and my return stone slipped from my hands. I lay on the ground and realized that I am quite safe. All the knights who were nearby began to converge around me. But still,
That's a
I was
steal!
able
The
to get out
powerhouses are
and
playing
began to
boldly
fight.
out there.
Be a game changer.
Of
The
course,
powerhouses
in the
are
end,
in
I
danger,
decided
but
there
they
was no
still
way I
have
could
one
ended
contestant
that
going strong.
key, because such a priceless chance, all because I used rock bottom.
No.
The powerhouses will need to try again. Team wiped.
I remember
They've been
being
knocked
told how I
down to
could
their
help them.
foundation.
After all, my rank is so low. The guild thinks the same, that this guy is always hiding behind his partner. And to survive and think only some divine will kill even one monster
The
calls himself a
powerhouses are
hunter. And the
re-engaging.
fact that he is nicknamed the weakest hunter in the world. That means he is no stronger than I have been told. That is what they call S-rank hunters, but I myself was the weakest. All the time I was told I was very weak.
Using fire grenade.
In fact, I was before I was
Grenade
really
out.
weak. Back then,
The miners are tuned into success. Great steal.
money for going
Definitely
to
not a
break
defensive
the
strategy.
other hunters and hiding behind their backs. I tried my best, but I couldn't. do
Oh, I
anything,
fell right
and
through the
everyone
map.
told me to stop and take a break.
What the fuck?
Why didn't I take the safe roads and dance with death every chance I got? And isn't it too much luck that a hunter like me was able to go so
Before I get
much?
upstairs now.
At the same moment I was surprised, because it really was me. And I didn't
Alas,
know
the
the
high
same
notes have
person.
been wiped out.
Not
After
exactly
all,
a
the
resonating
Kurgan
success
had
this
built up
time.
muscle, and now I looked piercing and quite strong. But I've only changed on the outside. Inside, I'm still a wimp, and I wondered, what's the difference between the me of the past and the me I've now become? After all, I pushed myself into situations in which I was on the brink of death time and time again. Well, of course, we are also
Just what the
that we
doctor
really
ordered.
are.
Another vault.
And if I can't control myself, my courage will turn into recklessness. I will continue to fight these knights who have surrounded me, but there were so many of them that at one point I didn't know what to do, and when I was and when
The high
I
notes
felt
are finding the right
I
pitch.
felt a
They're
terrible
opening
pain
vault 3.
inside me. The blows that these knights struck were even harder than before. They pounded me into the ground, and eventually I was no longer able to get to my feet. Lying down, I was completely surrounded by my enemies. I could hear a voice echoing around me. That voice was my own, belonging to my former self. I was aware that I was considered the world's most unsuccessful hunter. I could hear it telling me that I still had a long way to go, and now I would have to kill more people and sacrifice or leave many behind, including friends and family. As a result, I alone would be responsible for my life. This situation in which I now find myself in 2 months ago. But what happened?
No, that's
The
fucking
powerhouses be able
bullshit.
to keep a team wipe
Suddenly,
at bay?
however,
Let's
the
see.
notice of the daily task appeared in front of me, and I had to get ready.
Oh,
to
now
get
you want to
started.
shoot at him, right?
If the stopwatch that was in front of me counts down, I realize that the daily task is ending, and luck is probably a skill, too, and it seems to leaving me to die. Too much time is being wasted here. When expired, the notification system showed me that I had failed the daily assignment and now I needed to be punished. I will be moved
The
to
high
the
notes are
penalty
initiating a
area.
cash
At the
out.
same time, the man who tried to kill me struck his final blow. I suddenly couldn't realize what had happened, because there was no one near his sword. He disappeared right before their eyes. And at that moment I was holding my dungeon. And as soon as I opened my eyes and saw the desert, I knew it was a penalty area. I started thinking back to what I
We just
thought of
passed the
being one of my
halfway point, and I'm really impressed with the team so far, June.
And I thought it was okay, and I could finish it all in one night, and I needed to get a profession to do the daily assignment soon. But if it takes more than 12 hours,
Ouch!
I
The
might
tough
become
shells
a
suffered a
prey like that
wipeout.
time, because
Salty,
last
the
time
competition
I ran from her
really
because
shelled
of all
them.
the cells. If I run into her now, can I beat her? I really didn't do my daily task today. So his time is up. Well, it was about time, and to think I
A
was able to get
long-awaited
out of that
return to the
situation
arena for the
alive.
tough shells.
And the assignment was so difficult that even
Impressive
the
steal by
system
the
wished me luck.
powerhouses.
Or was it said to encourage me to get more points? But at the same moment, I felt my own
The high notes just have
and as
one
soon
member
as I
still
saw my
standing.
fatigue,
No more
I thought it was
three-part
because
markings for
my
now.
fatigue had exceeded 90.
Throwing fire!
And since I had I decided to use a potion, where it was supposed to help restore my energy. Eventually my fatigue started to increase, but at the same time my health points were not restored, and it seems that potions have no effect on restoring health points when I was seriously wounded. Apparently, the only way is to wait for natural progression change quest, but maybe my health will recover faster if I level up in that area. And even though I can die from one hit, I do look much better than I do now. Where are the monsters to help me level up? And it didn't look like I had to worry.
It's all over, folks. That's a
After
wrap.
all, they appeared right in front of me as soon as I brought it up. It felt
And now
like they
we
were
celebrate
waiting
as
for me to
one team
remember
of
them.
contestants
The battle
becomes a
began
group
again.
of rising stars.
I jumped up
Thanks
and
again
ended
to
up
our
right on top of the
sponsors
centipede's
and to
head.
our viewers at home.
This is how I deliver crushing blows to get stronger and replenish my health points, HP, as quickly as possible. If I can hold out until the end, I go back to a place where I can get a very good profession. I only need to last 4 hours. I realize that what doesn't kill me makes me stronger. After all, I don't have any more backup lives, and now I just need to get as strong as I can so I don't end
You
up in
switch over to
situations like
Apex.
this in the future. That same day, late at night in the house where I lived, my sister got up to go to the bathroom. However, she was contemplating the strange dream she had had. When she got the time, she realized that I hadn't come home yet, that I was still working, or maybe I had a girlfriend. She thought about the fact that she had definitely told me about the parent-teacher conference that was to be held today, and she hoped that I would come to it. I had been fighting for over 3 hours now, and I was only 15 minutes away from completing the penalty assignment. I kept fighting against those centipedes, which were very strong, but with my death blow I was able to kill a lot of them. My skill level in the death blow was higher. Also, I was able to increase my level and recover my hit points, HP. I ended up with mountains of centipede corpses lying next to me, as expected. In the penalty area, you can heal yourself by leveling up. Also, thanks to the ability to use the store, I can heal with items. There were only 3 minutes left before I was back to my profession change mission. I still have a little time to prepare, as the Basilisk Fang is not enough to break through the knight's defenses. I have to do my best, and I need a stronger weapon. When I opened my store, I saw a dagger capable of piercing heavy armor, so I bought myself a dagger called the Night Killer. Even though it cost 2,800,000,000 gold, it was a bit costly. But things should go differently, because when I use this dagger against opponents in heavy armor, my attacks deal an extra 25% damage. In addition, I decided to purchase bandages and wrap them around my arm, taping these daggers directly to my palm. I realized that if I did that, I wouldn't lose my weapon, as I did with the return stone, and would find another way. I have no other choice, I must try, and I still have one more rune, the Ruler's Touch. This skill can be obtained by destroying a rune. When I killed the Overlord, it allowed me to absorb and learn invisibility. I finally mastered this skill, the Ruler's Touch, and I can control objects without touching them. This skill requires no mana, and the description of the skill gives the impression that it is quite effective. Maybe that's what that guy was using. I don't think I can move too many objects, though. I was right. I couldn't move big objects because my level was still too low. I stood and watched as the completion of the penalty task approached. There were only a few seconds left, and this was my last opportunity. It was all I could do. Now all I had to do was rely on luck. When I got back, I realized that the number of knights had increased considerably in a few hours. As soon as they spotted me, they immediately rushed at me, seeking to destroy me. However, the first two who ran forward were instantly cut down by my daggers. They were surprised that I was able to chop them up, and this night killer effect definitely helps me. It's much more effective than fighting them with my bare hands. The thing that kept me going was that I didn't feel the level increase at all from reducing their numbers in the penalty area. I was killing centipedes and leveling up, and before that I was gaining experience by killing Iris the Warlord. The system was saying that there would be no healing effects from the level increase, not that levels in general would not increase. Although mages continuously use spells, they never attacked me directly. Only knights perform such attacks. Then I wondered what kind of spell they were using. Perhaps a weakening or some sort of curse, but I didn't feel anything like that. But suddenly I realized that it was summoning magic, and as time goes by, more and more knights appear. And no matter how many knights I kill, I get experience for them. But these monsters, they were summoned by someone else. So I don't get experience for them, and the summoners were the last ones to come out of the gate. And they were mages. When I threw my dagger, I was able to kill one of the mages. As soon as I killed that mage, all the knights he summoned began to disintegrate into pieces. It turns out that the knights were summoned through a gateway created by the mages. And that's not the end of it. I have to find the remaining mages and deal with them. But as soon as I used my invisibility skill, I sensed that the mages detected my presence. And then I realized that they seemed to have found me, but that's what I expected. Because of this I was able to find them, and there were only 5 mages left for me to kill. But with my skills and my new blade, I knew that I could complete this task and take out all my enemies in this dungeon. Thanks to my dagger and my skill with the ruler's touch, I was finally able to take out the first enemy that stood in my way. There were 4 more to find and destroy. The mages were not heavy opponents, for they always summoned knights and stood on the sidelines, watching the battle unfold. Now I need to find and finish them quickly, because if I don't do it quickly, it will take a long time, and it will be harder for me to fight them. I started running and killing all the knights that stood in my way. With my newly acquired blade, I was able to cut through all the knights with great ease. Thanks to my ruler touch skill, I was able to win. I will cut them all to pieces and stand on their armor. For I am far stronger than all of them put together. They're annoying, running in different directions and trying to do something, but there's no way. I'm stronger now than I was 4 hours ago. Well, just as I decided to relax for a while, one of the knights who was hiding behind me was able to strike me with his sword. I instantly turned around and sliced his sword in half, then severed his iron head. This caused me to start bleeding, which only increased my rage. I stared at him and shouted how much longer he would try to hide behind his knights. With my skill I was able to get close to him, and eventually defeat him. There were only 3 mages left, who decided to team up and began summoning something horrible that ended up under my feet. And suddenly all the remains of the knights that had been defeated by me, or were lying under my feet, united into one terrible knight. But it looked like a golem. It was too big, and I had to jump off its head, for it crashed straight into the ceiling. It was a horrible monster that solved everything in its path indiscriminately, both its own and others. The mages had one last chance to finish me off, and they made sure this monster destroyed everything in its path. And by some fluke he might have killed me. But no such luck. I was already rushing straight at him, and although they decided not to count the numbers but the destructive power, I was now able to kill 3 mages in one blow. Eventually all the knights who were near me, as well as that big knight, began to disintegrate into pieces. I was able to breathe a sigh of relief, and although it might have taken longer if they hadn't grouped together to summon the golem, I was eventually able to manage in 4 hours, 29 minutes, and 16 seconds. All of the monsters in the room were damaged and I was able to complete the task. I could now choose a profession, depending on the number of points I earned. It is finally over and all I have to do is choose a profession. Since I know how to handle a dagger, obviously I should choose an assassin. But suddenly I saw a notification in the window, which said that the profession would be assigned after analyzing my actions in the game. As soon as I read the word assigned, I realized that I would not be given a choice. Although I had developed all characteristics, including strength and dexterity, perhaps I would become a warrior because of my high strength score, or an assassin because of my dexterity, or maybe because of my stamina. Either way, I would become stronger. I began to read in the notification window that wherever I went, the Reaper was following me, and the player's path was paved with corpses and soaked in the smell of blood. I didn't understand what the system was telling me. As I read on, I realized that because the player has power, he does not rely on his teammates, but overcomes everything with his own strength. Judging from this text, I realized that it would be a warrior. My thirst for power can be so strong as to be able to summon those who wander between death and removal, an army of the dead, obeying my commands to pave the way where my will be the law. I will no longer need anyone else's help after what I have read about the army of the dead. I realized that this was my calling. My profession was necromancy, and I didn't understand how it happened. After all, I hadn't even touched the characteristics of intelligence. I am a magical subclass, a necromancer, a grim mage, controlling an army of undead that follows me. I don't know if there are necromancers among hunters, but in games and stories it is a class that delegates most of the combat to its minions. And when I registered as an E-Ranger, I thought I would play an assassin type, using only swords and daggers. All of my skills were geared towards choosing an assassin. Why choose this class then? But I decided to take it easy first. After all, if a necromancer has advantages, it's that, according to the system, I can create my own army. But such slaves cannot become stronger. Then what's the point of distributing characteristics? Suddenly I saw that I had a choice after all, accept this profession or reject it. If I decline, I hope I will still have opportunities to get a profession. And just as I wanted to decline, I saw a text in the notification window that said Necromancer is a hidden class. And did I really want to opt out? I realized that a hunter who can create powerful shields, a hunter who can enhance targets without even being a healer. Rumor has it that the S-ranked White Tiger Guild leader, Beck, can turn into a monster, and all hunters with unique abilities work in large guilds and are quite powerful. Then the hidden class implies a unique ability like those hunters. There was no point in me guessing about it if I could experience the necromancer profession myself. It seems that these mages used abilities similar to those of a necromancer. It's as if someone wanted to demonstrate a skill. I don't know who came up with that, but it's pretty funny. I have good combat abilities, but no magical abilities. If a mage has melee abilities and can create an extra army, he'll be able to sweep high dungeons on his own. In this game, our abilities depend on skills and characteristics. This means that summoned creatures will also become stronger. It is no longer a leveling up on my own, and my profession has finally been chosen. Based on the amount of points I received, I will be granted a profession promotion. I scored the expected amount of points. In addition, I did not use the return stone, and I also received extra points for that. I also completed the quest with a health level, HP, higher than 50%, and I received extra points for that as well. The amount of points I received was enough to upgrade my profession. I was promoted from Necromancer to Shadow Lord, and I was able to learn the special skill of Shadow Lord. I gained additional characteristics, and eventually I was given the title of Who Outdoes the Enemy. I was instantly promoted, and I was probably able to advance because I scored enough points. If I hadn't gotten all those extra points, I probably would have stayed a Necromancer for a while longer. Suddenly I started hearing some kind of scream of pain. I decided to see if I could summon these knights, but I ended up with nothing, and I realized that this was a Necromancer's skill. Shadow Extraction is a skill that is used to summon corpse creatures. If you are a Necromancer, a command-type profession, you must choose a command phrase to summon. I thought about it and eventually came up with the phrase, rise. Immediately all the knights who were near me began to rise to extract the money. Shadows began to appear from their armor so black that I couldn't see any light that was inside them. And it looked pretty cool. I was able to turn a dead body into a shadow soldier using its mana. The higher the characteristics of the target and the more time that had passed since its death, the higher the probability of failure. I can absorb created shadow soldiers and save them. Shadow saves can be summoned and reabsorbed whenever and wherever I want. I realized that the system wanted to tell me that I could turn all these dead people into summoned creatures. Right now I had 27 infantrymen and 3 mocks, and I can create 30 shadow soldiers, but I can only keep 20 of them.
I'm gonna go to
I
this
reached my
building already.
shadow retrieval limit, but suddenly wondered if I could get a shadow hunter of rank A or S. I decided to test this on a commander-in-chief I recently fought under the name Igris. I already have 2 creatures of rank A or above at my disposal.
There's people here
When I
too.
looked at Igris, I realized that I could use shadow extraction on this target. If I'm going to use shadow extraction again, I must first release 1 or more shadow soldiers into combat.
Come on, Lemon.
By taking advantage of the cancellation of the extraction, I must let go of the
Yeah.
11 weakest. I'm
Come on,
sorry,
Amos.
even though I summoned, I
Let's
started
follow
to
Lemon.
cancel the extraction of the 12 infantry, and I can't re-summon the shadow
Lemon, lead the way.
soldiers I let go into combat. I began to look at that blood-red Igris warlord. If I can get a servant like that, I'm afraid to imagine what will happen to anyone who wants to attack me. After all, I could just stand by and watch my servant deal with all my enemies. And as soon as I ordered him to rise, I realized that I had failed. The shadow extraction didn't work, and I still had 2 more attempts to make. I realized that it's not that simple. The chance of successful extraction is based on the characteristics of the target and the time elapsed since death. I was the boss guy here, and it's been over 400 hours since he died. And, of course, it's not going to be easy.
Coming back for you,
There were
Nameless.
2 tries left. Once again I ordered him to rise. Well, the shadow extraction didn't work again, and I had 1 last try left. I turned my attention to the throne beside us, and began to tell him to stop protecting the one who was already gone, and to try to protect me, the one before him. I ordered him to rise again, and his shadow began to rise again. And, finally, a terrifying aura was near us, and eventually
Oh, what the fuck?
it covered all the walls, and everything under our feet. It made me smile even more. I decided to just call it Igris instead of Blood-Red and Igris. I was finally able to improve my shadow. My shadow has reached the 7th level, and a name can be chosen for a shadow ranked.
Just leave, Lemon.
From this day forward, my commander-in-chief will be called Igris, and at last I have been able to extract the money successfully. My title represents the title of one who has outmaneuvered his opponent. The title is awarded to those who heroically defeat the enemy, and their characteristics.
Jesus Christ, they're everywhere.
Loss of health. Characteristics are increased by 1% for each percentage of health lost. At the same moment, all those I resurrected.
What is that, like a new
which
POI
pleased
or
them.
something?
I asked them to take care of me in case I couldn't protect myself.
Why is
A little
everybody so
later,
thirsty
I
to
started
be
to
over
walk
there?
out of the portal and felt the fresh air. As soon as I stepped out, I looked at the sky with
Think
no
I'll be able to
eyes,
make it back?
for I was now much stronger than before. The next day, I
Maybe
was
like
up
the
early in the
evac
morning.
tower.
I was lying in my bed, very tired and exhausted, but suddenly my phone started ringing. I picked it up,
I won't be
and they
able to
started
get
yelling at me that I was
Nameless.
still asleep. But I started
Come on,
to
I
say
need to
that I was a little
evac.
tired, but suddenly my sister told me to look at the time and it turned out that it was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. She started yelling.
Sorry,
even
Lemon,
louder
doesn't
that
look
I
like
had
I'm
to
gonna be
remember
able
that I had to be at
to make
school
it back
today
to
and
get you.
preferably by 5 o'clock.
But
I
I'll
jumped
tell
up
you
out
what,
of bed abruptly and started telling her
I'm
that
just
I would
gonna
make it on
hide,
time
so
and
at
she
least you
shouldn't
guys
worry.
don't lose points.
After showering, I started looking at my clothes and realized that I needed to dress up better. I was going to meet my sister's teacher in a little while after all. I was already at the bank when a girl called out the number 280, and it turned out to be my number. I went up to her and she asked what she could do to help me. I asked her to help me open a new credit card and fund my account. However, this girl was a little confused when she saw the number on the paperwork she was given, because there was a lot of money in there. For a whole day and 4 billion, she didn't understand where I got such a sum. After all, I looked so young, and she decided to ask me what I was working for. But I answered that I was a hunter, and then she reminded me that people say hunters make decent money. And she's bad that I'm high early on.
Next ring's far.
She started
Need to
saying
hit the
that their bank
afterburners.
recently started offering new terms for VIP customers and they have good reviews from their customers. And wouldn't I want to give it a try? But I decided
Replicator
not to try
incoming.
it and said I didn't need to. After the bank, I went to school, where my sister met me, but she looked at me differently already. She asked me if I was really her brother, but I didn't understand what was wrong. She started asking me if people could change so much in such a short period of time. But I started to tell her that I had a meeting with my sister's teacher and if she wanted me to come in my gym clothes. And as soon as we started walking along, all the students looked at me strangely, especially the older girls in high school. All the girls who were passing by, I wondered who I was and what kind of a hottie was walking around. They realized that apparently it was my brother. Din's sister started asking me what it turns out in this school I'm pretty popular and started further questioning that I do not have a girlfriend. So what was I doing last night since I came so late? And maybe she introduced me to a cute student, but I took her cheek and started saying not to mock me, and soon after she started apologizing. We finally got to the conference room, and as soon as I opened the door I saw the woman stood up and started saying that it was a pleasure to meet me since she was my sister's teacher. She didn't know Jean had such a cool brother. I started walking into the office and realized that even though I had already graduated from this school, this was my first time seeing this teacher. She asked me to sit down in a chair and started telling me that I didn't have to worry about my sister because she had a nice personality and good disposition and was a model student. So the teacher didn't see any point in worrying about anything. Then the teacher started talking, asking if I knew that my sister aspired to go to medical school. I replied that I knew because her grades were good and her academic record was also fine, so she could do well. However, I shouldn't put too much pressure on her. The teacher went on to say that she had heard that I was working as a hunter. If I had found out that my sister had discovered abilities, would I have let her work as a hunter? Of course not. The teacher sighed and said, as I expected, because the reason she's been asking about this lately is because there's a student who's trying to quit school after going through the awakening, and now that student doesn't attend school at all. And if this continues, the school will have no choice but to accept into the world.
Round 3, beginning ring countdown.
"60 seconds on the clock and the ring's close.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Replicator on its way down." Ring's just ahead and I still have 45. I'm in for a smooth landing. Ring's out. 30 seconds to ring close. Just a little further. inventory down. I'm in the next ring.
Care package.
Maybe got time for a snack.
Countdown.
Care package over there. Recharging shield.
Fuck.
Did you see how great I was? I did. Grapple, locked and loaded.
Run around outdoors while getting shot at? Sounds fun.
Speed isn't life. It just makes life go faster.
Introducing your champion.
Drinking cold ones before the match, making cold ones during the match. She's alright, this one.
Let's land here. I swallowed a bug. Good protein.
Let's check out that way, friends.
Watch it. There's a prey landing near me.
Appreciated.
Round one.
Taking fire. Evo shield here. Level 2. Eat an arc star. Wings up. Minute till ring close, and we've still got a ways to charging up my shields.
Great. The ring is close. Less than a minute.
Attention. First blood.
Wow, first blood.
Firing.
Are they really running?
Contact with hostile.
Got materials.
Shattered the prey shield. Reload. A mark over there.
Put on flashback that way.
Moving to Echo for a better angle. Prey here. 10 seconds, but the ring's here.
I'm dead.
What can I say, kid? The future is Fuse.
Out to go.
So thirsty.
I'm done. Got stuck on some stupid shit, bro.
Nah, I know. It's all good. Oh. Oh my god. People everywhere. GG. Fucking people everywhere. See, I be trying not to play as Loba, but this game be making me play Loba. Black Jesus, they running it back. Let's get it.
Some gold.
We got cheated last game.
That was
Some real bullshit. That's how we running it back. Let's get it.
Gonna be a good match. I can feel it in me stash.
Introducing your champion.
I survived being swallowed by the dark heart of the universe, so you lot seem a wee bit quaint to me. I'm the jump master. Time to make some jaws drop.
All right.
Eyes on the prize.
I don't think anybody's on here.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
We've got a minute until the ring closes. If you want it, bag it.
Hold on.
Ring's close. 45 seconds on the clock. Today's coming up aces.
Barrel stabilizer here. Level 2.
Hands off, that's a Prezi Uzi.
Attention. First blood.
First blood. That's one way to find out your spray.
Ring will be closing in 30, but she ain't far.
New kill leader appointed.
We have a new kill leader. I can't wait to meet them.
10 seconds and the ring's close.
Shops open for VIPs only.
Listen up, fellas. The ring's moving and we're on the wrong side of it.
Remember who hooked you up? I've got your back.
Oi, we're a bit spread out, eh?
Attention. Delivering care package.
Check it out. Care package coming in.
Attention. The champion has been eliminated.
Guess the champion couldn't keep up.
My ultimate is ready. They'll never see it coming. I picked up the enemy scent. Mark them on your map.
They're coming towards you, Black Jesus. I mean, no. Was that? Yeah, they're coming towards you. I'm coming towards you now. Oh no, they're going towards our other teammate, Wussy Man.
Yeah.
Wussy Man, you're in danger. Take that lift. Get out of there.
Right now. Yep.
Oh,
Yep,
you don't
I
know.
got you.
You guys want to hang out and fight them, or just go circle?
Good call.
Yeah, I'm down for whatever.
I'd rather go circle.
Kind of like a new shield.
Yeah. Can we craft anywhere? Oh, launch pad. Let's go to launch
Let's
pad
head
before the
that
storm eats it up.
That way, fellas. Move your butts.
I'm not launching. Oh. I'm gonna try to go through this top side here,
Find over there.
Got you.
just in case there's people there. I'll have the high ground. I'm trying not to fight these dogs though. Beat this guy up.
Juicing me shields.
Nobody's been here, no way.
That.
Hop up here. Hammer point. Extended energy mag here. Level 3.
Knockdown shield.
I'm
here.
dropping my market in this
This
building
way.
right here.
Let's go.
Gotta hop up here.
Got you.
Hammer point.
Throwing jump.
Got some materials.
Appreciate it.
Open up shop and shut them down. Found some materials.
Thanks.
Literally one blue shield.
Mama's got a brand new bag. I'm crafting. Patience.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Activating jump drive.
Attention. 2 leader. Beginning ring countdown.
Hang on a tick, I'm crafting.
Healing.
Attention. The kill leader has been eliminated.
I'm gonna craft the backpack real quick.
Delivering
Healing.
replicator.
I'll walk it off.
Replicator incoming. Let's make ourselves something nice.
Echo's got an angle. Moving there.
Jump drive in position.
Healing. Give me a sec.
Hold on, I need to heal.
Standard stock here. Level 2.
One minute until the ring closes.
Damn.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Dibsies.
Res on the other side of the wall. We could loop around the back and flank them. They wouldn't be expecting it.
Rings close and closing in.
Hold on,
45.
we're still not next to you.
Moving time.
Jump drive in position.
Gotcha.
We've got 30 seconds to get to the next ring. If you go down, I'm not carrying you.
This place supposedly has high tier loot and hasn't really been hit.
I got my market in 10
Need
seconds.
a new angle on this.
10 seconds and the ring's close.
Using jump drive.
Something yellow right
Open
here.
supply bin over there.
That bin's been hit though. Surprisingly.
Closing.
Quick ring
Gonna hit
update
this
for
one,
you.
Brad.
We ain't in it.
There we go, need it.
Got
There's
some
a
materials.
Backpack here. Level 2.
Honed in on a... Hey.
Setting up shop. I found a little something extra.
Care package being delivered.
Crafting. Feels good to make stuff.
Ooh, I feel good about this care packet. My favorite kind of loot. The kind that's all mine. Nice choice. You got good taste.
Going up here. Now that this back end is taken by the storm.
Attention. There is a new kill leader.
New kill leader? Interesting.
Round 3.
What's
Beginning
crazy
ring
to me is that
countdown.
there is still 11 fucking
Looky
teams.
here, lads. We're inside the ring.
I was
Death
there
box
thinking
here.
about the best spot right here.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Replicator incoming.
I bet.
Optics here.
I'll
Mid-range.
try and get to that scan though.
I'll cover if you want to make a run.
I appreciate it.
Oh shit.
That must be new.
What's that?
Clown there. Lucky me.
I think that's the closest team.
I picked up the enemy's scent. Marked him on your map.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably.
They're about to get third party.
Enemy over there. Don't let them
Two
see you.
purples.
I'm rotating towards you.
Warning. Ring closing.
Target there's got level 3 shields. Running with the full squad.
There's a gold energy mag
We're
here.
inside the ring.
Care package
Extended
coming down.
energy mag here.
Replenish the
Level
storage.
4. Only the best for my friends.
Oh, I know.
Some prisoners near me.
Reckon we should go here.
Opening fire on our prey.
Activating flashlight.
Recharging my shields. Healing.
I'm activating the sniper tower.
Anyone up for some shopping?
Serving him a knuckle sandwich. Knuckle cluster out. Shooting a thermite.
Ring countdown.
Already inside the ring, fellas. Next round's on me.
Oh my goodness.
Still the
You
team
are
that's
coming
heading.
home with me tonight.
Tagged him.
Mark
63 purple on that Valk.
Where at?
Talking of front.
Inside
Looks
the
interesting
house.
over here.
Oh.
Come on. Taking a new angle.
Flying me knuckle cluster. Knuckle cluster out.
Cracked an enemy
I
shield.
knocked one.
Target down.
Nice, let's put.
Talking a frag grenade.
Let it rip. On to me knuckle cluster.
Reloading.
Cracked an enemy shield.
I'm down. That's on me.
Oh my god, how did I miss him?
We're already in the next ring. Activating jump drive.
Oh! Oh! Ah!
Taking fire.
No! I should have stayed where I was.
Escuchen and looten, amigo.
Business is my pleasure. Introducing your champion.
I'm the jump master. Don't worry, I'll take care of you. Let's find something good. Let's head that way. Keep your eyes peeled. An enemy landed near me. Enemy landed near me. They just got resistant handle. Throwing an arc star.
Getting you back.
Jump drive out.
I'm down. Oh, I actually got hit.
Beginning ring countdown.
I've got a minute to dig up something good before the ring closes. I've got 45 seconds. I could probably grab a few more things. I looted our teammate's banner. Taking fire! Tossing jump drive. Only 30 seconds left. I'd better be smart with it. Hold on, I need to heal.
In progress.
Recharging my shields. Jump drive in position. Recharging shields.
Attention, delivering care package.
Jump drive out. Deploying a respawn beacon. Healing.
That was awesome! Let's go over there.
I'm gonna drop my marker down here if you want to come get a gun.
Optics here. Mid-range.
There's a team here. Don't come to me. Just run.
Tossing jump drive.
Faster, faster, faster! Sure are split up. Let's...
Sending out the evac tower.
Bad dudes over there!
New kill leader?
Mira, someone's out there.
Interesting.
They're far.
I'm going over
Let's go
here.
there. Throwing jump drive. Setting up shop.
Got an enemy out there. It's go time!
You are coming home with me tonight. Throwing jump drive.
Round 2, beginning ring countdown.
Enemy spotted. Way out there, like little cucarachas.
Healing.
Attention, delivering replicator.
Care package over there. Let's get on that. Just spotted someone out there.
Hold on, I need to heal.
See someone out there.
New kill leader appointed.
Ooh, we have a new kill leader. I can't wait to meet
Mira,
them.
someone's out there. They're far. Okay, we're... Frag out! See someone out there? It's go time! Hit the ejector seat!
Healing.
Engaging! Crack the bad dude's shield. Reloading! Arc Star! Throw an Arc Star! Thermite grenade! shot at.
Damn, Haruku, you going off.
Downed that one. Charging up my shields. Taking fire. I'm down.
No, Haruku.
We actually got heat.
I'm gonna get you back, Haruku, right now. Where can I craft? Ugh. Alright. It's possible. No, Haruku. It's not over. I see a crafter. It's possible.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
I'm already in the next ring. More time to gather supplies. Half down, have to go.
What's up, Siren?
Package being delivered.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Don't pay attention to me. Don't pay attention to me. Oh. Not bad. Getting clapped. Apex vibes, you know? Got sick during my vacation, and I'm like, oh. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Hungry boys too.
Recharging my shields.
Farmer player? What does that mean? Farming KP or something?
They're shooting at me.
And there it goes.
Jump drive out. Healing. Recharging my shields. I'm already in the next ring. More shops open for business. Another beautiful piece. Sending up an evac tower.
Oh my god, there's people everywhere.
Plenty of time to find something valuable. Jump drive set.
Oh my goodness. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I want to play this game too, but I also don't want to play this game too. What the fuck is going on with this game? We got cheated, Haruko. It's alright, this is the one. This is the one. Oh, he left. Anybody on? Oh, look who's on. Look who's on. You know what? You send me an invite. I'm gonna roll up a joint. Try to calm down because I really hate this map. That's number one. Like, I low-key don't like this. You got back into DC Universe Online? Wow. Wow. Then don't play, son. I think I want to go back to playing the finals. I was playing that earlier. That game's pretty fun. A little aggravating, but it's kind of fun. Or I might just go back to watching my manhwa recap. DC Universe Online. Damn, I haven't played that game since what, PS3? Holy shit. Kind of want to play Destiny 2. Might be the route that I'm going. See if I can get somebody to carry me through a raid. What's Dead Space? Oh, the new one? Yeah, Dead Space. That's pretty good. It's single player, that game, though. You know what game I bought and I got all the DLC to it and I still haven't really played it? Like, I played it maybe 2 hours when I bought it, and that's it. Like, I never really gave it a chance. And all I was doing for those 2 hours is just fucking around trying to mess with the menu. What's it called? Wow, I just forgot the name. I just forgot the name of it. Hold on. Oh, The Division 2. The Division 2. That game. No, I'm gonna keep playing. Tell you what, though, I'm not gonna run this dude anymore. Let's do it. Little pathy action, you know? Couple games of pathy. Actually, hold on. I'll smoke a joint later. I'll roll it up now, though. Just to have it pre-rolled. Bum, bum, bum. Bottom.
That monarch gave up more than its battery, so I could stand here.
Faith will be on our side, Fly Fighter.
This is going to be fun.
Introducing your champion.
Come get some.
Lilock. It's alright. Go play your DC universe. I'll be here playing some Apex. Manuel is duro. My son is hard as a rocky, baby. He about to carry us to greatness. And I did not stutter. Ain't that right?
Prepare for battle.
See, that's that. Big dick energy. Yep, go ahead. We got one right here. Punch the shit out of him.
Fire on the enemy.
Knock one.
Enemy down.
No. I'm such a bot.
Let me help you get those fangs out of the floorboards.
Mm-hmm.
Dumbass.
He's rezzing the pathy I knocked. He's pushing you. It's right above you, Stutter. Right there on the door. Manuel, get out of there, baby. If you keep heading down on launch pad, you can craft.
A trail to Enscotti. Let us catch them unaware.
New kill leader appointed. Warning. Ring movement in progress.
My enemies will find me inside this ring.
You also have a beacon there. You can scan everybody.
Replicator over there.
Nah, it's too far. Just go to launch pad. It's right next to you.
There are we should continue there.
Yeah, there. How are you able to mark? Is that you marking it?
Replicator over there.
All right. I'm like, how do I mark? Oh, I can mark now? Oh, I can't. Oh, you're going to the hot zone. You got some balls. Oh, in front of you.
Jesus Christ, my friends are talking too much.
Let's go that way.
Oh.
A leaf to our enemy. Let us follow it.
You are goated.
Replicator over there.
path to our enemy. Let us follow it.
Attention, there is a new kill leader.
Replicator over there. Over there.
Sweet.
I saw my whole life flash before my eyes. Short.
Round 2.
Look at the map. The next ring is far.
I'll bring an evac tower.
I am repairing myself.
Taking a moment to heal.
Enemy nearby.
Both here. Level 3. Taking a moment to heal.
I am repairing myself.
Taking a moment to heal.
I am repairing myself.
Healing.
1 minute remains. Very close.
Let's go over there.
Less than 1 minute. The ring is not far.
Only 30 seconds left on the clock. The ring's close.
Almost there. We are close to the ring. Our aim is clear. Enemies lie that way.
The ring's moving, friends.
Attention, delivering care package.
Incoming care package. I love loot. Ready to fly on a zip line. I have a care package over there.
that, Faye. Enemy spotted. I'm taking fire.
I am taking fire, friends. Frag out.
Recharging shields. Don't worry about me.
Recharging shields.
Wait, let me help you get
Yeah.
out of the floorboards. Dumbass.
Replicator delivered.
Replicator on high.
I think I'm good for my abandon penalty. Who gives a shit anymore? I go back to playing the finals. I'm gonna play Destiny 2. And play my Wawa recap.
Worlds. And even if someone becomes a hunter, does that prevent them from getting a diploma? Since the teacher doesn't know much about hunters, she decided to ask me. But I interrupted the teacher and asked what rank this student got. She replied that she had heard that it was the lowest rank. I began to realize that this student would die sooner or later. The teacher asked me if there was anything I could do for her. After all, this student happens to be a friend of my sister's. So I asked permission to talk to her so that she could at least get ready to graduate. When the teacher said it was a student named Han Song, I knew who she was talking about. A little later, when I finished talking to the teacher, I had already gone outside and realized that, after all, Korea is really small.
Festival over?
And when I saw this girl, I immediately thought it was her. But when she saw me, she didn't understand why I was here. I remember this girl telling me that even children are allowed to go on raids. If you wake up as a child, there's no law against going on raids. And when I met her outside the school, she didn't understand what happened. After all, the hunter her teacher wanted her to meet was me. Taking my phone out of my pocket, I showed her a picture of my sister and asked her, "You two are friends, aren't you?" When she saw that picture, she realized that maybe I was Jean's brother. One day she visited me in the hospital with her, but she didn't see my face. She started asking me if I was Jean's brother. Then it became clear why I knew her teacher. But I answered that we didn't know each other at all. This girl started to say that she didn't know what her teacher had told me, but that she wasn't planning on going back to school and wasn't going to give up hunting. However, I convinced her and asked her that she is, after all, an E-rank hunter and normal attacks don't work on monsters. She needs magical weapons. If she ends up buying a weapon, it will wear out quickly and she will have to buy a new one. That kind of business doesn't make money, so she plans to fight with her bare hands. I asked her this question, and she shouldn't even dream of becoming a full-time hunter just because she got some money from her raids. She started asking me to stop lecturing her. This is where I didn't realize she was pretty persistent, and I told her that I was the same way, and she shouldn't worry, because I wasn't going to convince her to quit hunting. After all, it's hard to accept reality until you see the cold and cruel world with your own eyes. She asked me why I was here, and I told her that there was a plane coming in without business at the airport at the time, and a man from Korea came out of it. The atmosphere there was a little different from that of the United States. He visited South Korea earlier than he expected, but suddenly the guy with the glasses heard the voice of a man approaching him. As soon as he turned around, he saw an old acquaintance and asked him what the Korean Hunters Guild was doing here. The other man replied that the hunters, the essence of oversight, had come to meet and observe the S-ranked hunters who had arrived in Korea. At one point a man with glasses approached and began to say that he still worked for that old geezer chairman. If it had been him, he would have cut off his left hand and made sure he could do nothing without his right, and taken over everything. A man from the Hunters Guild asked how long he planned to stay here. The other guy said he wasn't going to stay long in Korea and would return as soon as business was done here. But the Korean Guild guy asked the businessman who left his homeland but came here from the United States, and whether it was related to Hunter Sung Jin-woo and Hunter Jin-ho. Suddenly the other guy realized that, as expected of the department member, he was asking what he already knew, and immediately he turned around to ask if he could stop him. But the department member said he was just following his duties. Dong-soo put his hand on the inspector and said he liked him and made his offer. How about joining the Scavenger Guild? After all, we can take better care of him than that old man. But the inspector began to ponder the fact that S-Rang hunter Dong-soo and his brother were suspected of killing a lot of hunters. This lizard that throws off his tail is the reason they couldn't start the investigation. After all, they really are blood brothers, even their insensitivity after the brutal killings. So, it seems, just despicable trash. At this time I met with the head of the 2nd Supervisory Unit along with my sister's girlfriend. His assistant, the department head, realized that a high-ranking girl had come with me, and there was nothing special about it. He realized that he should not jump to conclusions, like the Sun Jin-woo hunter case. He was surprised when he received a call from Hunter Jin-woo offering to try out a new recruit. Since it was a request from Hunter Jin-woo, he accepted it without hesitation. The leader of the White Tiger Guild knew that the girl who came with me must be interested in the White Tiger Guild. What's more, training for recruits was underway. It is good if he is interested after he sees the excellent training system of the White Tiger Guild. He has already explained it to other hunters, and there is no need to worry about it. He went on to say that an area with a high concentration of gates is not that many people who choose to live here, and 80% of homeowners have already left. They say it was decided to close some areas completely. The gates are an ideal place for field testing, and here they opened just in time. But suddenly some guy came up to us and said it was 9 o'clock and it was time to stop talking, we should start getting into the gate already. After all, he wasn't here for a picnic. I asked the leader who he was, and he said he was their new ranking recruit. But he seemed offended that he accepted my request and said that this dungeon wasn't for those who came to fool around. I started to look closer at that guy and realized that he had a tank profession and was part of that group as a first-ranked recruit, and there were 12 of them in all. The department head began to say that this might seem a little redundant. How many hunters are involved in gate closing? But they're still new recruits, and they need to gain experience with dungeons first. I contradicted him, however, and told him we should bring 12 recruits here. If the raid is too easy, the effect of such training will greatly diminish. Besides, my partner would more quickly understand the difference between herself and the other hunters, and understand how helpless the hunters of a lower rank in the dungeon are. But I'll just have to watch the raid from the sidelines if it gets too easy. And so we began to enter this portal, and I was the last one to go. And just as I was already fully into the portal, I got this weird feeling, and the gate started to change its color to red. Everyone who was outside began to realize that this couldn't be. After all, the size of the gate fluctuated like waves, and something was wrong. It began to feel like the gate was completely different from what it had been before. Yeah, plus, an ominous feeling had taken hold of me, and I needed to get out of here as soon as possible to make things go back to normal. The last thing I could yell was for the chief to get the main group here immediately. And that was all I could say, because the portal closed immediately. Those guys outside didn't know what to do now. After all, Hunter Jean had been sucked into the gate. That's a problem that can't be solved just by calling in the main group. I decided to call the head of the guild directly, and as soon as the guild head picked up the phone, he was told that it was a red gate, but he didn't understand how a red gate could even appear in this place. And if it was true, he had to check it out in person. At this time in the late afternoon, Dong Su was driving his car from the airport. He was not satisfied with the car, for it was not good enough to accompany a hunter like him. At this speed he would have gotten there faster, by running. However, the guy from the Korean Hunters Guild who was driving started to say that they couldn't get his body, and the funeral was held with an empty coffin. He asked if Dong Su wanted to visit his grave, but Dong Su began to say that it didn't matter how his brother's funeral went, he wasn't interested in dead people, he was only interested in his brother's remains. So now he heads to the dungeons to find the guy who killed his brother. Dungeons are a must for hunters, and the number of open gates in Korea was very high in the 21st century. It's not a problem to find someone who's going through the dungeon now. Jin Woo seems to have just gone into the dungeon. The rules inside and outside the dungeon are completely different, and no matter what he does with it, it's none of his business. At this time we were already inside, and it was eerily cold. All of US didn't realize where we were, for it didn't look like dungeons, and even the gates were gone, which were literally just behind us. But I didn't feel anything suspicious about the place. I thought that these gates had simply transported us to this world, but something had gone wrong. Suddenly I heard something approaching us. With my dexterity, however, I was able to dodge an icy arrow that was close to the face of my sister's friend, who had gone with me on this raid. Some arrows did hit the target, and the guys who came in with us, with frightened faces, started yelling that it was an ambush and everyone needed to duck. But I noticed that there were snow elves visible in a tree not far from us. But from that distance, I didn't even sense their presence. Those who had not encountered them used the term snow elves. Those who had already fought them, however, used a different term. In contrast to such a beautiful name as elves, observing their relentless pursuit of hunters, they were given the nickname White Walkers. At this time, the head of the White Walkers Guild arrived at the site, and as he approached the gate, he realized that it was tightly closed. This became a problem, and the head began to ask his subordinate if he had summoned the Korean Hunters Guild. The subordinate replied that yes, he had summoned them, but they pretended to be stupid and claimed it was just a low-ranked gate. The head of the White Tiger Guild understood that they were bastards, because red gates only appear in higher-ranked gates, and they say it's magical energy coming from another world. Behind this gate, just judging by rank, is a terrible mistake. The gate in front of me is at least below rank, and possibly even A rank or higher, if we are unlucky. But I asked the leader if they should measure the gate with their magical energy meter. He replied that magical energy and in their current state they could not figure out the rank of these gates. The head of our guild asked how many people were inside, but the subordinate replied that 12 people went in there. The head asked how many of them were high-ranked hunters, but heard that there was only one A-rank hunter as captain and 7 ranked hunters. They don't know if the recruits who went in there will be okay, because gates can be either A rank or B rank, and the chapter rules out the possibility of an S rank gate that could lead to a national emergency. And even if it is an A rank gate, it requires at least 3 A rank hunters. But if it is an A rank gate, it requires at least 1 S rank hunter. So if it's an A rank gate, everyone inside can be considered dead already. And if they're lucky, maybe 2 or 3 B rank hunters will come back alive. But the subordinates began to say that there were actually 2 more people inside who weren't part of our guild, and 1 hunter he'd recently looked up to. And the head began to ask what rank this hunter might be, A or B. But the subordinate began to turn his head, which meant that there was an S rank hunter inside. I heard on the head that he was E rank, but I was in this forest at the time and saw the guys who came after me die from the arrows of the White Walkers. I realized they were observant. They managed to find the 2 weakest hunters in our group. If this had happened a couple of months ago, that arrow would have gotten me, but I figured I'd kill them with my own hands. But suddenly the guy in the big outfit, who was thought to be a tank, started saying that it looked like they were greeting us with these actions, and he wasn't sure how many of us understood the situation we were in. But inside the red gate we can't go back until we're all dead or not, dungeons lie hidden. The girl who came with me began to ask me what the red gate was. I began to explain to her that it was a special gate that connected us to another world. And once we went in, the gate completely closed, and no one else could come to our aid. It's a place from which we can't get out until we kill the boss or until the dungeon itself opens. In other words, we're stuck. At the same moment, that guy started to introduce himself as a top-ranked hunter, and his name is Kim Chul. He went on to say that now we all know that this is the Red Gate, and he will take responsibility for our survival. He began to say that he doesn't claim that all of us will be able to return alive, and we can't wait countless months for the dungeon to open on its own. And there is no guarantee that we will survive. A Red Gate veteran is no less dangerous in a place like this. How difficult it will be to lead a large group of people. We must form and lead a squad to clear the dungeon. If we stay here, we will either die of cold or be ambushed. And even if no one wants to go clearing the dungeon with him, he'll go alone, and of course the question was who wanted to join him. Some of the guys immediately expressed a desire to go with him. I looked at the whole thing and realized why they agreed. After all, they would have a better chance of survival by teaming up with a hunter of that rank. But suddenly Kim pushed one of the hunters away and started saying that he was sorry, but he would not take someone of rank C or lower into his ranks. After all, one day spent in the Red Gate is only an hour outside, and at worst it will be countless months before the boss is killed or the dungeon is opened. In such a situation, he can't take a dead weight with him, and everyone he's turned down shouldn't turn around like that. If they think they are strong, they should ensure their survival as long as we put down the boss and they can return safely. But suddenly the girl interrupted that big guy and started talking. But that big guy smiled wryly when she changed direction, for she changed sideways instead of staying with the rank stupidity. And let her do as she pleased. Suddenly there was an empty seat, and the big guy began to say that he would take another person with him. At this point the girl walked past me and began to say that Kim hadn't noticed the arrows coming. I was able to spot them. She asked me why I wasn't an E-rank. At the entrance, in front of the gate, the subordinate of the head of the White Tiger began to talk to him about how, in order to gain the hunter's trust, he was keeping his wife's information a secret. He was sure, however, that he had awakened the head.
Oh, I like that.
The one who heard this asked the subordinate if he was sure or if it was just a joke. But the subordinate still could not get a definite answer, at which point the head realized that the only person he could rely on was Big Guy Kim. The subordinate, however, remained puzzled. After all, if the master had met the hunter Sung Jin Woo, he would have seen for himself and would have understood everything. At the same time,
all of them.
The head of the first supervisory department began to say that Kim shouldn't have any problems, because his training results are very impressive. He doesn't lag behind the members of the main White Tiger attack squad in strength. The head thought to himself that this guy Kim, he's not one to be easily ignored, even among the high-ranking hunters. And with a man like that as raid captain, they should be strong enough to clear the dungeon. But suddenly some other guy came up and started saying that if he heard everything right about what was being whispered here, Yurang hunters who may have been over-awakened, our Kim is much better than some hunter with no basic knowledge. At the chapter helper said we'll see who seems to be right. Yes, they'll be back, but suddenly their conversation was interrupted by the sound of a car pulling up to them, and the guy who was getting out of the car started asking what happened here. Dong's son came out of the car and started saying that he had heard about the rank gates. Did they really end up here? Why is the precious master of the White Tiger Guild here? But as soon as the head of the White Tiger saw this guy, he started to get angry.
What was it?
He did not understand why this man, a scavenger guild hunter, had come here. The head of the White Tiger began to ask him why he was in Korea, but Hunter Dong's son began to say that he had stopped by to take care of some business. But he didn't expect to see the head of the White Tiger Guild here. It turned out that Korea was really small, but the head of the White Tiger began to get angry and his strength began to show. He already began to say with a serious face that he should just answer the question of why the man who should be in the United States is in Korea and doing his business in the White Tiger Guild territory. But Dong Soon also wants to ask something, why this lousy hunter joined the White Tiger Guild and what they were thinking when they hired him. He says this about the hunter Jin Woo, and once the head of the White Tiger heard that, he couldn't understand how the S-Rang hunter was related to Jin Woo. Dong Soon went up to the gate, and when he touched it, he did not immediately realize that it was a red gate. But at this time I asked the girl who came up to me how she could be so calm about recruits, and she said that the first thing they learn is inside the dungeon, where anything can happen. This was especially true of Kim Chul, who received special instruction. He was honored to join the main attack group. At the same time, we started splitting into groups. One went down the path and the other went into the woods. And as soon as the other group approached us at the end, they wished us luck, and I told them that I would wish them luck too, but already in the woods. At that time a girl came up to me and asked if I was going to answer her questions. But I was thinking only of myself, and the girl, looking at me, realized that I, at least, had a higher rank, or maybe even a C rank. After all, I looked pretty strong, but at that time the other group noticed the trail of some big paws in the trees. I didn't realize what was inside the woods where we were headed. It was Snow Bear territory, and by the mistake of one inexperienced hero, innocent people were about to die. But the other guy started asking Mr. Kim if he thought he would ever get a hero position. But Mr. Kim replied that no way, because he was just an enemy. But suddenly Mr. Kim said something and started saying that our squad would be on its own and everyone needed to get ready for battle. Outside, however, a conversation continued between the head of the White Tiger and the hunter Dong Soon. Dong Soon began to say that he had come all the way here to see that guy, and he was stuck in the red gate, and it was hard to even get a glimpse of Jin Woo's face. But the head of the White Tiger couldn't understand why they were all so interested in the anti-boy named Jin Woo. At this time, the big snow bear was fighting against.
Can I go in there? Dude.
His big axe. The other guys who watched this admired their power. After all, they had seen this kind of looking at the the snow bears almost single-handedly.
colleagues mine haunting this place. Don't expect me to get involved. It's not nearly as fun to watch if the fear isn't authentic.
Everyone understand that I was going to but the girl
That summit encircles a trap for sure. Sounds like fun.
So I started to snow bear, and I realized
Guardian, what is your location? Glint has expressed concern and asked me to find you.
Come back alive. But at this time already when the sun had set, we sat in the woods and lit a
Relax,
fire.
they're fine.
And
I'm
meat
great
that had been
too.
achieved
Not
during
that
the
you
battle
bothered
with the
asking.
gentle bears.
Now get
The
off
guys
this
started to
channel.
eat the meat, but for
Imaru,
them the bear
Glint
meat was a
also
little
said
tough,
you've
but it
been
was pretty tasty
stymieing his
girlfriend.
studies of the
Sister's
headless
girlfriend
ones.
I brought here
Controlling
started telling
communications.
me that my sister really doesn't do anything at home
He was
except
too
do her
scared to
homework
speak
and
up,
say she hangs
so he
words
called
on the
his
wall
mommy
instead
to
of
do
walking
it for
study
him.
in her sleep. But I told
Don't
her
make
that she
me
is just
call
like them guys
yours.
come home. She plays, eat, and sleep at home. We have Sonia who loves fried chicken, but my sister's girlfriend thought I was lying because she is so good studying, but I myself could not believe it because when we were younger we were together, playing arcades. Guys who were sitting across from us in the beginning whispered among themselves that they thought that the number of ambushes of snow bears, but it was because our captain took care of them. He killed a snow bear with his bare hands, and at this point I got up and started to leave, but the girls started to ask me where I was going, and I told her 100 times I've eaten already, I'll go do exercise. They did not understand why I was doing the exercises in a row indoors, but I began to explain to them that if I did not do them, I would be fined. At that point they realized that I was definitely weird. A little while later I found myself on a tree branch and hanging head down. I started doing abs exercises, but that quickly bored me, as I couldn't afford to fall behind the group and end up in the penalty area. So I decided that when I warmed up, it was time to go hunting. I didn't get much farther away, at which point a bunch of awful snow bears started advancing toward me from some black portal. I stood in front of them, but the question arose, will my shadow soldiers be enough for all of them? And as soon as I said the word rise, a terrifying shadow appeared behind me, from which my soldiers began to emerge. It felt as if there was complete darkness around me, so deep and black that no one who looked could see further than 10 meters from my shadow. Little by little my shadow soldiers began to appear. They were so black that the white snow disappeared against them, and I began to tell them, but they had already understood their first assignment, so I would not explain anything else. They will understand themselves how to act in this situation. My whole black army was behind me, and they were ready to fight for me and for me not to fall. I was in the very front lines, with my General Igris behind me, and behind him was the rest of the army I could muster. At last the battle had begun. Those snow bears, as if they were the real ones, went at me when they saw my entire army. But at the same moment, my shadow soldiers rushed into battle, too. My shadow soldiers began slashing the snow bears in different directions, though some of them died. However, my soldiers were much stronger than them and fought mercilessly.
I'm grateful for your assistance, Guardian. I'm investigating Glint's questionable reports on the Headless Ones.
They had
You know, Ido and Glint don't appreciate the nature of data collection like I do. Keep your lousy fairy tales. The only way to prove something is with cold, hard data. When done right, it's chaotic, volatile,
I saw a large snow bear and realized that the
violent,
leader
especially with rocket launches.
I realized
Just
there
don't
was no
stand
way
too
they could
close.
handle it, and my magic had already dried up. The shadow soldiers could no longer regenerate due to lack of mana. That's when I made the decision that it was
Well, come on. Show Danny and Maru that coming out here wasn't a complete waste of time.
and the snow bear wanted to put up some kind of resistance, but it didn't fail, for my commander-in-chief was very agile with incredible strength. He slashed the snow bear every time he moved.
Let's check the loot on these headless ones, hero.
His
at this. Glint just told me that I'm not respecting the power of vengeance and curses. The only power I respect is whatever can be wielded in those meatbag hands of yours. You're gonna get in that summoning circle or just stare at it. So get on with it. Make this festival worth my while.
Reports of the Headless Ones are true. Not that I doubted him, but he and Crow do have a flair for the dramatic.
You say dramatic, I say pathetic.
However, this mission has created more questions than answers. How did these monsters end up on Earth? Why do they only appear at a certain time of year? And what does it have to do with the ancient human ritual known as the Hall-Between?
Oh, I've got an even better question for you. Do Guardians ever do anything worthwhile unless loot's involved? Yeah, didn't think so.
And yet, after being checked by the highest-ranking magical power detector 2 months ago, he was still ranked lower. It was no luck that Hunter Huang Dong-sik was dead, but Jin Woo does not possess such destructive attacking power. Huang Dong-su knew that if they prepared a trap, the culprit was probably Eugene Company. The inspector replied to him that then there was no reason to obsess over Jin Woo the hunter. And that was an excuse to just kill another man. At this point he lost a zat and decided he would just go to sleep. The subordinate head of the White Tiger knew Jin Woo's abilities better than anyone, and she was sure he would definitely come back alive. At the time, we were all sitting around the fire, warmed by it. Suddenly we saw the captain begin to come out of the woods. He looked at us and couldn't understand, asking himself, why are all these low-ranking hunters still alive? He saw warm clothes, a blanket in the tent, and various gadgets. They even had food. If his hands weren't cold and he had a full stomach, he could easily beat Hayaki. Suddenly he became angry because he saw that they had prepared all these supplies and kept them only for themselves. He started yelling at them that they were scoundrels. But we couldn't figure out how he ended up with us and how we had all this stuff in the tent. The captain kept talking and asking why they weren't responding to what he was saying. He didn't think they were all accomplices. He asked who hid all those supplies and promised to let them go if they named the culprit. After all, he was talking about the one who hid the supplies and betrayed his comrades, leaving them to die. Then he began to count to 3. If they did not give up the traitor, he would count them all as accomplices. And so the captain began the countdown, 1, 2, he drew his sword, and suddenly he saw. That girl decided to leave because she had some plan, and apparently she doubted her ability to survive. She was trying to cut back on the number of people to keep supplies flowing. He started screaming, accusing her of the crime, but suddenly my hand appeared from behind his head and hit him lightly. This blow sent him flying several meters away. Everyone rejoiced when they saw their captain. I began to tell him that he had actually left his
So,
comrades to die,
Luna,
not to mention the fact that he
really
came back
went
with
out
a
of your
dead
way
weight
to
on his face.
splurge for this
I
day,
realized there
didn't
was
you?
someone near us. And when I
On
turned
second
around,
thought,
I said to him,
maybe this
"Hold out
place
the
ain't so bad.
Don't
One
let
can
the
kill
devil
Cursed
After
Thrall,
all,
a full menu
combined
of
with the
horrific
power of
headless
the
monsters.
it becomes useless. And
I
suddenly
know
they
just how to
began
treat a
appear
ghost
in
right.
places. I cells. I realized that they were yeah, there were at least 20 of them. And
Flint
this one,
keeps
who was
asking
sitting
me
on
if
a
the
horse,
Hive
started
cooked up
saying that
these
there was
headless
really one
ones.
useful guy out there among the
I
tribes.
wish
But I was surprised
would
at
have already
first,
sent
and
an
then I
army
asked
of them
him,
after
why did
you
he
if
call
we
us
did.
trash just
But
now?
don't worry. The
But
Hive
suddenly the
got
boss of the
plenty
White
of
Walkers
other
asked
ways
how
to
I knew
kill
their
you.
language. I was surprised,
Oh, no.
too, because I didn't understand how I could understand their language.
Will you stand
After
in the
all,
circle
I couldn't
already?
talk to monsters,
I've seen
but that was
Screech
probably
better
an
at
effective
following
assistant,
directions.
too. But the boss of the White Walkers was pleased and said that since I could and the other elf appeared beside him and said that he already knew that.
Let's check the loot on these headless ones, hero.
That White Walkers had blue but the White Walker boss and when I threw the first punch, he skillfully blocked it, and I knew he wouldn't part with his life so easily. This elite was not first I decided to ask him why he was it's about that voice in my head that keeps ordering us to kill. But I don't hear it in my presence. I began to wonder about the origin of that voice that orders us to kill people. It's some kind of program instruction, and if this voice doesn't affect me, maybe it has something to do with the system. One else we don't want to listen to this. Behind my back. And in fact, who are they, and where did they come from, and why are they trying to kill us? Suddenly something strange happened, and this elf started saying again that there was no need to fight, and in the end they didn't want to sacrifice him there. Answer to your question, unfortunately, the information about these obscure creatures and their origins is not available in my knowledge base because my access to information is restricted until September 2021. Can you provide more details? Further assistance? I realized that he was avoiding the question, and eventually whether I was accepting their offer. But I said I refused. Then he might ask me if I was going to please check and confirm that all the recommendations are according to your intentions. Whatever I know. And at that moment, my shadow all the people who were behind me began to move around and didn't understand what was going on. After all,
potato. What's up, potato? How you been, brother?
I realize most nights out end with things like dessert, dancing, a stroll around the tower, but I say we set the mood with something a little more deadly.
Yeah, but you got a new job? No shit. New job, new computer. That's how you feel? You fucking starting on these hoes? My son said I need more FPS for this paycheck, baby. Yeah, I just got back from a trip too. I went to North Carolina, bro. It's my vacation. Ended up getting sick. I'm just recuperating right now. Also, man, I'm happy for you though, bro. Got your new job. I know you're happy as fuck. It always feels good to start the job. I appreciate it. I will. I'm ready towards the tail end of it now.
The elk started screaming and another strange guy appeared and that he was going to start with. The boss began to attack Iron, but he managed to block his attacks with his large and strong shield.
Guardian, I've
And when
updated
Aaron struck,
Ikora on your
the
progress
boss was
with the
able to
headless
dodge
ones.
it. At this speed, he could not hit him because Iron was big, but very slow. However, the boss didn't know that there were three of us here, and that the three of us could definitely take him down. My group was watching everything that was going on. They were surprised and didn't understand how all the hunters were fighting. After all, they had never seen a real fight between monsters before, never heard or seen anything like it.
So at least I know this auto
It
rifle is
seemed to them that they were
worse. I
seeing
need
a
a
dream.
sidearm.
Igris lunged at him with his sword. But at that moment, I was behind the chieftain and was able to wound him. So I applied the effects of paralysis and bleeding.
I often
Even if
say
he
the
could have
same
dodged
thing
a
about
fatal
you.
blow in that situation, he wouldn't have been able to handle the three of us. After a few wounds, the dungeon boss
You
calmed
ever
down a
played
bit
this
and
game,
began
Potato?
to tell us in a calm tone that we were a bunch of scumbags. At this point my opponent's resistance was too high, and the effect of my attack was deflected. I knew he was in no position to say such things, so I asked him if I could examine his condition. When he turned around, I saw that all of his soldiers had been destroyed by my shadow monsters. I didn't think that was all his soldiers were capable of.
This game's a
The
nice
dungeon
break from
leader was
Apex.
angry that
Apex
I
has
had
been pissing
destroyed
me
all
off.
of his soldiers, and immediately rushed into battle because he knew that if he could destroy me, he would get
I wish
rid
you
of
would
all
let
of
me
my
download
shadow
the first
soldiers.
one.
However, as soon as I saw him running toward me, I threw my blade at him. But the chief was puzzled by this action and started laughing, saying that I was throwing my weapon like an idiot. But he didn't know that I had a skill that allowed me to speed up a flying blade several times. And once the dagger accelerated, I was able to penetrate his defenses. At that moment Iron was able to sneak up and grab me.
Apex is
And while the boss had
super-
nowhere to run,
super
my
sweaty
mages
right now.
behind me began casting a fire spell.
Every game feels
When
like
the
a
big
fucking
bang exploded,
AGS.
only a shadow was left where
Every
Iron was standing
circle's
and holding the
fucking
boss.
11
The boss
teams.
came out of that shadow and started screaming that we were all children and that he was going to kill us all. The dungeon boss was terribly angry and was already ready to attack us. But at some point a wound appeared on his side, and thanks to my invisibility I was right next to him. I gave him a crushing blow with my blade, which he definitely didn't expect, and that was the end of it. But the boss couldn't just give up. He rushed toward me, holding my hand. Iron was
that
at his
is
back
broken.
again and dealt him a crushing blow, which happened exactly as I had predicted. It was over, and the boss was destroyed. At last we can breathe. I finally managed to defeat the dungeon boss, and my level went up.
This is a god
I was
roll.
happy that it was finally over. But suddenly Iron began to mercilessly finish off his opponent, as if he had lost his mind. Although he had turned into a shadow, he remained the same thug as
Small
before.
boy.
As soon as I asked him to stop and calm down, I stepped back and wondered what would happen next. As soon as I stepped back from the Aaron, he met Igris's gaze, but Igris looked at him strangely. Then he lowered his head and walked away. But when Irons turned around, there were two more shadows behind him. He raised his hands and shouted with them, "Yo!" At this point I asked my group to turn around and pack up, but they were surprised. After all, they didn't think we were going to start walking home now. At that moment a gate appeared next to us.
That's for all. What's
I
this?
showed them all that it was a portal to the outside. They were very excited to finally be able to go home. But I still had things to do.
Oh
It was my shadow's
no!
turn. It was already 3 a.m. on the other side of the brother, and those guys who were standing there realized that it had been a week behind the gate. The head subordinate said that
That
they
was
could stay
actually
here, and that
a
the head
high-level
should go home
weapon.
first. But the head replied that the guild members were
Fuck, I'm an
confined
idiot.
inside, and how could he go home to rest? We must at least wait until morning and then think. But at the same moment the red gate began to change its color. As soon as the gate opened, the dungeon was cleared and people began to come out of there. One of the guild guys began to rejoice that Kim had made it. As the hunters began to come out, the guys who had been standing the whole time began to shout that they had survived. After them, the last one who was there came out. That was me. One of the head subordinates rejoiced, for he thought so. And as soon as the gate disappeared, the head began to ask what happened there and where Kim was, because it can't be that everyone
46,
who
that's
survived,
super trash.
but the girl who was inside the dungeon answered that yes, that was it. The head was shocked that
50,
everyone who
that's
came
trash.
back was only unranked hunters. He was wondering what had happened inside, but at this point I started walking past the chapter and told my sister that I would take her home. But suddenly the head of the
47,
White
that's
Tiger
trash.
Guild stopped me and said we needed to have a little talk. However, I pushed his hand away and said I was very tired. If he wants to know something, let him ask his guild guys. But suddenly he grabbed me by my clothes and said that it was not a request, for he was the head of the White Tiger Guild, and it was an
actually,
order
this
or
is-
perhaps a threat.
They
They lost 9 guild members in this raid. As head of the guild, he has to ask me some questions. I wasn't interested, but I asked him, so what? I mean, I saved the other 3. And if he really was the head, shouldn't he have thanked me in the first place? After all, it wasn't easy. At this point the head agreed and said I was right. He apologized to me, and I was able to continue on my way. Soon I got in my car to go home. The girl who was sitting there drinking hot tea was with me inside the dungeon, and the head started asking her who the guy was and why he was so annoyed. After that she started to answer that she didn't know, but after defeating the boss he shouted something out 3 times in front of his corpse, and then we just left. The head subordinate started telling him not to get mad at that guy because he's not a bad person and maybe he's just tired. But the head replied that that wasn't the problem, and why he still hadn't recruited him, because he was so confident against me. I should prepare to lose an arm if I fight him. After these reflections, the chief ordered his subordinate to deal with it immediately and recruit that fellow. Although the guy said he would do his best, the head replied that it wasn't enough, and promised his full support, because he had to get him into their guild at all costs. When the conversation was over, the head left. And I was driving home in the car with my sister's girlfriend, and I began to speculate that this situation was probably due to our difference in strength. I had failed 3 times to retrieve the dungeon boss Shadow, and that was a big loss for me.
Wait, is that a
Of course,
sidearm? That is
the
a
method I
sidearm.
was able to get the dagger from the
Yeah.
barrack. This
what I
dagger
need.
belonged to the Great Warrior, and the light enchantment makes the wearer more agile. I was lucky to get something. As we drove up to the house, she told the girl one last time that she had done well, and wished me well on my way home. The last thing I heard was that she began to thank me for today, and I would see her later. I didn't know what she meant when she said
Potato,
later.
you still there?
And as soon as she ran back to her house, I looked at my watch and realized that not even 24 hours
This
had
new
passed,
job, what are you
and
doing?
I had been there for a whole week, and today was not going to pass Ryder with Jin Ho the next morning. I saw the shiny outfit in front of me again. I asked Jin Ho if that was why he had called a cab, because I was planning to pick him up. Jin Ho began to tell me that his mentor was helping him, so he could get there on foot. We started to drive out and he told me that we had to pick up someone else on the way. I started calling Sun and told her to get out and we'd give her a ride.
Oh, nice.
Jin
You
Ho
doing the
didn't
wiring?
fully understand who I was calling, and as soon as I said her name, he realized who it was and started thinking about the fact that he knew her number and how
Cat
close
6 and
her
fiber,
relationship
nice.
with her mentor was.
Oh, yeah, you make good money doing that too.
Was between Sun and her mentor. And as soon as we got there,
You know what you should do? You should save up. Unless they already made you do it, did they make you take the CompTIA certification?
She sat down next to me, and I started asking her if she had managed to get any sleep at all. But she said she couldn't even get a nap, so I asked her to rest in the car for a while we got to the place. At this time,
Yeah, get that
Jin Ho
Network
looked
Plus,
at me with
man.
a horrified look on his face and heard me talking about how she
You
couldn't
become a
sleep,
network
and she was tired, and that she came home at
engineer.
4 o'clock in the morning. He began to think about what he was really saying, that she was just his sister's friend. At this point, I heard Jin start to tell me that she was underage, and I answered him by asking, and what's the big deal? After that, Jing realized that I was not normal, and he should not judge a mentor with mediocre standards. Soon we were able to get to the place where we began to pass through the dungeon. The monsters that met on our road were falling to pieces. It was all thanks to my shadow soldiers. Jin
Oh,
couldn't
hell
believe
yeah.
his eyes as he watched my soldiers
After that, you're
destroy
gonna be
everything.
making bank, bro.
He didn't understand who these guys were. I realized that Jin was seeing them for the first time, and I told him it was my ability. He couldn't
And you can
believe
work
his
from
eyes
home.
in years. After all, I could see
And
these
other
guys
jobs,
were
though.
my ability, but it was too hard for me to explain.
Oh, hell yeah.
But Jin got a little frustrated.
Get yourself a jet ski and shit, you know?
But I didn't understand why. And he replied that he felt useless, and that was a shame. After that I smiled and realized that he was really entertaining. I watched my Jin soldiers collect magic crystals.
I want to buy some land. I saw some land in North Carolina. It was like 44 acres for 230 grand. That's not bad, 44 acres. Now you figure to build the house will be another 300 grand. Might be more though, because it's a lot of trees on the land. And you gotta get those trees knocked off, and then everything has to hook up to the system. That could be actually quite pricey. But I figure if I get most of the, if I can find like a lumber yard or something like that, they can buy all the trees, knock them bitches down for me. Then shipping container things, that's good for like a basement. Help you reinforce it.
He took hold of his head and started telling the hunter not to worry, because he hadn't killed all those guys. They were just
Like a little fallout shelter type shit.
Since he was just a man, not a monster. But suddenly the man realized that they didn't understand him, because he found himself alone, and they didn't know that. At the end, the man held up his thumb and pointed it in my direction, saying that his name was Kurt and that he wanted to go. However, at this time I was sitting at Jin Ho in a cafe, and he started to tell me that the raid was over. He apologized to me and offered to take me to a more luxurious place for our last night. However, I was more concerned that this was not the place for a young man from a noble family. We started drinking alcohol, but my body looked at the harmful substance and detox quickly. I asked Jin what he was going to do after the raid was over, and he said he was going to get his guild-head license, a simple testing by the association. Well, with the license in hand, he was going to talk to his father, and his promise of a mentor would be fulfilled. I understood that getting a $4,000
Oh, like 7 acres? That'd be nice.
and since I had reached my goal, there was no point in drinking.
I guess I'm just being greedy because it's so cheap, you know. 44 acres for 240 grand, that's like...
It opened the gate of the castle, and the key was
I
obtained.
could even like rent the land or something to like
as there was something Gene started telling me that it
Verizon or something to put up a cell tower or satellite or some shit.
Gene misunderstood me, but lastly, I decided to ask Gene exactly what he wanted to say. What am I to do? He started telling me that he has an older brother who is 2 years older. He doesn't like his brother very much, and he rarely spends time together. Unlike his brother, the ninja who saved his life comes from his father, more like the brother who wanted a real brother. I answered him. If that's the way he thinks it, then I will consider him my little brother. After these words, he cried and started screaming, asking if he could hug me. I told him he was just drunk, but Gene started sobbing, and I looked at him, not understanding what was wrong with him. Suddenly, I heard a voice coming from the TV, and the news was saying that there had been a major incident during the training of the new recruits. All the high-ranking hunters died, and only the low-ranking ones managed to survive. There are also rumors from
Yeah, that is a chunk, bro.
they asked if
That's a fact.
to say that the but there had been no interference from the other side.
I don't know, I just want to live like out in the woods somewhere. Get away from like society. I just need my Cat 6. I'll call you up. I just need internet, bro. I need to run that wire, 44-acre long wire.
He got an incoming call from a Indian country, and when the secretary put the call through, the head began to be asked why he had turned off his phone. But he was going to hide from the reporters until they calmed down. The head of the White Tiger sat in his chair and was upset about the whole situation. But that guy started telling him not to worry so much about it, as things would calm down soon, and there was news on an important case. The guy who called began to tell the chaplain that he had secretly contacted the Marine Powers Association about a week ago, and after checking history, he was convinced that it was more serious.
Yeah, fucking fiber, hell yeah.
Soon as it spread throughout the region, Japan allowed the Korean Hunters Association. The case was complex. Most were released, but as soon as the hunters were applied for several, Japan was requesting the consultant hunters to rescue it from the Chaja Island raid.
Oh, he's hiding back here? What a little bitch.
4 years ago. After the failure of 3 operations, the government abandoned the idea of freeing the island, and even after 4 years it is still occupied by Japanese. The head of the White Tiger began to remember the place where he and him almost died. It was the nightmare he didn't want to forget. That guy started to speculate that the ants had undergone mutations, but the head said it didn't matter.
You're gonna have people going camping and shit.
But that guy started saying
They're gonna find themselves in my part of the woods. They'll be like, how come we got Wi-Fi in this area of the woods?
The next day I packed my things, and my sister started telling me that I had been leaving home a lot lately. Suddenly I decided to go on a trip, but I told her I was going away for a week. My sister started asking me who I was going on the trip with.
The Guardian can handle
My brother
things.
found someone special,
certainly
but I
don't
lied to
need
her
you.
and told her I was going with a friend. In fact, I was alone.
Yeah, I got a gig down up right now.
Outside one of the buildings, which suddenly burst into a bright red flame.
I often say
stood
the same
outside
thing
this
about
building
you.
and started thinking about how I had once defeated a Cerberus at a level of at
2
least 20 or higher,
finishers.
and now my level was 3 times higher. It shouldn't be as hard for me as it was last time. That key I
I'm
had in my
almost done with
hands,
the
I
side,
must use now to enter this gate and become much
I still
stronger
gotta
than
do the
before. And as
sniper.
soon as the gate was open and I could go inside,
Please, one of
and
these
at the same moment I got the assignment. But as soon as I went in, I didn't understand what it was, because there weren't even ghosts, monsters, but just a corridor that led me to another entrance. I started to read the tasks that were given to me, and it said that I had to collect the devil's soul, because the devil tore his soul and created demons for special rewards. I must track down the demons and collect their souls, and the conditions for completing the task were to collect 10,000 soul shards. I realized it had been a while since I had been on a mission, and were the rewards for this challenge too generous? After all, I could get extra ability points and choose one item in the store, and there were items in the store worth more than 10 billion, and I could get them just by completing the challenge. With such a high reward, the difficulty level of the quest should be much higher. I started to open the second door and realized that there were no monsters in sight at all. But what I saw next made me not believe my eyes. It was a field dungeon. I didn't expect a dungeon to be a field-type dungeon. And, really, did this dungeon recreate all of Seoul after the war? I just needed to collect 10,000 soul shards, which means there must be at least 10,000 demons in the demon castle. I can get one soul from one demon, but there are demons on the upper floors that hold multiple souls. I lied to my sister that I was going on a trip, so I have to do everything I do. And finally was at it again, and I started destroying all the demons that were in my way. And now I realize that it's easier for me to destroy them. I had 60,000 experience left before the next level, and I realized that even this time the experience indicator came up, and it was handy. It was my time to fight,
missed that.
But at that time Gene met his father at a mansion, and his father began to ask him if he really wanted to run the Eugene Guild. But Gene was very sure of himself and said that's why he came to see his father. His father began to look at the guild master's license and his entire service.
I used to have cable for a long time, and it wasn't until last year that I switched to Verizon. And I've been happy as hell with the fiber.
His father suddenly got up and interrupted Gene, saying that he wanted
Because I used to have the gig with cable, but it was a gig down, not a gig up. It was only like 300 up or whatever like that. But the 300 up wasn't really 300. Yeah, that coax shit, that shit is whack, man. I never even knew anything about that, you know? Then once I switched to fiber, it's like, whoa, I was like, that gig shit, that fiber don't play, that internet is super fast. Doesn't matter how many people are on your Wi-Fi.
Didn't even listen to the other guy, and we figured it out anyway. After all, he's the one who knows the most about
30 megabytes.
And now he's not the only one
yeah.
who knows the secret.
Yeah, that shit gets me so angry. I didn't know that. But now I got that gig up. Gig down, baby.
Say that it seemed that Hunter Milan Wong had told us about, and we should already know that he was looking for information about qualified hunters and had already tried to investigate the incidents with the Red Gate. And there was a suspicion that no helper was involved there. However, his father didn't expect to find his name on the list of people on the ready to speak to him, and his father began to tell Gene that it wasn't a good time to negotiate and that this guy had done his son an invaluable service in getting his license. At this point, Gene began to think that there was no difference between his brother and him. After all, they both received outside help, and his father had no reason to choose him. After this reflection, Gene asked his father if he could trust the guild, which his father agreed, so he could trust Eugene to run the guild. After all, it's exactly as he said. Inviting an outsider to the role of guild master is a very big risk. If there is a
Fuck out of here.
risk, what fear wouldn't afford someone during negotiations? That's why he agreed. Didn't need an assistant. His father wanted to say that this man was a genuine helper, and put his son make him join the Eugene. And so the chance grabbed him, and Gene told his father that he would do his best, because the son of a tiger is also a tiger, and there are two S-ring companies that have looked out for the Eugene Guild. There's China and Ellen Group Global Companies. They recently and one of them is compliant transition to a fellow known as an absolute threat. In comparison, there are many examples of Guild Master Eugene with financial support. He used this as one of the conditions, and even though Mindy, as a healthy body, can still be active as a hunter, he offered to resign after 3 failed raids on Shinju Island. But the bodies of ants have been discovered in Japan, and if the 4th raid of Shinju Island is failed, he should be able to win his favor. And Jim wondered if he could win their favor first. This time I defeated the horrible monsters that came my way. I realized that there was still a long way to go to become stronger than I had been before. After all, I could defeat an inferior being, but I sure that I could also defeat the monsters I had once met in the dungeon. Initially, the difficulty of the demonic castle was not that high, and it looks like this area has already been completely cleared. The monsters here were at much range. Despite this, I got a whole serious fear. But here I can level up in 4 hours. There's also a amount of experience points to the next level also increases. In other words, leveling up gets harder over time, and I felt that I might have had to barely reach death. To get stronger, I have to keep it all at the same pace. I can probably get the idea. It was a passageway to the second floor of the demonic castle, and it could only be used in a moving magic circle on the first floor. I looked up the mountain and saw that the magical moving circle between floors must be an assuming power area. At this point I summoned my soldier, and a huge ice bear leader appeared in front of me. I thought he looked just like a second. I climbed on top of him, and we started climbing, and suddenly I saw 3 forms of big monsters and they started getting in. After all, they appeared very often. But my bear decided to take matters into his own hands. He began to run with all his speed, and with full determination to vanish into the sun. I realized that this guy was just crazy, and from that moment on he would run like a tank. As soon as the monsters had dispersed, I ordered him to run to the magic circle. At this time, however, the American Hunters Association in Washington began to talk about what the deputy director of the American Indian Hunters Association realized that he was in South Korea. They wondered how people from South Korea could on the other side of the earth. After all, he said, he was stuck in the jungle for the day before the Chinese man, and when he opened his eyes, he woke up already in the middle. And it was an unusual occurrence, and not only was it famous A-rank hunter, but the rank, the man, and the squad formed of A-rank hunters was helpless against him, and one of the other guys asked for the whole campaign in the lots of things gathered around him. But the other guys suspected that he might be a monster with human memories, and without the help of an S-rank hunter, all of Washington might be in danger. So they decided to ask the Scavenger Guild in Washington if the S-rank hunter knew Korean, but the chief Scavengers Guild hunter was on his way, and he had recently finished his business in Korea and was now on his way back to America. And just as these guys had scheduled an interrogation for tomorrow afternoon, the Scavenger Guild hunter was walking through the airport and pondering that he was having a very bad day. After all, the parasite he wanted to kill with his own hands was stuck in the red gate, and it couldn't be worse.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
The man started asking others
Potato, you have a good night, brother.
But one of the guys
appreciate
said
the alert.
Was
I'm just gonna be playing this until I get the courage to play Apex again.
At this time I was fighting in this dungeon and realized that each floor of the Fiend Castle is a different world. You can get a pass from a random monster on each floor, and you can only get to the next floor after getting a pass. Given that the tower has about 100 floors, this place includes 100 worlds. I went through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 27th floors. Time passed, and I progressed through the floors at a frightening rate. At one point I managed to defeat a mid-level demon and gain 300 experience. A mid-level demon is, at best, equal to a higher rank. And probably the difficulty of higher or even stronger demons would increase exponentially, just like the difference in strength between A-rank and S-rank hunters. But the main problem was time. If the floors were really 100, it would be impossible to get to the top floor in a week. When I got the key to the demon castle, I was intimidated by the S-rank of this dungeon, but because of the boring battles over time, my anxiety began to fade. And when I finally made it to the 50th floor, I met the ruler of the lower floors, whose name was Greedy Volek. He was very big and was surrounded by his army of monsters. It was a demon boss. When I saw him, I knew he was a giant and looked dangerous, and I would have to take care of him personally. And as soon as we started, my mages began to conjure a terrifying power. And as soon as the magic deployed its fiery attacks, the entire battlefield was on fire.
We'll play whatever you want to play.
I ordered my soldiers to take care of the rest. They just need to eliminate them while I take care of the boss. I watched my shadow soldiers fight, and I realized that although the guards consisted of higher demons, my shadow soldiers were also increasing their level. They were getting stronger according to my intelligence, and the number of shadows I could retain was also increasing. After I greatly increased my intelligence, I had enough mana to restore them. However, when I saw the guy sitting on the floor, he didn't even move. I figured I'd just go ahead and finish him off, because it was easier. But in an instant, the Lord of the Land disappeared from my sight. I didn't know where he'd gone, and as soon as I looked up, I saw that he was already in the air, and I didn't understand what the movement was. He appeared to be too fast, and in an instant he began to crush my shadow soldiers. He could not destroy either, and in an instant he would repeat his ignis. I couldn't believe my eyes that he was able to take out several of my Commander-in-Chief's mothers with just one blow. I didn't want to just stand there and watch. I was already up in the air, strong and decided that this monster should pay for attacking my soldiers. I struck his face with all my might. After I hit him,
is this not 20 yet?
meters away. I lost my temper and trembled, but I wondered why he flew so far away. Suddenly, I looked at my stats and realized that I had stupidly put all my points into power. I looked at him and saw that he was in the wall, which he flew into after I hit him. And at that moment the ruler of the lower floors, the greedy volcanoes, began to use his anger skill, and from that moment on he would be in a constant state of rage, and his characteristics had increased by 50%. I realized that this was the same move one Cerberus was using. It flew straight at me, and I realized that it got faster, and I didn't have time to dodge, and it would be a direct hit. I realized I could call my shadow soldier Iron for help. And as soon as Iron heard my cry, he threw his big shield in my direction with all his might. I didn't think it would have time to reach me, but the shield flew at such speed that it flew literally by seconds through the entire battle that was in its path. Eventually I was able to catch the shield and use it. And as soon as the volcano's blow reached me, I was able to react and use the shield to block his blow with the big club. However, the explosion after the blow was so dramatic, and all the rocks began to crumble onto his feet. He kept hitting me with his big club. I knew that I could withstand these blows because of my strength, but I had to find a moment to counter. During the next attack, when he made a sweeping move, I would counter him and try to take him down. As I flew toward him, I realized that he, too, was waiting for this chance. As he flew, he also swung at me, and while I was in the air, I realized that I had power. And if only I could dislodge my body, but suddenly it came to me that I could use the ruler's strength. And even if I couldn't push it away, I could use the recoil to push myself off the stage. But it was too close. If it had hit, there wouldn't have been a wet spot left of me. I looked at him and realized that the only place I could hurt him with the dagger was his head, but it would be too dangerous to aim for his head and continue to leave his movement. I need to slow down his grotesque movement first. I need to create a natural situation, and as soon as the building started collapsing nearby, I knew this was my chance. And in that moment, I completely lost my cool and started just following him. He kept running, and as soon as the building that was falling was next to me, I knew this was my chance. I used my sprinting skill and climbed up the building above me. And even though he noticed, it was too late. It would be hard for him to stop suddenly at that speed, and at that moment, I jumped away from the building and started climbing. But he started smiling strangely, as if he knew what was coming next, as if he could see the future. I was so fast that he didn't even realize how I was able to penetrate his attack. From the tremendous pain he was in, he started screaming so loudly that his screams echoed all around him. At this time in my house, my grandmother began telling me like the Trade Association guys that young members were part of the Commander-in-Chief. She wasn't sure, because she hadn't seen him in a long time, but those guys were definitely 100% Jews that he had talked. But the girl began to say that her sister told her that he and his friends had gone on a week-long trip. She talked about Hanson, who was with Jean that day. She reached out to her because she was close to Jean's younger sister, and they had traveled all the way to his house. But all was in vain, for there was no trace of the real and no record of any withdrawal or credit card. The girl was surprised that they had checked such things, but the guy replied that it was his job. records of the Hunters Association were to be believed, he was last seen somewhere downtown, and that was kind of weird. The girl thought he'd been kidnapped, but the guy smirked, because he knew it would take at least a Chinese special squad of high-ranking hunters to kidnap him. That guy didn't understand where I could go, but at that moment I was fighting against a terrifying monster that stood in my way. I was ready to tear him to pieces, but he was hindering my progress. Of course, in the end, after a long and grueling battle between me and this powerful boss, I still managed to destroy him. I was also very surprised, because the boss had fallen out with great loot, which I was very happy about. The Water of Peace piece was made from a cap that had been cleared of contaminated and negative energy. Wood derived from a volcano cudgel was used to create this fragment. World Water has strong magical energy.
That's what it's been doing the entire game. Like, where you been at?
Although I don't know where to use it, I can't hold it. The next artifact I put on the out is the the rest of the scent items will fall out as well. I realized this when I collected them all, and the last of them was a fantastic effect. If I had magic skills, I could have used this magical tool myself, a ball made from the water of high voltage. It increases the magical effect and allows me to do more damage. I wondered about a power that could increase my attack and other effects, but at that moment there were monsters that near my hand, and I saw that they were able. He brought them to me and I asked him, can't you stop doing that? Every time he repeats it over and over, he brings me these heads at my feet. There's no reason for it. But as soon as I turned my head, I saw Iron bringing the boss's head. I didn't understand why he was doing it after the match. He was pretty stupid, not even to mention the fact that I told him. But he helped me a lot today and he lent me his shield. Suddenly I realized that I could make contact with my shadow soldiers, so I called the shadow one to me. After all, he was standing there anyway, suffering from inactivity. As soon as he approached, I handed him that magic orb. I ordered him to aim and strike with all his might at the building I was pointing my finger at. He began to conjure his fireball, but I didn't expect this one to be many times larger than his previous orbs. It was incredible such power, and just as he began his attack, the building began to burn unreal. At that moment, I picked up that orb and looked at it, realizing that it was an incredible power. There was also no clause in its description about not being able to pass it on to someone else. I wondered about the incredible power of truth. Who would have thought I could find such a thing? If the hunter magicians found out about it, they'd just go crazy. At the same time, in the United States, a hunter was telling a guy who got out of a dungeon that he had just come back to Washington, D.C., and such an interesting case had arisen. It was amazing. A monster showed up who could talk like a human being, and also, a smoker. But that guy started to reply that he just had to listen, because he said he wasn't a monster. If he doubts it, have him do a DNA test or something to prove that if anything comes out twisted, it stands to reason that the monster is impersonating a person. The guy they thought was a monster was staring at the hunter and didn't understand why they were doing all this. After all, he just wanted to go home. But the hunter began to say that he had better start cooperating with them, because his word would determine whether he was a man or a monster. The man agreed, and the hunter immediately began asking questions, whether he had died in the dungeon and how he had survived for 10 years in that dungeon. Could he have become undead? But to all these questions the man answered that he was not. The hunter began to say that if the man died in the dungeon, he could come back as he did. But the man replied that this was impossible, for one who had died could not go back, even if he was in the dungeon. This man also decided to ask a question, even though the hunter said he was only here to ask questions. But this man didn't care and started talking about gates and monsters. How much does humanity know about this? The hunter didn't know what he meant, but the deputy director, who was standing near the window watching the conversation, was curious. What does he know about the other side? And the man went on to say that the dungeon, the gates, and the monsters were all just a prologue to the real war. After all, the greatest catastrophe was awakened not long ago. The reluctant man began to ask, what was the purpose of his coming? And the fellow replied that to warn of disaster. The hunter went on to ask, what is the greatest catastrophe he speaks of? But the answer he heard was that he could not tell. It was incomprehensible to the hunter, for the man had returned to warn of the disaster. But he could not make it clear what kind of disaster it was, and whether people would not be better off working, the hunter asked. But the fellow replied that the numbers were nothing against his power, and even if the people united, they would simply be used, and they should know it, for they themselves were quite strong. But the hunter didn't like it, and he didn't understand how he dared to look down on him. And he began to say that therefore only he could stop it, and there was no point in continuing the conversation any longer. Hunter began to look at the report that the Hunters Guild had put together. He looked at the pictures and realized that if he cut his hair he would match his picture, but he hadn't aged much like someone who had been in a dungeon for 10 years. Hunter wondered if his resume was superbly done, and he made a lot of money for his time. With the current lesser grading system in his level, he could live without worrying about anything, but he had to adapt to the new era. And just as the hunter continued to read the report, he saw that he had 2 children. At the same moment, the hunter sank into shock when he saw that his son was the same girl. And after that, the hunter asked his dad if he and I remember his daughter. And he answered that her name was Asia and her son was Sun Jin Wu. And the man saw that after what was said, the hunter's bloodlust was originated, he said he was the only one asking questions here. But at the same moment the man also prepared himself, and there was a strong aura coming from him. He began to say that he needed an answer, and if he did not answer, force would be used. However, the hunter thought this was too presumptuous, for he was getting 60 minutes at the bench. After he pressed the red button, he said, "You probably turned out to be a monster that I have to destroy." Hunter began to say, "The monster could attack at any moment, and we must evacuate South Korea quickly. Furthermore, I am well aware of my son's current condition, for he is dead." That man could not believe the words spoken by the hunter. And as soon as he looked up, he saw that the hunter was smiling furiously and began to say that he would send him to his son. But at that moment I was on one of the floors, and as soon as I got up there, I realized that this was the floor of the bed. All of them, by someone else's order, were following directly at me. We were surprised at terrible skeletons were coming and wanting to finish me off. There were so many of them that I couldn't see where they came from. They were all joined together in a bunch and were just coming at me, and there was some skeleton. This skeleton seemed to be subduing all the monsters that were on this floor and controlling them. I realized that I had to kill him, and then all those monsters would fall in. I didn't want to get my hands dirty, so I summoned Aaron and Nicholas, and ordered them to clear a path for me. They appeared immediately, and began to carry out my orders. Without wasting a second, they rushed forward to eliminate anything that got in the way. As we approached them, the battle began. After my commanders in chief, the rest of the Shadow soldiers came theirs ready. They fought very clearly. Shadow soldiers outnumbered all the other monsters that were on this floor. After all, I looked at that mage and knew that he was surprised at how strong my guys were. I was already standing close to him, and he noticed me. I asked Mage if he was expecting this. Would he be strong? It would only be this floor. That skeleton would have needed some strength. But it didn't matter because I with my strength skill, got close to him and was able to straighten him out. I thought he would be stronger, but it turned out that he was just an ordinary mage who got him out. At the same moment, the notification system showed me that I was able to defeat Rita's whole battle. After that I received my rewards, including the spring water and the books. Because I defeated this man, I was able to go up 2 levels. However, this man now was pretty strong, and he was able to control 100 more challenges than I did. After the battle I planned to implement my soldiers. When I got him, his mind was for some reason it was impossible to extract the shadow. Shadow extraction does not work on demons. As expected, a piece of that set I'm trying to collect fell off one box. This time I got the Marhan demon Nicholas. As soon as I put it on, my agility increased by 20 points and my intelligence increased by 20 points. There was one last piece left, which meant that there was another boss waiting for me to collect. But strange. After all, I had already collected all the souls I needed to collect, and the task was already complete. Yes, I had reached my limit, and I no longer had the strength to move on. I sat and began to think about what I should do next and how to proceed. But suddenly I saw a notification from the system that I could get the following rewards. The first was an item of my choice, and the second was a performance bonus. The third award, on the other hand, was a hidden award. I decided to choose the first award. I was now faced with the choice of any item from the store. I wondered, should I choose an item valued in billions of gold that would certainly have a major value? However, I was planning on getting gear for my dungeon friends, and it was getting better and better every day. If I choose an item that is too expensive, I might have to sell it back to the store, but I need to choose what I really need. After much deliberation, I did make up my mind and chose the damn random box that was starting to show up in my hands. Now I was really curious as to what I could get. I could choose between first a random box and a sacred random box, and when I previously completed the hidden quest, I could understand that the sacred random box gives what the player wants, and the cursed random box gives what the player needs. I tried twice to complete the requirements of the daily quest, but never got any additional rewards. I got the demonic block and the sacred random box, and because of that I was able to level up and get more items. And, of course, I got to know the wonder of the contents of that daily random box. And as soon as the lights went on, the box disappeared from my hands, and in its place was a key. I wanted to look at the name and click on the key, but I realized that I had to proceed out of the search. What is this key for and how is it used? I decided to put it in my inventory, because someday I will find a use for it. After all, the damned random box should give me the item I need. I decided to take reward number 2, and I got a performance bonus of +20. After that I decided that I would put all my points into intelligence, because with intelligence I could summon even more shadows. So, I would be able to add soldiers to my army, and the last thing was the hidden reward. And I accepted it, even though I didn't have much hope for anything after the cursed incident.
Guardian,
but suddenly there was a scroll in my hand that had the recipe for the holy water of life written on
that they still could be dangerous.
I could learn the method of making holy water. At this time in the United States, the building where my father and that S-rank hunter were staying was on fire, and the firemen were trying their best to put out the fire, which was getting bigger and bigger. And something told me, a hunter who was standing near this building began to tell another hunter that he had heard that when an S-rank battle takes place, the landscape changes and everything around it turns to ruins. But if the battle ended with so little damage, that means it was overwhelming, and that hunter who was in that building was hit before the damage became too serious. The next day I decided to visit my mother, who was in the hospital. Toward morning I went into the hospital and found the room where my mother lay. I watched her sleep and sat down beside her. I pondered about that scroll and the sacred water I could get in that dungeon. I had an idea, but I didn't know if I could make it happen. That object announced that it is a mysterious potion, which can cure any disease with the help of powerful magic. The effect will manifest itself only after the entire bottle has been used. I received this item for completing a Quest A potion that can cure any disease. I knew I could save my mother, so I needed to gather 3 ingredients to create the holy water of life. I got a fragment of the water of peace after defeating a volcano on the 50th floor. I also got the spring water of the deep forest after defeating the Methuselah on the 75th floor. And the last ingredient is the purified blood of the Demon King. And I haven't found the last ingredient yet, but it was pretty clear to me where it was. On the top floor of the building, probably the final boss of the Demon Castle, on the top floor. So if I cleared the demonic castle, I could collect all the necessary ingredients for the holy water of life. While I was going through the demonic castle for a week, I picked up 16 levels. Now that I'm around rank S, I have nothing to fear. My mom had to wait a little longer. After all, I was determined that I would soon solve this puzzle. At the same time, the Korean Hunters Association was on the news that there was a huge uproar in the United States after a mysterious explosion at the American Hunters Bureau. And it was rumored that the incident was caused by an altercation between S-rank hunters. The guys who were sitting near this TV started talking amongst themselves that it was the end of the world, because hunters were the problem. But the girl who was sitting next to it started telling the assistant manager that a hunter had come, and as soon as that manager turned his head, he saw a guy standing in front of him. And he started whispering in the ear of the girl who was sitting next to him that from time to time there are hunters who can't accept reality. They think they are deceived, and it turns out this man is, too. He thought, girl, after hearing this. The assistant manager started whispering to the girls that he was going to be a nasty man. So I'll just explain to him that he has to cover the costs and escort him to the reassessment room. The girl understood what she had to do, but the assistant manager decided to pester me to see if I was the hunter who came in. But soon after the manager saw that I had come, he began abruptly calling his boss, the head of the guild, and saying that the hunter he had asked about earlier had come. The head of the guild instantly got serious and realized that the guy who had just applied had come to see him. I came to reevaluate my rank, and the girl, smiling at me, said she would take me to another room where I could do what I had come to do. A little later I sat in the waiting room and realized that nothing had changed here since last time. Those guys who were sitting with me, some were very nervous, and others started cheering up those who were excited and saying that a few people's lives had been turned upside down. However, this doesn't happen very often. But if he passed with a given rank or higher, the scouts who were around would take notice of him. And they were all from different guilds. And as the small ones are short on people, they wait here and try to recruit hunters as soon as they are graded. These guilds are best not to join, because the small ones are often taken without stock and have a high mortality rate. I sat next to them and heard this conversation, and realized that from the small guild's point of view, there was nothing they could do about it. After all, they can't sit idly by running dungeons, but at the same time they lack the skill to defend high-ranked dungeons. So it's not surprising that accidents happen so often, but I understood that in my day they didn't. We watched as the girl kept going in and out, calling for more hunters to rush in. But the guy standing next to me kept telling me that you needn't worry if you get rid of the expectation, and as long as you don't get hurt, feeding yourself won't be a problem. The fellow sitting nearby, however, was nervous and said he would get an advance if he joined the big guild and could pay off his debt so he could live with his daughter again. He hoped he would at least get a promotion. I looked at him askew and realized that wounds do change a lot of people's lives after all. A hunter's strength is determined by his rank, no matter how much he practices with the ball or trains his body.
Let's get started.
It's not easy to make up for the difference in rank. Nor can you ignore the income difference, even Mr. Song, who couldn't stand up to the warden because of that difference. I realized that I had been raiding for many years, but I had never been able to go beyond my rank.
Enjoy our visits.
But now it would be different. Soon the guy who came in last came back.
Perhaps a barter
He
is
had a
warranted.
horrible face and started saying he was E-ranked. The girl told him to go next, but suddenly she turned her attention to the guy who was sitting next to me and asked if he wasn't bad, because he didn't look good. But the man replied that wasn't the point. He was a little worried and said he didn't want to go first. Since I was next, I went up and went into the room where there was a big glowing ball in front of me. When the girl asked me for my full name, I introduced myself to her, saying that my name was Sun Jin Woon. She saw on the monitor screen that I had already been ranked and asked me why I had come for a reassessment. I replied that I was, and she wondered why only ranks always come in for reevaluation. She asked me to put my hands on the dark crystal and wait. As soon as I placed my hand, the crystal began to lose its light and turn black. The girl was looking at her monitor and didn't understand what was happening.
Careful with that.
She thought it was some kind of error and asked me to wait to try to reboot the system. Soon, however, nothing worked, and she started telling me that this had never happened before. She apologized and asked me to try again. But soon nothing worked, and she didn't understand what was going on with the machine. But suddenly a guy came into our room and asked the girl why she was alone. The girl replied that her partner had gone to the bathroom, because he always leaves his post during rush hour. He started to ask what the problem was, and the girl replied that there was some problem with the detector. But the truth is, this guy came here because he was curious about what the Yoon Run was making such a fuss about, and he decided to find out if there really was something here. And he realized that there couldn't be. After all, reawakening is not something commonplace, and that was 3 months ago. And then the whole association was in turmoil over the events that may have happened that time. The head of the monitoring department went to him personally, but found nothing. The girl showed that the system kept giving an error, but suddenly that guy went into shock at one point and started asking the girl if she had worked here long. She said about 6 months and didn't understand why he was asking and hoped she hadn't done something wrong. The guy wondered about 6 months, and the fact that after the Hunter incident about 2 years ago, this is the first time this has happened. No wonder the rookie doesn't know. That guy ordered the girl to get Mr. Chong here quickly. That guy started saying that the bathroom wasn't the most important thing right now and everyone should get Chong here quickly, but no one understood why the manager was so worried. They decided to ask him what was wrong. The manager began to answer that it wasn't a mistake, but an immeasurable power, which meant that their detector couldn't measure his magical power. They soon realized that this man standing in front of them was the 10th in South Korea and he had an S rank. At the same time on the street, the association hunters were asking another about Huang Dong-soo, a hunter from the Elga scavenger hunt, and they wondered if it was true that he was not related to the recent Red Gate incident. The fellow from the Hunters Association replied that Hunter Huang Dong-soo had not helped the White Tiger Guild, despite their suspicions. He assured that he himself had been at the scene of the incident, but he hadn't fully stayed there, so he didn't know all the details. To this the fellow replied that of course he would not say a word until he was sure of the information. He understood perfectly, but went on to say that he was more interested in that finding of the ant with the wings anyway. Then the other guy started saying that they only found a dead body, but if it is confirmed that these ants can fly to the mainland without dying, then the guild will be notified sooner so they can start cooperating. But suddenly one of the guys raised his head and started looking at the building, saying that the building was pretty noisy today. But the other guy heard nothing and was less receptive. There are probably some new hunters in there who made some noise because of their rank. They decided to go check it out. They were very curious as to what was out there. But the guy from the Hunters Association realized that his interlocutor sensed it, but because of the good impression he was making, he had almost forgotten what kind of man he was. They started telling me that it was impossible to measure my strength with their detector, and they had to get permission from their superiors to use a more accurate detector. They asked me if I could visit them again in 3 days, and I agreed. But as soon as I came out of that room, those guys who were near the entrance had horrified faces. Because some of them had definitely smelled what I had been told, that my powers were impossible to measure, and they realized that I was an S-rank guy, and word was getting to them. But they couldn't imagine being able to see the immeasurable with their own eyes. And those guys who were standing around extracting their guild's new hunters were nervous. Some of them thought they had some influence and wanted to lure me into their guild, but others immediately turned around and started walking away. After all, their guild didn't have enough money to negotiate with such high randoms. But suddenly they saw that a hunter from South Korea's best guild began to enter the building, and they couldn't understand why the man calling himself Absolute Weapon was here. I look at this guy and realize that this man is John, and they say that with his higher level magic he can easily destroy a building with just one spell. It's that hunter known as the Ultimate Weapon, and that's the reason I have the nickname. Those guys from the different guilds were looking at us and started speculating that maybe I had already joined the Hunters Guild, since the top hunters had already heard about him, and it wasn't surprising that the head of the hunters came to meet him in person. But the guy from the Hunters Association, looking at me, realized that I really was still an S rank at the last meeting. The hunter, dubbed the Absolute Weapon, was adjusting his glasses and pondering the uproar caused by the immeasurable result. He realized that I, who was in front of him, was the 10th man in this country. But once he took a closer look at me, he realized that he didn't need a doctor, and without a doubt, I was definitely a rank S, and there was no need to wait 3 days. This hunter started introducing himself. His name is John In, and he represents the Hunters Guild. He started saying that it looked like I had just gotten my wounds and asked if I had a guild I would like to join.
Alright, hold on to
If not, could he take some time away from me to discuss the matter? However, I walked past him and said that I declined. And as soon as I passed him, everybody who was there seemed to lose their eyes that I had just turned down a hunter called Absolute Weapon, who was very influential in this country. But I was interested in another matter. I still had 3 days before 1 year evaluation, and I had a lot of work to do. I need to get back to the Demon Castle faster and create a cure. But that hunter guy, Absolute Weapon, started asking Jinchul from the Hunters Association that he forgot to introduce himself. But he realized he was being too assertive. Also, as soon as he turned his head, he realized that I had disappeared without making a sound, and I must have been a great hunter of the killer class. But suddenly another S-rank hunter broke into the building. He was too excited, because he understood that if I joined the hunters, not only would they have 3 S-rank hunters, but they would also be on par with the best guilds in the whole world. But these guys didn't understand what the head of the White Tiger was doing here. The hunter with the glasses understood that there was a huge distance between the White Tiger Guild buildings and the Hunters Association building, and looking at the way he was panting, you could tell he had run all the way here. It turns out that the head of the White Tiger knew about the guy and what was going to happen here. He finally realized that the incident that happened during the White Tiger Guild training of that mysterious assistant meant that he was Sun Jin Wu's hunter. The head of the White Tiger did not leave him alone, but he could not stop him. The hunter, whose name was Absolute Weapon, began to feel doubt after seeing his attitude. It was safe to say that he was not the kind of man who would be easy to get with. The head of the White Tiger realized that he was too late, and he was also upset that of all people he had been caught off guard by this particular agate, who just left. And now things had become much more difficult for the White Tiger Guild. But by evening I was already back at the hospital, where my sick mother lay. I looked at her, and it seemed to me that she would wake up at any moment. The eternal dream, the dream from which it is impossible to wake, was a disease, an epidemic that broke out after the appearance of my brother. I knew I could save my mother, and all she had to do was wait a little longer. I started to walk out of the room and thought about how I needed to get stronger, and if I was so strong after the middle floors, I wouldn't be surprised after the top floor. As I go up, my level goes up,
10
too,
seconds left.
but still,
Watch
I
it.
should have
You're
a chance.
shedding moats. Kill the blockers.
Suddenly I saw a guy from the Hunters Association, and he started asking me questions about what happened that day. I was the one who had defeated the monsters in the double den, and thanks to me he could see that he had been wrong earlier. But I looked at him and didn't understand why we were meeting again. But he went on to say that the main job of his oversight department was to work with people, not monsters, and in other words they should identify and punish lawbreaking hunters. After that I told him that if it was possible, I would like to stay away from the Department of Oversight. He replied that they don't exist, that's the only thing holding back hunters, but that's nothing to S-rank. He also said that someone would like to meet with me and asked if I could spare him some time. The chairman of the Hunters Association was waiting for me, and as soon as we walked down this long hallway, I met a man in front of me who extended his hand to me and said he was very pleased to meet me. Soon he asked me to sit down and talk. I looked at him and saw a terrifying strength. And even though he was in his 80s, he had the sturdy build of a retired wrestler. And not to mention the fact that he had an S rank and wasn't that easy. He decided to congratulate me on my S rank, but I told him that I still had to be re-evaluated. And he started saying that, in truth, reassessment doesn't make sense, because a more accurate detector should help them segment the results. And it's not an out-of-band measurement tool, and even if they could measure outside the current range, it would still be impossible to distinguish S rank from SS rank or SSS rank. And then I wondered why they were asking about the need for a reassessment procedure. The man started to tell me that it was just a matter of time, but I didn't understand what that meant. So he began to say that to buy us time to meet the same S rank hunters. He went on to say that there weren't many talented people like Chief Wu Jinchul who wanted to join the association, as I might already know, in the Hunters Association. While the top guilds can guarantee hunters great fame and a corresponding salary, there are people who can name all the major members of the top guild rated teams, but few may not know them. Jinchul is one of the best among the A ranks. That's why they created a little loophole and set up meetings with talented rankers. The real point of the negotiation was that the man got right to the point and said that since they were not a large corporation, they could not promise me a lot of money. However, they could help me in other ways.
I gotta call it.
I was interested in what they meant, and he said that they could help Jin Wu, the success hunter, find another way. This country is not currently governed by the government, but by hunters who protect citizens from monsters. They are subordinate to the Hunters Associations. By doing so, I would be able to be on par with them, shoulder to shoulder. At this point I thought about his suggestion and realized that he was talking to me about power. I wondered why he was suggesting this to me. The chairman began to speak to me and asked if I knew of the top 5 guilds that exist in this country. The balance of this country is currently maintained by 5 pillars: the Hunters, Glory, White Tiger, Reaper, and Knights. However, if I join any of these guilds, the balance will crumble and the country will descend into chaos. The law and the system of ordinary government power are not strong enough to keep hunters in check. That's why a hunters association is needed, and monsters aren't the only creatures hunters fight, they're monsters too. Ultimately, this chairman waited to see what my decision would be. I wondered,